Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I'm a never Trump guy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You know what's so funny about that intro is my dad hates it. Like my dad is either, I think he's 70. So he's 7 years old and he hates that intro. Well, like so bad. He's like, why are there goofy children dancing to music at the beginning of your political podcast? And for me, it's because everything is so serious and so gross that we might as well goof, might as well have fun, especially if the adults in politics right now are such bad people. Like, do you guys understand, like, some of the fights that are happening right now? I think the least concerning one, maybe I could be proven wrong by evidence and arrests, but the least concerning drama right now is that Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton got a memo saying like Russia didn't have an impact on the election. And then they were like, okay, well, we kind of want to narrativize the fact that Russia is a bigger threat and that the Trump admin is colluding with them. So go ahead and go back and create a different report, which, by the way, I don't think is a crime. That's like the least offensive thing going on in politics right now. The next thing is Republicans proposing an anti-insider trading bill as a virtue signal. And they call it the Nancy Pelosi bill because Nancy Pelosi was worth $3 million. She's now worth $250 million. And her portfolio has performed at like 700%. So it's basically, and then Nancy Pelosi's like, I don't do insider trading. I have no idea what you're talking about. Burp, burp, burp. I just got $700 million because I'm just really good at this. And actually it's her husband. But anyways, then, so that's kind of fucked up. But then the Republicans vote against their own bill because it's just a virtue signal. They want to do insider trading. They're like, no, insider trading is based when we do it. It's cringe when Wall Street does it, but it's based when we do it. Amazing. And then the pedophile cult. Republicans are currently sweeping for a pedophile cult. I wake up every single day and it's like, how many Democrats do you want to see to go to jail or prison? And then I click on the replies. The replies are like, hey, aren't you guys currently covering up a fucking pedophile cult? Aren't you currently burying the files related to a billionaire having sex with underage teenage girls repeatedly and recruiting said girls into a sex network and then having them bang rich and powerful people for blackmail? Aren't you covering that up right now? And they just don't respond. They just don't respond to the fact that this is infinitely worse than Bill Clinton having a consensual sexual liaison with Monica Lewinsky 40 years ago. Although, ironically enough, Bill Clinton is probably one of the people implicated by the Epstein files. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, Nanamu says, I got the app that tracks Nancy Pelosi's trades. Yeah, there's something called Big Whales, Insider Whales. I forget what it's called. But there's a website that tracks congressional stock portfolios, and they only have to report them like every month or like every quarter. And congressmen, sorry if I'm just waking up right now and getting caffeinated, but the congressmen, there's some congressmen who report their trades like within the week. They like do the trades, then they have some staffer report what they're doing within the week, and so their portfolio constantly gets updated. Whereas there's some people who report only once per quarter, which means that you can only replicate their trades once per quarter. But they have consistently outperformed the market, sometimes to the tunes of like hundreds of percentages. Like they like triple their investment compared to the rest of the market. And so if you actually just replicate the trades of Congress, you could probably do quite well. Now, I'm stupid and ignorant, and I don't want to play the investment game, because let's face it, you know, I got like $50 to invest. I got like $100 to invest, which is probably screwing me over. I'm probably smart enough to do the investment game, but I don't know, man. It's just not my autistic interest, you know. I would rather make content about, you know, bugs that eat people and burst their entire like body cavities, and then I would rather make my money off of the ad revenue of making entertaining lore content. I would rather do that than like track real world industries that I don't give a shit about, so I can put money into a hypothetical pot of gold that they get to hold on to for a little bit. And then, you know, once a month or once every 6 months, I could technically sell off my pot of gold because it's grown, because capitalism is complex. It just fucking boggles my brain, and it's not interesting to me, which is probably a shame. But anyways, enough of my autistic digressions. Christian Valera says, good morning. Good morning. Conservative liberalism says, right on time. Yeah, 10 minutes late, but you know, whatever. It's been a weird week, man. It's been a weird week. Hergerberg says, what up, what up, what up? Kay says, good morning, good morning. Cameron Mosley says, just got done with my walk. Beautiful. Focus Lady says, that intro requires talent, but the older generations hears its unorganized changing noises. Maybe. But I love the goofy kids dancing. I think they're hilarious. The world's so screwed up, and they're having a good time. Fashion 40 says, good morning, grill hottest. Yes, let us start the day with our prayer. May your grills be warm. May your beers be cold, and may you keep all your fingers while you are blowing things up. Amen. Good morning, Grill Hottie. Good morning. Good morning. Anonymous says, I got the app that tracks Nancy Pelosi trades. Yeah, that's what inspired me. Fashion 40 says, I guess what Trump does isn't insider trading with the crypto. Oh, yeah. No, I didn't even think about this. Trump is receiving allegedly billions of dollars through his meme coin. So Trump got to start a meme coin. So, you know, for those of you who don't know, Bitcoin is effectively when you get to create your own currency. And then the currency values or devalues based off of how popular it is, similar to how real currency works. So Trump and Melania created their own meme coins, which means that they started out with a substantive stake of their own cash. But then they waited for the value of the dollar to peak, and then they sold a substantial stake in their position, causing that dollar to crash. So that means that anybody who bought at the high or bought at the mid tier, they got totally screwed over because the dollar lost a substantive amount of their value. So they made tons of cash by selling at the peak, because oftentimes the people who start the run on the cash, they're the ones who own majority stakes in the new money, the digital money. And then on top of that, what's happened is foreign governments realize that when they ask the United States government and then they buy a substantive stake in Trump coin, it seems like the United States government is more responsive to their requests when they buy billions of dollars of Trump coin. And so, I mean, I have to wait for the details to come out, but apparently it's like to the tune of a few billion with a B. You know, I'm over here complaining about Nancy Pelosi making 200 million over the course of a decade. Trump allegedly has made billions with a B off of foreign countries bribing Trump through buying majority stake, well, not majority stake, but large stakes in his coin. So not only did he get to rug pull his own audience, but then he got people effectively to bribe him through his coin. It's fucking crazy. Like that alone, I bitched about Hunter Biden endlessly for probably 2 or 3 years. I bitched about Hillary Clinton's fucking email server for 2 or 3 years and the Benghazi fucking thing for 2 or 3 years. And by the way, all of my criticisms stand. However, the amount of grift that has happened in the Trump admin within the past 5 years is it boggles the mind, and it makes Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, Hunter Biden, it makes all of those people look like not even small shrimp. It makes them look like microscopic bacteria. It's actually impressive. It's impressive how evil it is. Let me take another sip of caffeine before I lose my shit. Oh, Christ. I love caffeine. Andy B says, I mean, hot take, but banning elected officials and their spouses from directly owning stocks would be really good. Oh, I think they should all be in blind trusts. Maybe I'm not enough of a capitalist, but I think that you should, once you become a congressman, you're a public servant or a senator, you're a public servant, and you should effectively have to liquidate all of your assets, put it into an like a blind investment fund, and then that's just your wealth going forward. It's your salary and your wealth. And then I would double congressional salaries. So what is it? Like Congress people, I think they make, around 200K. I would make them make 400K. And then for senators, if they make, I don't know, 400K, I would make them make 800K. And then if the president is currently making $500,000, I would have him make, $1 million or 1.5 or something like that, just so they're like less susceptible to bribery. And then I would actually have each one of these characters, the IRS, I would have annual audits or every 5-year audits of federal representatives. And basically, if they were caught with offshore accounts or if they were caught taking bribes, they would be incarcerated for life. I'm 100% like anti-corruption. You should be serving the Republic of the United States. You are representative of 250 million people in the world's most powerful military and economic empire that's ever existed. If that doesn't get you excited every single day, if you have to personally enrich yourself in order to get your fucking jollies off, then the job isn't for you. Fuck off. Dice5 says, Yo, Connor, people keep saying you're left of center. Can I get a direct quote from you as to why you, the guy who'd support a Helldivers 2 fascist state based, are not in fact left of center? Because I would slaughter communists endlessly with a grin on my face. There are days that I wake up and I want to let libertine sexual degenerates rot in their own disease-ridden hellscapes. And there are days that I wake up and I'm just like, you know what? Just let's go ahead and let all the minorities fester in their own cultural contradictions. I can be quite racist. I can be quite Islamophobic. I can be quite sexist. And it also just boils down to Jordan Peterson, right? So Jordan Peterson made this argument. He was like, I'm a liberal, actually. I'm a liberal. He used to say that shit all the time. But that level of Jordan Peterson's social conservatism, where maybe you don't want the state to compel everybody to social conservative action, but you want to endlessly promote moderate social conservative behavior, that's me. So if you consider Jordan Peterson a conservative, I'm a conservative. If you consider him a liberal, I'm a liberal. It all depends on how you view these words and philosophies. It also depends on how you view the founding fathers of the United States, but whatever. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Let's focus on the policy. Conservatism says, on the same stock market is never interested in me, but I know I could have made some good calls. Yeah. Dude, I told my dad to buy Tesla when it was at 250. What's Tesla at right now? Tesla stock price now. Tesla stock price now is 301. So that would not have been that big of a jump. But tell me they haven't taken a massive hit. Their peak was 500. And that was in 24. And I think I told my dad about it in 20. So let's just say that he took like a few $1,000 and he just put it into Tesla. And it's not because like people didn't fucking see Tesla, you know what I'm saying? But he could have doubled his cash. But my dad likes short-term investments. He actually likes day trading, which I think is psychotic. I think that's pretty much gambling. But whatever. So if he had sold at the peak, he could have doubled his cash. Paul says, I'm more interested in the ways expectations of investments don't pan out. Extreme unforeseen failure is a beautiful beast. Well, high risk, high reward. High risk, high failure. That's true. Captain Winter says, good morning, Connor. How come you aren't at Gen Con? Probably because I don't know what Gen Con is. What's Gen Con? Gen Con. I don't really go to cons. I really should. Looks like a fantasy wargaming thing. By the way, I think J-Mac from the Sitch and Adam show, their Oiler, I think he might be at Gen Con with his own board game. I would help him with his board game, but I think we're on thin ice because he's pretty libertarian and he doesn't like all my criticisms of the laissez-faire economics and the bootstrap fucking mentality. So I'm a little bit too mean to his political persuasion, but I would help him with his board game. Focus Lady says, I'm hoping for some bug and insect live streams. I just posted a wheelie bug and a pair of stick insects on social media. That's cool. Although I am talking about aliens eating people, but sure. Brandon Zero says, I don't know how you can do this. Maybe ask the Discord guys for help. But if you want a political drama content, TikTok is a gold mine. There's more Unfuck America drama and NSCs involved. Yeah, hook me up. Hook me up. Evan says VOD is only on Kick, but Destiny did essentially what you asked, where he admitted it hurt being left behind by all the old streamer buddies. He also linked KF to Snark to lefty spaces. Yeah. Brandon Zero says, because it's spread throughout different streams and content creators, it would be a little hard to get everything, but gosh darn, that drama is good. There's conspiracy theories about money laundering. Sick. Let's do it. Matthew Mendoza says, give me the history of political corruption. Looks small time. Oh, yeah. I think you mean given the history of political corruption, this looks small time. Oh, yeah. If you mean Hunter Biden and the Clintons and the Pelosi's are small time compared to what's possible, I believe you. I just don't like it all. David says, is it insider trading if they're bragging about it? Right. It's like outsider trading. Matthew Mendoza says, and his sons run that Liberty crypto bank with the Steve Witkoff kid. Yeah. Paul says, I'm boggled how that Trump coin shit didn't get Trump arrested. Yeah. It's just because he's president. Dice5 says, I'm coming to believe that lay people will never care or know enough about how stupidly evil and fair insider trading is. Yeah. St. Patty says, the Tree of Liberty is looking mighty thirsty these days. I try not to Fed post because the truth is, like, the only way, number one, I fear God. Okay. I don't believe. Let me tell you, I'm going to tell you right now. Okay. I think when you die, you probably go into mindless oblivion. My devout Christian father believes that as well. Because if you actually look at the Old Testament and you look at a substantive portion of the Bible, when you die, you die. Like, that's the Christian conception of it, is that you still experience death. So you go into mindless oblivion, regardless of whether or not you believe in Christ. Okay. When they're talking about the resurrection, that there are many passages that refer to the resurrection, and it's bodily resurrection, meaning that, like, your soul or your body is actually brought back from death. So Christ might have defeated death, and he might have defeated hell and defeated Satan. However, you yourself are still going to die. And so I expect that when I die, it's going to be mindless oblivion. However, I have been very, very, very privileged to be born as a white male. I'm going to make a gross joke, with a huge hog and a 3,000 IQ at one of the peaks of human civilization. And I'm very, very thankful. And so if that's already happened once, who's to say it can't happen again? Who's to say that I don't spend billions of years in mindless oblivion, and then I wake up either as me again or as somebody else, and then I have a whole new life where some interesting and cool shit happens. I'm trying not to like think too far past my own life. I'm just trying to live my own life. But I fear God, so I don't feel like being such an evil asshole that I end up condemning my soul to hell or never reincarnating. So that's all I'm saying. I don't want to murder people. That's why I don't like Fed posting. I try to kill people. I try to kill things only when absolutely necessary. Brandon Zero says, Connor, redemption arc for a villain. Cabal dog, you have it all there. You need to ask NSC about the lore and how to give it to you if you want to dip your toes into the cesspool. Shit, I want to get into the cesspool. I want to start debating the Twitch drama. And sorry to the 100 people sitting here who are probably waiting for the content to start, but I'm just warming up, so just relax. Matthew Mendoza says, I think it's impressive how a unifying force Trump is that the man has made me not want to make Canadian jokes out of respect for Harvard and agree with Gavin Newsom. That's awesome. And now MAGA's losing jobs. Oh, yeah, we lost 800,000 jobs in the past month. And the GDP grew 3%, which is impressive, by the way. I didn't necessarily think that was going to happen. But it had like a 1.2 or a 1.8 contraction in the beginning of the quarter, so we're still like positive 1.2 or something, which, by the way, that's still like actually healthy. So I'm kind of wondering how this is going to shake out. Matthew Mendoza says, yes, the Singapore model, which they proved works. Right, yeah, like Singaporean civic nationalism. Yeah. All right. Helldivers and 40K are inherently fascist, and that's okay. I know. Sorry. Josh Miller says, you are left to center because the Overton window shifted so hard, right, with MAGA. Well, yeah, but let's fight for the center no matter what. Leave the gooners alone. Clean your room, bucko. Yep. Hergerberg says, I'm sorry, but I don't see how that would keep them honest and not inside trading. They would just have more capital with which to invest, and they would never investigate themselves. Yeah, that's why I would change that. Like, you understand that, like, cops have a fuckload of power, but there's cops who investigate cops, and there's the cops who investigate the cops pride themselves on busting dirty cops. So you would just need to create a separate auditing institution within the IRS, and their culture needs to be, your job is to find and fuck over dirty politicians. Gen X says, y'all, the venue for Destiny's debate canceled, so they have to do it somewhere else. Yeah, they moved to a hotel or something. Well, QC John says, good morning, Connor in chat. Reminder that all grill hottest that one is cool weather snap to get a shot of fertilizer in your vegetables to ensure a harvest as bountiful as the Chaz Pizza Box garden. I don't think I read that correctly, but I get the vibes. Look at NVIDIA for the last 2 years. It's insane. No, I won't. I'll throw up. Andy B says, having term limits would skyrocket insider trading since they would only have a limited time to do it. We need blind trust before term limits. Yeah, I agree. My mom was like, we need to do term limits. We need to do like 4-year term limits. And I'm like, you want Congress people to show up, vote for one bill, and then leave? Why? What problem does that solve? You know, it should be 20-year term limits. It should be a career, and then you fuck off. That's what it should be. Sun Patty says day trading is like gambling on astrology signs. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Nikki Frost says day trading is gambling, but with market data. Yeah. So I'm going to share too much, but don't worry. It'll be funny and cool. In my opinion, I love my father. I respect my father. I think he's a brilliant man. And I think that he's gotten really into philosophy and religion and the deeper tenets of, like, not just Stoic philosophy. I actually really hated his Stoic phase, but he's gotten into like virtue philosophy, and I think it's been really good for him, and it's actually been really good for our relationship too. However, I think that he spent 20 years chasing a white whale because in like 1993 he was day trading and he made like, I don't know, I forget what it was, but it was some absurd amount of cash. It was like $150,000 in a day. And he was like, I got to figure this out. I got to figure this out. Like, as soon as he made 150 grand in a day, he was like, you know, I have to figure this out. Now, since then, I think he's like, you know, chipped away at his trading portfolio through day trading. But he always like he basically balloons his investment cash. Then he chips away at it through day trading, and then he balloons the investment cash. And then so to me, it kind of looks like gambling. But I think he had a big day, 30 years ago, and then he's been chasing that big day since. Truth be told now, though, I haven't heard him talk about it as much. And I think he's actually gotten really into first Stoic philosophy and then virtue philosophy. And I think that's really been good for him and me. Gen X is not exactly, but they voted. I'm not sure it's because the tweet about NordVPN. Well, Gen X, then that's my point. That's my point to Steven. That's exactly my point. Dude, sorry, hold on. Hold that thought. My dog wants to go out because he's annoying, but you have to you need to understand this. Any DGG member needs to understand this. Give me 1 second. Okay. That tweet that I heard that God killed those kids because they were using NordVPN discount code Destiny in order to bypass Texas's porn ban is uniquely repulsive. Okay. It's because you're talking about girls from the age of 7 to 13, I think is the approximate ages of the campers. You're talking about them jaying off, which is repulsive. You should not be talking about, as a 40-year-old man, you should not be talking about teenage girls jaying off. I've already told Steven this to his face, so I don't need to hear it like, oh, you're talking shit behind his back. No, I've said this to his face. The NordVPN part is funny. It's 100% funny because you're basically involving a corporation in your drama, and they don't want to be anywhere near that with a 10-foot pole. That part's funny. And then you're pissing off the state of Texas, which is kind of like a conservative carry guns, fist fight you, beat the fuck out of you state, right? And so Steven's like, oh, it doesn't matter. I'm just being funny. You know, realistically, the Republicans are the gross ones because they refused all this money for an early warning system. This is the kind of fiscal conservative incompetence that allows people to die anyways. Actually, the Republicans are bad. Actually, the Republicans are bad. Actually, the Republicans are bad. Okay, but you could make the same point and not have a venue cancel on you. Okay, you could say, hey, these young girls are dead because Republicans are so afraid of federal dollars that they failed to invest in an emergency warning system. And the blood of these campers is actually on conservative hands. And looking for their corpses after the fact is not helping anyone. It's actually you created bad policy that killed people, and now you're cleaning up your own mess. Fuck you. And by the way, that would rustle plenty of jimmies. Now, would it go viral? Probably not. Like it wouldn't go viral because it would just like go off within his sphere. But his sphere is already big, and he's already a fucking multimillionaire, and he already has so many eyeballs on him and all this bullshit. Anyways, the whole fucking point is the venue canceling on him because they don't want to host him because he's controversial, and the venue canceling on him because they also don't want him to get shot to death on their watch. That's 100% related to the fucking joke, or 99% related to the joke. Maybe the venue just saw some other tweets. I don't fucking know, but that is funny. JS says, is this just that Nothing Burger clip of Hasan complaining about a post on Pisco's Reddit was deleted, or did he comment again? No, this is different. It's Destiny fans are waking up to the truth. Hasanabi reacts to Queeman, and this is on the Hasanabi archive. So I think it's different. Evan says, I just bought my house when Facebook was at $90. I wanted to take down the payment and dump it into Facebook. Would have been almost quadrupled my money. Nice. Josh says, how the fuck is this dude a nerd and not know what Gen Con is? Because I don't go to cons, bro. I don't go to cons. I take showers daily. Bud123 says, I made the call with Palantir, but I was selling it as it went out, so I did not make as much money as I wanted to if I had held on and bought more. Gotcha. Aliens eating people aren't considered bugs confirmed. Well, I mean, I think they are bugs, but anyway. Connor fears God confirmed. True, I really do. Every day it gets harder and harder not to Fed post. Why are we here just to suffer? We're here to grill, bro. We're here to grill. You wake up, you work your job, you pay your bills, you pay your taxes, you buy your various meats and vegetables, and you grill them on the grill, and then you give your partner a hug and a kiss on the forehead, and then you have kids, and then you raise them and you love them, and then you die. Welcome to life. Hey, Connor, I don't know if you would be interested, but Ezra Klein posted an interview with conservative thinker Yaram Hazani about nationalism and how it influences JD and MAGA. Might be worth a look. I mean, that sounds good. It also sounds like I'd take a 30% hit to my viewership because people just want fucking EHD sex drama. But, you know, Mukri says, when I die, I want it to be in Connor's arms with Destiny massaging my feet. Well, just think about that as you punch out from this mortal coil, because I can't promise that I'll be there for that. Starx says, I thought you didn't believe in God. I do for the bad stuff. True. True Zealot says you don't. There's passages in Revelation that mention the martyrs wait under the throne of heaven until the number is reached. Yeah, sure. And Revelations is one of the most metaphorical chapters in the Bible. Stock portfolio took a hit today. Yeah. Hogger points. Yeah. How do you think I get away with dad bod and being fat? You know, it's the hog. Every day I wake up and thank the creator for a big hog. True. Jesus said to the man on the other cross today, you will be with me in paradise, inferring that it's not a blank death till the second coming. Yeah, sure. But at the same time, what's time to a dead person? You know what I'm saying? That's one of the things. Sorry if I'm just yapping right now. I've been yapping for 30 minutes. I need to start content eventually. But the one of the things that was really interesting, I did anesthesia for a stomach procedure. They cammed my guts, which was interesting. But they did twilight anesthesia. I was only knocked out for 2 hours. But effectively, to me, it was time traveling, because I was already kind of nappy. I made myself nappy. I can get quite nappy. I love naps. I love sleeping. So I made myself nappy before the anesthesia, and I was just like, you know what? Even if it's scary, I'm just going to try to embrace it and fall out. And so I fell out, and then I woke up, and from my perspective, I woke up instantaneously. But 2 hours had passed. So if anesthesia, which is the elimination of your higher brain function through chemicals, if that is instantaneous and time travel-y, then what is death like? You know, death could be, to you, the individual, it could be billions of years, and it might be sensationally identical, and you probably don't remember your past life. Let's be real. Let's be real. I don't remember my past life. My stupid ass dog wants to come back in. Give me a second. What? I love my dog. I love both my dogs, but they just in, out, in, out, in, out. They're like fucking cats. Oh, it's very frustrating. True Zealot says, I'd love to have a religious discussion with you on some of these religious topics. Sure. Bud123 says the jobs report was not good and Jerome Powell did not lower the interest rate. So yeah, recession time. Sweet. Fung Dark says some certain Tesla stock has split since then, so that would actually have been huge. Yeah. JL for $5 says, what's up, King? Thank you for your donation. Let me kick into the next gear and then get the content started momentarily. Death Lily says, good morning, Connor. If you can score a combo with Econoboy or Aaron, that'd be fire content. Yeah, I want to talk with Aaron. I need to DM her again. Blood123 says Trump should lift all the tariffs now. If he does not, given the recent jobs report and the Fed not lowering interest rates, we're going to have a recession. Trump will claim the best recession ever. Based. Me too, about your mom. Based. Gen X says we do need term limits, but we need also institutional knowledge, because enough we put into the term limits lobby now run things even more than before, so it's more nuanced. Yeah, I do 20 years. Andy B says a congressional audit division where you are audited by appointees from the other party and they get 15% bounties on the amount. That was abusive. That's based. All right. Trying to catch up with you guys. Hergerberg says, what are some of your favorite board games outside of the miniature tabletop variety? Risk, which is basically a tabletop war game. Bud123 says options over long periods of time might be okay. Over the course of a day, it's gambling and you're very likely losing money. Yeah, I agree. What must a DGG grill hottest understand? That you need to stop gooning. Stop gooning and go be fucking normal. We will always choose the path to post wild shit. I understand, but you're fucking yourself. Sean Kaplan says, so you believe in the possibility of Nietzschean eternal recurrence? Yep. Damn, man, that's wild. Yep. I think it lines up with string theory pretty nicely. Hergerberg says, we are in the age of uniquely repulsive. This is what fighting fire with fire looks like, and Steven is our strongest soldier. Well, good luck with that. I think it's bad tactics, but plurality of tactics, right? Is Connor saying be an optics cuck? Yes, but I expect you to be schizophrenics, so that's okay. Dylan Thomas says, wait, the venue canceled because of his comments. Sorry, I wasn't listening the whole time. Yeah, pretty much. Lots of DGG love. DGG love back. Like the stream, as Sin Patty says. Andy B says, Destiny's comments are indistinguishable from the troglodyte socialists making the same comments about 9/11 with the dirty capitalists in the towers. It's just immensely cringe. In my opinion, I agree. Bakar Baridi says, from what I saw from Destiny's yesterday's stream, I don't think he's willing to build bridge with Pisco yet, seeing Aaron on J-Stock stream and actual anti-fans. Well, yeah, but I don't think Pisco's ready to rebuild the bridge either. Like, I don't know if you guys saw it. But Steven, towards the end of the combo, was like, you know, hey, man, like, I still love you guys, and, you know, I love you, buddy, and blah, blah, blah. And then Pisco's just like, bye, and then, like, hangs up and shit. And maybe I'm reading too much emotion into it, but I feel like that was Steven trying to put a hand out, and I feel like Pisco swatted that hand away. Too much bad blood. It could be the void. I think it's probably the void, but there might be something that happens after the void, which would be interesting. Sen Patty says, we can't start content until we get more likers in chat. True. Like it. Can't link in YouTube chat. True. It feels like you skip time. Very unnerving. I know. That was implying, not inferring comment. Good. Scrolling. Whether it's instantaneous depends on whether or not you angle the gun correctly. Sacred Snow says, anesthesia is crazy from the patient's POV. I do the countdown from 10 and then I wake up to my ACL being reconstructed and have a new new scar forever and a tingly knee when I would kneel on it. That'd be funny if you had a new car, but new scar. JS says, I was various insects for my last 5,000 lives. I really lucked out this time. Rob says, I don't have any sensation of the billions of years that passed before my soul was entombed in this body. So if any prior to reference of that seems like it'll be the same. Yeah, that's my suspicion. There's this, hold on, I'm going to mind fuck you guys before we start the content. There's this water droplet cartoon. Water droplet cartoon. Do I retain the self or become one with the all? It's actually like really philosophically deep, and it fucks with me every time I see it. Oh, man, why isn't this popping up? There's this meme. Water drop meme. Damn, where it might be lost to history. Water drop. Do I retain the self? Damn, if you ever find it, let me know. But there was this cartoon, and I saved it to my phone, so it's in the 7,000 memes that I have saved. But it's a cartoon, and it's a water droplet falling, and it says, I wonder as I rejoin the water or whatever, do I retain the self or do I become one with the all? And then the water droplet smashes into the water, and then it shows still water. And that's like, I kind of wonder about like death is, why would you remember, right? Because the vessel that contains you is gone. And so you will not be you again until the vessel that contains you is reconstructed as an individual. So that I think I saw that cartoon and I had a fucking panic attack. Because I was like, ooh, that's probably like, even if you go to heaven, that's probably what death is like. If you go into the void, that's what death is like. So actually scary shit if you value having an ego. Conservative liberalism says being an optics cuck is the path to win over moderates. It won't get you the attention you seek, but it may help the way you want. And plurality of tactics, right? Like I can just hang out with Steven and be his friend and do some debates every now and then with him. And he can be a viral lightning rod non-optics cuck. And I'll just badger him about it. And then the moderates who want to fucking not be crazy, they can come hang out with me. And the people who want to be crazy and say crazy shit about teenage girls jerking off before they get killed in a mudslide, they can go hang out with him. You know, he might be a little bit more fun, but I think I'm a little bit more sane. Gen X says, I had to use a talk to text for some comments in chat so they don't make sense. That's okay. Lawson for $5. Thank you. And thank you, Gen X, for the donation as well. About 6 weeks ago, one of my soldiers successfully invaded, and I got the ultrasound to prove it. Yeah. Boom. That's the most important thing that you can share with me, Lawson. Congratulations. Now, for me, I'm not trying to jinx anything, so I'm going to knock on some wood. I don't count my potential children until they make it past 13 weeks of gestation. But either way, congratulations. You know, getting one of your soldiers to mix with the egg and start the gestational process is huge. Congratulations. I hope you get to share by the end of the first trimester that you got a healthy fetus, and then I hope you're able to share in 9 months that you got a bouncing baby boy or girl. Sean Kaplan says, "Nah, you're reading that too deep." Destiny sounded the closest to tears I've ever heard him on that call. Oh, I'm not reading too deep. Okay. Yeah. No, I think, listen, I talk about Stephen being a sociopath all the time because I think he had a fucked up childhood and his grandma murdering all of his dogs that were his friends and also his parents not taking care of him emotionally. I know I'm being parasocial right now. Don't worry about it. I think that probably fucked him up and it probably made him emotionally callous, but I've been emotionally callous in my life as well. And so I think that, I'm hoping, and I think most people who like Stephen, including me, they know that there's a funny, charismatic, interesting, smart kid underneath all of that. And he's just kind of psychologically fucked up, and he's an adult now, right? And he's successful, and he's got millions of dollars. So if you try to bully him into better behavior, then he can listen to you as long as he wants to listen to you, but ultimately he can tell you to fuck off, right? So, you know, that if he's showing that there is like somebody who's interested in relationships underneath his blasé exterior, I view that as a good thing, and it's something that I want to encourage. Fashion 40 says he was using KF dog whistles throughout the original debate on that WIC panel. He chooses not to see the things from D's angle and acts as if he's the only victim. Yeah, but you got to understand. Listen, I'm sympathetic to Pisco in this regard. When you're getting punched in the face from all directions, you will grab any weapon with which to strike out. Okay, and Pisco is getting punched in the face from multiple directions. Rob says you need to watch Pete Holmes describe the parallels between atheistic returning to nothing and Christian returning to God. If you'll humor me, I'll get the clip. Rob, I've watched it, and it's fantastic. Kamisu says, stop reading comments, Connor. Holy shit. I'm going to read them even harder. Kay says, this conversation is making me feel existential dread. True. Don't worry. We'll start momentarily. We hit 45 minutes. I already know I've been bullshitting for too long. This is a very Buddhist interpretation of death and life. We are the water drop from separated stream and water. Fall in death, we rejoin the bottom. Yep. Severin says, it's actually how much of the American conception of heaven and hell is almost entirely pulled from Dante's Inferno and Paradise Lost. Yeah. Yep. Wow Man says you should break down the video game Soma. It explores the idea that if you have a clone with all your memories downloaded and you die, is the new you still you? The answer is no. That's actually why I really like Altered Carbon. Altered Carbon's a phenomenal TV show that explores that. Fashion 40 says, Connor, did you hear about the grandmother from him? I watched the My Early Life is Bizarre VOD. Yeah. All right. Anyways. Whoever told me to stop reading chat is right. Fashion 40 says Pisco is a weaker man than your semi-fallout over Hunter Biden stuff. You didn't fall into that trap, Connor. Yeah, but I'm also like, I have 10. You have to understand, a lot of these people are very young 20-year-olds or late 20-year-olds, and this is their formative years. I had the benefit. I didn't start streaming until 2019. I was 13. I was in my 30s by the time I started streaming, and I had already been a cop, and I had already been a cop and a Marine, and I had my 4-year degree, and I had a bunch of personal experience, and I had a bunch of professional experience. So I'd already had really bad relationships explode. So yeah, so like 5 people calling me a dumbass piece of shit is not new. Plenty of people think I'm stupid. Yeah, Vince Wilson says those early Tiberius days were based. Yeah, I had fun. I had fun in Twitch Bowl. All right, anyways, somebody was right. We should start the content. So let's start the content. Let me take another sip of caffeine. Present, share screen, add audio. Here we go. Hi guys, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and today I'm going to be breaking down Mr. Hasan Piker talking about the recent drama in reference to liberals and lefties infighting and fighting for the soul of alternative media. Let's go ahead. I'm no fan of Mr. Hasan Piker, but let's see why.
So this is the first time I've seen one of these communities, like one of these orbiter, like Destiny orbiter communities actually really look at the subject matter and be like, this was crazy. Like, this is not correct. They were just like lying about Hasan's positions and then making content off of those positions. And then that narrative becomes, for that side of the internet, that narrative is my position. I saw something that I found very interesting.
This is going to make me furious. I can already tell.
I guess there's like a dude out there. Remember the guy who like Pestany was like debating, duking out in the marketplace of ideas? He's some lawyer guy named Pisco or something. And remember when I was talking about that? Well, apparently his community actually did something that's quite interesting. Instead of behaving.
Crawling Chaos says, did you color your beard? No, dude, I got the donations yesterday. I haven't been paid yet. Don't worry, it'll happen.
Behaving like Destiny orbiters normally do, which is just like lie about my positions and then design an entire narrative off of this falsehood that they've created around a position that I do not hold. They actually...
Okay. So these are the positions that I think Hasan Piker holds, and I am one of the biggest Hasan haters on the internet. America deserved 9/11. So while he condemns the deaths of civilians, he thinks that American military adventurism and geopolitical intrigue has been so bad over the past century that ultimately geopolitically we deserve the terrorist attack. So like dead civilians, bad. Suicide, bad. Suicide attacks, bad. But ultimately, from a karmic balance of fucking with other people, we deserve the terrorist attack. Have I misrepresented his position whatsoever? Or is that actually just his... I'm pretty sure that's the position that he defends when he goes on to the Young Turks and tries to defend his position to his uncle. Trying to think about Tim Houthi Chalamet. Oh, Tim Houthi Chalamet, for those of you who don't know, is a young man who poses with AK-47s, who went on to, via Instagram, went on to captured ships from the Red Sea crisis, who does propaganda for the Houthis, who posts about how the Houthis are heroes, who has hung out with the hostages that were kidnapped by the Houthis. And so effectively, he's at minimum a Houthi simp, and he's at maximum a pro-Houthi propagandist that is trying to get the Houthi message out into alternative media. That's Tim Houthi Chalamet. He's said that he was a soldier. He's posed with weapons before. And he's listened and sang songs about being ready to die in holy struggle. And then I'm trying to think of what else. Oh, and then he also posted a picture about this is what we're going to do to all Zionists. By the way, all Zionists meaning people who support the state of Israel. And it was a medieval painting of somebody impaled on a stake. And so Hasan's argumentation is, well, his last name isn't Houthi, so he's not part of the al-Houthi family, which has nothing to do with any of the information that I brought up. The dude is possibly a terrorist himself, and at minimum, he's a terrorist propagandist and apologist. Where have I misrepresented the facts, and where have I misrepresented Hasan Piker that he's sweeping for that guy and did a super charitable interview with him? I'll just do one more. He supports the Red Sea crisis. He supports the blockades. He supports the Houthis missiling random commercial vessels that disproportionately have hit Liberian ships, not American ships. He supports that. He thinks drone bombing and missiling random commercial vessels is based. What's the misrepresentation? You lying, terrorist apologizing twat.
They went back to the original. Okay, they actually went back to the original content and assessed it without Destiny filtering it. Okay, and I thought that was really interesting, and I wanted to see if I can find it real quick. There's like, yeah, no.
John Kennedy says, "Don't worry, buddy. We here at Intuitive Defense won't ever talk shit to your face."
It's specifically about me and my advocacy for re-education camps, which is not even a thing that I have said, you know?
Okay. Here we go. Here's the other thing. Hasan's talking about in an idea, or Ethan presses Hasan on what would be his ideal if there were capitalists within a socialist society. And Hasan said, well, my number one would always be education, as if he's like being nice by saying education. And then Ethan is like, re-education? And Hasan, because that's obviously like a coded word for compelled struggle sessions with socialists. And Hasan's like, yeah, certainly, re-education. And then his follow-up quote, though, because this guy actually has 80 IQ, is that like, well, I would just force people to go back to school so they could learn everything again. So Hasan Piker, the crypto Marxist Leninist who's hiding his power level, is saying that he's being misrepresented because he wants re-education camps, when realistically his sanitized position is to order my boomer parents to go back to school under compulsion from the government in order to learn how capitalism is actually bad, and that they've been duped into a fake sense of history that has prevented the proletarian revolution. And what if my capitalist parents who grew up during the Cold War don't believe you and don't want to participate? What are you going to do? Oh, well, I would just give them a ticket. They don't pay the ticket. Oh, well, then I guess they would have to go see a judge. They don't go see the judge. Oh, well, then I guess they would go to jail. Yeah, no shit. You're using the fucking state in order to enforce your ideology at the barrel of a gun, you fucking idiot. Even if you don't understand that you want re-education camps, you want re-education camps, you fucking tool. Sorry for cussing so much, but this guy legitimately pisses me off. And he's like, that's a misrepresentation of my beliefs, but also I'm not going to debate anybody about my beliefs. What a coward.
It's not even a thing that I've advocated for, but I found it quite interesting because I don't really look at the other side. I don't really broach into the dark side of the internet frequently.
The final color of my beard is red.
But it was interesting seeing people basically go back and be like, hey, I don't really like Hasan. I'm a liberal. But I've realized that a lot of these other like liberal content creators have just been straight up lying about Hasan's positions, which is like, yeah, that's the...
Okay, I've received a substantive part of my information from clips and from Steven. I dare any Hasan Piker viewer and or Hasan Piker himself to tell me how I misrepresented his positions in the past 10 minutes.
That's exactly what's been going on in perpetuity. Pretty much for every single thing. One of the ways in which people do that is when they take something that I've said that is a joke and act as though I'm saying it sincerely. That's obviously a classic version of this. But what's crazy about it, oh my God, they deleted it? You shouldn't trust DGG with how to interpret Hasan's ideology. Re-education camps as an example. Wait, why did he delete it? Wait, this was like a long effort post that I was going to go through. Deleted because too much context. Context is not allowed. The account got deleted? Wait, what the? How is the?
I understand that somebody was saying, like, is this the Reddit thing? Yeah, it's the Reddit thing. But also, I think after that, he reviews content Queeman, or he reviews Queeman, which is crazy, by the way. But that's what I'm here for.
What? Bro, this shit was there. This shit was there this morning.
LB says, why are there Houthis in the first place? I think it's important to understand how they came to be. Yeah, sure. They, what was it? There was a central government in Yemen, but there were massive rural parts in Yemen that were not properly governed. So the corruption of the central government led to a revolt. The revolt succeeded with support of Iran, and the Houthis took over the central government despite being a religious and ethnic minority. I don't even know if they're an ethnic minority. A religious and tribal minority within Yemen. And then they've been withstanding Saudi Arabian military attacks, like largely air campaigns for the past decade. And what does that change?
The account being deleted shouldn't delete the post. Yeah, what? Bro, this has 39 upvotes, dude. It doesn't make any sense why anyone would get so mad at it that they would brigade it to that degree where they would just like make the account delete the post and then delete the account itself. Like, what are these guys doing?
Might be a good idea to bring up the videos. No, I'm a streamer. I'm fucking lazy as shit. I'm going to say what it is. And if you want to go watch the original, you go watch the original. I've already watched the original like 6 months ago. I'm not going clip hunting in the middle of my stream. Thank you for the suggestion, though.
That's crazy. And if you actually look at the post itself, like you will understand why it's so crazy that they deleted it. You shouldn't trust DGG, Destiny's community, with how to interpret Hasan's ideology. Re-education camps is an example. Part 1.
Oh, okay, they found an archive. That's cool.
Re-education and Hasan's ideological beliefs. On yesterday's stream, someone named Zip called in and claimed that Hasan wants re-education camps and referred to his conversation with Ethan Klein about them. Hasan does not believe in having re-education camps, and this interpretation that he does is clearly bad faith when you listen to Hasan's fleshed out thoughts.
Okay. So I already brought up how he thinks that you want schools to educate or re-educate capitalist sympathizers once you achieve the socialist stuff. So even if you're like, well, I don't really want to do it by force. I want to do it democratically. I want to do the capitalist re-education in a nice way. Okay, let's just say that I grant you that. How about sweeping for Xinjiang and the cultural genocide that took place there and saying that it's now the tourism hour, when the very article that you were referencing was about how if you go to Xinjiang and you try to figure out what happened to the cultural genocide of Uyghur Muslims, effectively 10 governmental narcs will start following you around town and glaring at anybody who talks to you about the camps, effectively bullying them with the threat of snitching on them to the central government to say that nothing bad happened. How about that creepy fucking shit? Here's the thing. The allegations in Xinjiang are pretty bad. So it's not that it was like the Jews in the Holocaust where they just took all the Uyghur Muslims and they just like put them in gas camps and or gas chambers and then fucking executed them. That's not what happened. That's not the reporting that happened. But the reporting that I did see happen was the Uyghur Muslims were physically segregated. They were brought into re-education camps. They were educated out of being Muslim. The military-aged males were put into work camps for a decade so they would age out of terrorism. The women were forced to live with and hang out with Han Chinese men in the hopes that the Uyghur women would fall in love with the Han Chinese men and eventually their culture would be destroyed. And then realistically, the only thing that they were allowed to hold on to culturally was the way that they dressed and some of their music. So you effectively obliterated culturally a religion. You annihilated their ability to resist. you did mass punishment and incarcerated military-aged males for like a decade so they couldn't engage in terrorism. And then you now have a program where if anybody goes to investigate these issues, then they will get snitched upon and they will also get incarcerated. That's a kind of dystopian, authoritarian, Orwellian bullshit that the Soviet Union was accused of. And in my mind is some of the greatest horrors that you can inflict on human beings possible. Why the fuck would you ever sweep for that if you didn't believe in re-education camps? Right? I didn't use the hyperbole. I didn't say that it was like a raw Holocaust-style genocide. I actually described what I've read in news reports. One more thing before we continue. Not only that, China has been credibly accused of organ harvesting of its political enemies. The Falun Gong tribe, whatever religion within China, but also Chinese prisoners in general. If you go to China right now, you can get a vital organ within 2 weeks. And the suspicion is that the Chinese prison system is euthanizing political dissidents and then making their vital organs available to international travelers. Guess what? If you euthanize someone and take their fucking heart, you can't wake them back up. They're fucking dead. So you're talking about a capital punishment system in order to do organ harvesting. So, yeah, that's pretty fucking evil. So if you sweep for that, I'm going to assume that you're hiding your fucking power level.
Here are the clips. But I guess you can't even see the clips now because because everything is gone. Ethan, if the will of the people is to go back to do a social democracy, is that something that a socialist country should move towards, or should there be realism? I think the resistance should be akin to how capitalist governments have resisted historically to any kind of socialist movement. Not to that same degree of violence, but yes, the solution to that would always be education and offering more re-education. Re-education, sir.
Oh, here we go. Here's the exact quotes.
Certainly. Yeah, I know that's a trigger word. Let's put them in camps. No, not like that. I know it's a trigger word because everyone goes, oh, re-education. What do you mean? Well, China does that. Are you talking about resident schools? Are you talking about Xinjiang? China has re-education camps. Yeah, 100%. They do it. They did it in Xinjiang, which is pretty good, right? No, I don't agree with that. Yeah, I don't think it was good. And this is something I've openly criticized as well. That's not good. The massive surveillance apparatus they built in Xinjiang is not good.
Is not good. This is the same thing as where he's like, I think it's inappropriate. Okay, so I'm sorry. What's your alternative? Let's put Hasan. Let's make Hasan the communist dictator. Okay, maybe he'll answer this in a month, right? But you have the Uyghur population. There's jihadist terrorists amongst them. They're worshiping a religion that's contradiction to your nation state, and they don't believe in communism. What do you do?
So what would be a good socialist re-education camp for a capitalist? I don't think it would be camps. It depends on the crime, right? Like, are people committing crimes at the behest of this? Because if there's a socialist state and someone is doing like white terror, let's say.
All right, let's Google white terror real quick. They made fun of Pisco for not knowing what it is. White terror definition, French Revolution. White terror refers to periods of intense political repression and violence carried out by anti-revolutionary and counter-revolutionary forces, often following a revolution or regime change. These periods are characterized by widespread arrests, executions, and other forms of persecution against perceived enemies of the new order. The term white typically refers to the colors associated with counter-revolutionary forces, particularly in contrast to the red of communism or revolution. So they're talking about paramilitary action against the state, which, by the way, is what the Uyghurs were accused of, because the Uyghurs went on several stabbing jihadist terrorist campaigns. But that wasn't all of the Uyghurs. It was obviously a minority of them.
Or someone is doing South Korean style purges of communists.
Holy shit, I wish.
Which has happened historically in every country that America is aligned with because they are anti-communist, where they launch military dictatorships. Whether we like it or not, those things happen. So in a situation like that, I think if there's any terrorism happening, yes, if there's violence, that is obvious, says Ethan. I say, then yes, I do think there should be an enforcement mechanism. And in that enforcement mechanism, I think rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
Wait, hold on. You're just explaining how how and why the camps in Xinjiang were created. Oh my God. This didn't come from nowhere. Uyghur knife attack. So there were half a dozen of these in the 2010s. But he said, like, if there's white terror, China charged 4 people with murder and terrorism for a mass knife attack at Kunming Railway in which 29 people were killed. Attackers armed with knives stabbed and slashed at people in the first March attack, injuring 140 people and killing 29. State media said 4 suspects were shot dead at the scene and 4 others arrested. The attack was one of the several recent incidents blamed on Uyghur extremists in the western Xinjiang region. The attack of Kunming Station caused widespread shock in China. Eyewitnesses described attackers using curved swords and meat cleavers to stab random people at random. Okay, so that's the white terror that he's talking about. So he says, like, no, I wouldn't do that. I would only do that if there was, like, white terror. Well, the Uyghurs were engaged in white terror. They engaged in counter-revolutionary activity. China has executed 3 accused separatists for their role in the attack that killed 31 people at a train station in the country's southwest last year. It's the same story. Tuesday's announcements of the execution came 6 months after Iskander Ahet, Turgan Toyotsaz, and Hassan Muhammad were sentenced to death after being convicted of homicide and leading a terrorist organization, which, by the way, I don't begrudge them this part of it. A higher court later upheld the sentence, the official Xinhua news agency reported. And by the way, there were 4 people that were arrested. So what happened to the 4th guy? Was he a witness or did you already kill him? Police shot 4 other assailants during the knife attack, which injured 141 people. Xinjiang, home to the Muslim Uyghur minority, has been plagued by unrest in recent years. Yeah. So they started with the cultural and religious oppression. Then the Uyghurs did the terrorist attacks, which you could characterize as white terror, the way that Hasan is using it, justifying his re-education camps. Amazing.
Which would probably be a lot better than like a prison structure where they have slavery, like in the United States of America.
So you just explained why you should do re-education, not how.
America. He explicitly rejects the idea. This is the input from the person. He explicitly rejects the idea. What is this? Former orbiter alert. He covered the video and it has videos. Pisco stumps Destiny, leaves him coping in heated Twitter exchange.
Excellent.
He explicitly rejects the idea of the re-education camps. In the way Hasan explains it, he talks about the education of socialism to be the same and how a capitalist country would teach or indoctrinate for capitalism. In the way he talks about re-education, he's talking about a rehabilitative process for people who commit violent crimes or ideologically motivated. For Hasan's alternative in practice, it already exists. There are several liberal democracies that run compulsory and voluntary de-radicalization programs for violent extremist offenders. Exactly. Which is ironic because...
Hold up. And by the way... Oh, Jesus, my back button. My back button is fucked, so it always rewinds way too far. Let me get to the last part, which is true. I think it's right here.
As alternative in practice, it already exists. There are several liberal democracies that run compulsory and voluntary de-radicalization programs for violent extremist offenders. Exactly.
Okay. But we're not talking about violent extremist offenders. China, which you sweep for, did this with the entire population. So what? You're going to wait for anti-cat... Dude, if you want to go this way, that's totally fine. If you want to have your socialist revolution, and then I'll be a anti-communist guerrilla fighter. Anti-communist guerrilla fighter meme. What will your position after communism is achieved? Anti-communist guerrilla fighter. And it's the silhouette of a bodybuilder with his socks still on, with like short shorts on, standing silhouetted in the doorway. This is unironically me. So yeah, so if you want to try to achieve socialism or communism, and then you want me, this based Giga Chad to fight you, and then when you capture me, after like I've blown up a bunch of infrastructure and killed a bunch of communists, you want to be like, yeah, Connor, we're going to take you to night classes so that you can be a nicer person. Okay, that's fine. Sure, why not?
Exactly. Which is ironic because, like, I have in the past jokingly said, like, we need re-education camps for these people when describing
Jokingly after hanging out with MLs and saying that you hide your power level so you can radicalize people further. Amazing. Fuck you, Hasan.
when describing this process of like violent right-wing extremists that are committing acts of terror, right? Like crazy anti-vaxxers and shit
Thank you for becoming a member, David.
like that. Zip is one of the most deranged
Like crazy anti-vaxxers. Is that what he just said?
camps for these people when describing this process of like violent right-wing extremists that are committing acts of terror, right? Like crazy anti-vaxxers and shit like that. Zip is one of the most.
Oh, so if you don't believe in this is not going to create authoritarianism, by the way. Hasan is just an ooh-woo cute boy. He's just a sock dem, really. Like he uses socialism, you know, but he's really just a social democrat. But he wants to re-educate your family that doesn't like vaccines. Awesome. Awesome. We're just killing it today.
Deranged DGG foot soldiers. He even attended his court hearing, and I shit you not, made footnotes to share with the Epstein for the stream, completely presenting the victim as a liar. They are not normal and definitely take a parasocial to a whole new level. There are a lot of people like this. There are a lot of people like.
Dude, I'm just telling you right now. If you try to make my extended family, because they're not by blood, my wife has an extended family that's rednecks. If you try to compel my redneck family to go to school again because they don't want to take a vaccine, they will fucking murder you. Okay, I'm just being real. I'm not going to do shit. But Cletus and Kenny and fuck it, I don't have a extended family member named Cletus, but I do have an extended family member named like Kenny. Kenny and Dave, I dare you to try to get a cop to arrest them and take them to night classes so they can learn about how vaccines are good. I fucking dare you to try.
Like this in this community. It's like parasocial. It's like maxed out parasocialism with incredibly weird, just a incredibly, like they do like psyops, you know what I mean? And they're in here.
I think you're psyoping me right now, Hasan.
Here right now, probably too. But they just like, it's like a cult. It's like a sex cult where they do psyops at the behest of their favorite content creator. And even if it doesn't work, even if it doesn't actually end up, working, it still doesn't matter. They still do it all the time. It's very, very weird. What is a crazy anti-vaxxer? A forced re-education for parents who had vaccine-injured child? Come on, use a better example. Vaccine-injured.
Yeah, let's see how he explains this one away, because the way that I understood what he said is that people will have to go to class in order to be re-educated about vaccines. That's the way that I read that shit.
Injuries are real. I think they use an example here to say, here's my support. Part 2, Destiny, thought crimes and Hasan derangement syndrome.
Oh, just skipped it.
I had actually looked into this a few days ago because I heard Not So Erudite talking about Hasan, and she repeated the same bad faith interpretation as well. So
Afterglow says the human organ harvesting thing has been debunked. Amazing. Human organ harvesting China. I love this, by the way. I love you, Afterglow. I love you because you just show that the left wing is as fucking stupid as the right wing. You're my favorite chatter now. Okay? Because the truth is that the left wing and the center left, you guys think that you're immune to stupidity. You think that because you have a collection of ideas centered around an ideology that you think is vaguely correct, that you are immune to being dumb or wrong, which is awesome to me. Because the truth is, every tribe can be dumb or wrong. Here we go. Let's just open the first 4. Let's open the word Wikipedia. Organ harvesting in China is real. Here are the smoking guns. This is what David Mattis told the members of the European Parliament who passed a historical resolution against China on May 5th, a bitter winter exclusive. So I'm not going to read all this shit for you because I've already read it. But here's evidence from actors in the system. We have half a dozen people who are involved in the fucking organ harvesting. And we have all these hyperlinks to evidence that they talk about. And not only are they talking about it, they're saying this evidence in front of the fucking EU Parliament. And the EU Parliament is passing resolutions based off of the information provided. So are you smarter than the EU Parliament? Does this debunk what's going on? Okay. Then, on Friday, Congressman Neil Dunn introduced Block Organ Transplant Purchases from China Act, or BLOCK Act, to prohibit federal reimbursement for organ transplants and related medical services when the organs or origins cannot be verified. This is because you can go to China and you can get vital organs within a couple of weeks. That's why this bill is proposed. And when you ask where did the organs come from, they go, don't worry about it. China, UN human rights experts alarmed by organ harvesting allegations. So find me the debunking, okay? Find me, we have the UN saying that they're investigating it. We have the EU with half a dozen witnesses who said that they were part of the operation. We have the fact that you can go get vital organs from China within a couple of weeks. So please, Afterglow, you're so ready to debunk me. Please debunk me. Right? And then if you want to go back here, do it. Do it. Please debunk the first 4 articles in this 30-page Wikipedia page with over 200 with over 175 resources. Please, Afterglow. Please prove me wrong. I'm begging you. Prove me fucking wrong.
Basically, what happens is I say something, Destiny cuts it in half, chops it up, immediately frames it in the most...
No, I think what you said right now is dumb enough, Hasan. I think what you said right now, coupled with a few other segments that I've watched you do, I think this is stupid enough.
Negative way possible, and extends it to the most like extreme hypothetical that I'm not advocating for, even if I'm directly knowing full well that someone is going to do a bad faith interpretation, even if I...
In this very segment, you said that some of the people that would need to be sent back for education or re-education are people who don't like vaccines, Hasan. Does that seem in line with liberalism or freedom or autonomy or bodily autonomy? Please try to compel my extended family member, Kenny, to go to night classes so he can find out about how at the barrel of a gun, like have a cop try to escort my family member, Kenny, to go learn about how mRNA vaccines are good. See how that works out for you.
Actually, ahead of the dishonest interpretation, literally spell out exactly what I want.
Yeah, my wife says Kenny doesn't need night school. He needs he already has Google.
And exactly what I think is the appropriate thing to do in this scenario. It doesn't even matter because he has a network of other content creators, including like these apolitical orbiters that also take that out of context snippet and just go along with that narrative and pump it to anyone that will listen. And
I would love for you to explain to me how you're going to re-educate people about vaccines or capitalism without state force, Hasan. I am begging you to explain it.
Then that's how you arrive at like all of these crazy conclusions that people have about my Asman, does anyone exactly the same thing with you? Yeah, there's a bunch of like relatively large content creators who also participate in this, which is, you know, understandable why so many people have enmity towards someone like myself, because they just don't know what my worldview is.
Dude, I watched you hang out with fucking tankies and giggle about how you pretend to be more moderate in order to suck in normies. If I'm watching you hang out with Marxist-Leninists who in turn apologize for terrorism, then you yourself are constantly sweeping for terrorists and constantly sweeping for authoritarian regimes. And then you say like, oh, I would do what they would do, but I would do it nicer. Why wouldn't I just assume you're hiding your power level?
Only seen my worldview through the most negative lens that they could possibly see. And they use
I'm pretty negative on it. I'm not going to lie.
Reddit for this propaganda. They use Reddit for this like this purpose, because Reddit is like so easily brigaded. And this effort post was yeeted. Like, look at this. This effort post with 39 upvotes was destroyed. The account that posted it.
Fast and Bulbous for $5. If Hasan is for re-education, that's how you get more Sima Hai Ha's. Which one's Sima Hai Ha? I don't want to print. Who prints nowadays? Oh yeah, the Finnish sniper. Yeah. The White Death. The dude who this dude in like World War I, World War II, Russia invaded Finland, and this dude's like 5'1", and he just like lived in snow for like 3 years, just murdering dozens, if not hundreds, of Soviet soldiers. Yeah, this dude's like he looks like a nice fella, but he's like a stone cold psycho. He just lived in the snow, and he grew up, hunting foxes and hunting wolves and bears in the Finnish tundra. And so he just did that, but he just did that with Russians. Nice. Based. We're almost at 200 people. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage in chat, comment on the VODs, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Appreciate you. We've had such a good week, by the way. I might not be shilling very much, and I might be having a very lazy Friday today. The only reason why I'm being lazy is because we've had such a good week, right? The dramas, we shot past 300 a couple of times. We shot past 200 a couple of times. The donos were off the chain all week. So I know that like successful people, they press. But I've been a B student at life. I'm not going to lie. I never got A pluses. I got Bs. And I never did my homework. So I'm kind of having like a chill day where I am going to get pissed off at Hasan and yell at him, but I'm not going to be as high energy as I was yesterday. Yesterday, I was fucking in it to win it. Let's get into the drama. Let's throw some elbows. Today, I'm just going to be like, yeah, Hasan's a dumbass piece of shit. Here's why. So it should still be enjoyable, though.
It was deleted, and the post itself was deleted by the person who made this post. How crazy is that? 29-minute in that YouTube vid was linked to see how D poisons the well and misconstrues your point. Let's take a look. Is this it?
Oh, the people.
Queeman's my favorite deranged Destiny hater because this dude lives to hate. He lives to hate. He wakes up every single day and he's like, I have to find somebody to talk shit about. Like it's his whole, it's the way he operates. And you know what? While I'm not in the mood for that all of the time, I'm in the mood for it a substantive amount of the time. There's something magical about a pale white man stuck on an island, constantly covered in the shadows of clouds in a temperate zone, finding people that he hates and talking shit about them. Now, sometimes he's really fucking mean, like really mean, and sometimes I think he's really wrong. Oftentimes, though, even when he's mean and wrong, he's funny. So I have a antagonistic relationship with the man, but I would like to think that it's playfully antagonistic. I don't hate him. I understand him.
Is to go back and to do more of a social democracy. Is that something that a socialist country should move towards, or should there be resistance in the government to keep socialism?
I think the resistance should be akin to how capitalist governments have resisted historically any kind of socialist movement, not to that same degree of violence, but I think that yes.
I was about to say, which still involved a fuckload of violence and extrajudicial killings.
The solution to that would always be education and
re-education camps.
So,
offering.
Uh-oh. We're about to get the sweep.
dude, literally, he is immediately, the narrative is just like knee-jerk, pure knee-jerk. And now he's going to justify it.
Because he hangs out with Marxist-Leninists, Queeman. Because he hangs out with Second Thought. Because he hangs out with Hakeem, who are Marxist-Leninists. They're revolutionary communists. They simp for China. They sweep for China. They simp for the Soviet Union. They sweep for the Soviet Union. They argue for terrorism. Why would we take the maximally charitable interpretation of what they've said when they have been saying on their own podcast that Hasan Piker says the sweet, nice version of Marxist-Leninism so we can radicalize people further down the pipeline? Why would we believe a fucking hyper-charitable interpretation? By the way, Queeman's not dumb. So I actually want to hear Queeman's... I think he would think it's fair. I would like to hear his fair interpretation of what's about to be said.
For the rest of the clip. So the question was just, how would a socialist state enforce socialism? Yeah,
Yes. Important question.
how would it perpetuate socialism? How do you know it wouldn't just turn a one generation ago capitalist and it all comes crumbling down? How would that be perpetuated?
Okay. I'm okay so far.
And sounds like, well, similar to capitalism, education. Re-education? Why don't you give it a moment? Why don't you hear what he's saying first?
Okay.
More
Re-education?
Or spaz?
re-education, certainly. Yeah.
What total spaz?
Somebody give me the clip of that one loser who's like, we would house our comrades in re-education camps. Please give me the clip.
I know that's like a
Let's put
trigger
them in
word.
camps.
No, not like that.
Like not only did he falsely present the argument that I was making.
How? He might have had an extremely uncharitable interpretation, but how did he falsely prevent the narrative?
Okay, by cutting the context in half. But then he just like follows up, I guess, by adding a total ridiculous thing that I'm not advocating for, by presenting an alternative, like a totally separate person, and be like,
The totally separate person actually has an uwu cutesy education system. The uwu cutesy one is effectively like you incarcerate people pretty much within like nice rehab centers. You just incarcerate them where they can wake up, they have a nice room, they can eat food, they can drink water, they can socialize, they can hang out. But a substantive amount of their day is going to classes to learn about how socialism is actually uwu and cutesy and how you should participate in the general socialist society. And then if you go, okay, you know what? I think I get it now. I understand that socialism is based and I'm ready to go be a productive member of society. Then you get released. But if you say, fuck you, I love free market capitalism. I love it when owners and workers do voluntary economic transactions that don't involve the workers owning parts of the means of production. I love entrepreneurialism. I love Ayn Rand. I love libertarianism. I love Elon Musk. Then you just have to stay incarcerated, which, by the way, is effectively the shit that happened in Xinjiang that Hasan constantly minimizes. So please, once again, don't just say we are wrong. Demonstrate how we're wrong. Christian Blair says, unless it's for a vaccine, it's like a 95% death rate. Americans, even pro-vaccine ones, would be morally obligated to resist government forced vaccination if the government is... Yeah, dude, it's not about whether or not vaccines are good. It's whether or not you have some level of bodily autonomy. That's what it's about. It's about whether or not the state, at the barrel of a gun, can just force you to consume chemicals, right? Now, you could say that that's technically already happening with pasteurized milk or regulated food. But the truth is you don't have to drink milk because you can drink water or you can drink plant-based milk or you can just avoid milk products altogether. Like, the compulsion might be in the regulation of pasteurization, but you have 10 million different opportunities. Whereas what Hasan and his ilk are saying is that if you do not subscribe to our beliefs, we will incarcerate you and force you to listen to us talk to you until you agree with us. We will struggle session the fuck out of you. And then not just that, they're acting like, oh, well, it's not as bad as capitalist counter-revolutionary violence, but they're ignoring the fact that we have historical precedent for this. Not only did this happen in the early 20th century within the Soviet Union, not only did this happen within Maoist China during the early phases of the Maoist China, but this also happened as recently as the 1970s. There are people who are my parents' age who were forced at the barrel of a gun to go into ideological struggle sessions, and if they were too radical, they were just killed by the fucking mob. 500,000 people in China were just killed for being too sympathetic to capitalism. And then millions of others were terrorized to the point that they had to undergo struggle sessions where they were effectively like just harangued for hours at a time until they said, oh yeah, socialism is based actually. Dude, just look at this shit. They have fucking pictures. I'm not making shit up. Mao, Cultural Revolution pictures. Mao Zedong whipped up the teenagers and the 20-year-olds in China to reinforce communism. And this is what they did to dissenters. They detained them. They made them hold up signs about their fucking thought crimes. And then they just fucking yelled at them for hours until they eventually were shamed into admitting that socialism was fucking based. Why wouldn't we presume that this is exactly what you want to do, considering you constantly do apologia? What the fuck? Why would we presume that you didn't want to do this when you fucking hang out with Marxist-Leninists? What the fuck? Am I supposed to not believe my eyes or ears?
Like, this is what he believes. No, I started off by talking about the...
Please, dude, this is actually where I feel like Hasan is 80 IQ. Don't just say we're wrong. Explain how, please.
importance of rehabilitation. Why not ignore these morons? The reason...
Sapien Green says, is parasocialism depending on the decommercialization of the relationship? No idea. Parasocialism means that it's a one-way relationship, right? So that means that you guys feel like you know me because I talk about my personal life, because I talk about myself, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't really know you, right? It's like a one-way relationship. It's like somebody who doesn't engage with their chat. But for me, I would say that we have a limited social relationship. I know Sapien Green. Sapien Green is one of my first donors. Like not only is he one of my first donors, like once a week, once every 2 weeks, he gives like 15 to 20 bucks, which, by the way, that kind of tells me that he's probably a working class schmo, a middle class schmo. He's putting himself through school, or he's working a job. He's trying to get it at life, all that kind of stuff. So he's not swimming in cash, but he values the YouTube channel. And so he's helping out. He's helping out when he can. And then Sapien Green will also tell me like various political insights through his chat. So it's not rawly parasocial. I know Sapien Green to some degree, but I also don't know what you look like. I don't know what your family's like. I don't know what your upbringing was. I don't know what your state is, all that kind of shit. Anyways, so parasocialism can be helped by decommercializing the relationship. That's just an interesting question.
The reason why I wanted to cover this specifically is because I noticed that this is happening within Destiny's own orbit.
Please just explain how we're wrong.
And that's the only reason why I'm covering it. Because like these guys, including this guy who's covering it, including like this community that's covering this, are a lot of people that are in this other, like on the apolitical / liberal side of the internet. And this is the first time that I've seen people on that side be like, wait a minute, these have been lying to us all along about Hasan's positions. Like, it's not a who cares situation. I think it's important to understand this, and it's important to address this, especially because I have ignored it for years and years, and they haven't really gone away. They've literally designed an entire industry, an entire cottage industry about around just literally pumping out content that revolves around doing exactly what this microcosm is here. Okay,
Bruh, you still haven't explained how your critics are wrong. You said, I was clipped out of context. They're only showing half the clip. Here's an explanation. And the explanation is, well, I wouldn't do it that way because I actually think that Xinjiang and re-education camps is bad. I would do nice re-education camps. And examples of people that should be re-educated are people that don't like vaccines. Is Hasan's audience retarded? Sorry, Ken. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Jesus. My apologies for the ableist language. But are they genuinely stupid? Do they have an 80 IQ? Do they not know what words mean? How is that a refutation of what's being said? What's being said is Hasan Piker hangs out with Marxist-Leninists and talks about how he's a part of the radicalization funnel for revolutionary socialists and communists. That's a fact. Refute that fact. Hasan Piker sanitizes and even endorses the terrorism involved in the Red Sea crisis. That's a fact. Please refute that fact. Hasan sanitizes and borderline endorses what's happening in Xinjiang, China, but he says that it's wrong to do, and realistically, he would do the same thing, but in a nicer way. Please, please debunk this fact. I am waiting.
Where I say something, people immediately interpret it in the most bad faith way possible.
You're just re-explaining how people don't understand you. You're not explaining how they're wrong.
And then they just like pump out content surrounding this like bad faith misunderstanding. And
God, I should honestly, if being a Hasan hater pays the bills, I will be a Hasan hater. I will just endlessly sit here watching 80 IQ content and call him an idiot.
And but the reason why I have always ignored it is because like
Afterglow says the EU Parliament is not a judiciary and the genocide claims are managed by the ICC and the ICJ. Whatever a congressman says is not proof. Oh, wow. You debunked me. You said, I don't trust your sources. Ooh, good counterpunch, Afterglow. The CCP investigated itself and they found nothing wrong. Good job. You understand that fucking sucks, right? You understand that in order to actually debunk these claims that involve like a dozen witnesses and a whole bunch of like, I don't know, 176 different sources, you would actually need to go like, no, actually, here's where they're getting the vital organs from. Here's the process of them getting the vital organs. Here's the actual statistics that explain how it's not an anomaly that anywhere else on the planet you have to wait months for vital organs, but in China you can get them in 2 weeks. You haven't debunked shit. So you could be a smart character. Maybe you're young. Maybe you're dumb. I have no idea. But the truth is, you haven't debunked dick. You just said, I don't trust your sources.
there's not really much you can do about it. People are just always going to lie. And my expectation, hopefully.
Oh my God. AKA Badisui asks a super important question. Would you rather have to do forced labor in a prison camp or have forced education in a prison camp? Dude, I would rather do labor. I would rather do labor than fucking... If I had the choice between breaking large rocks into smaller rocks for 8 hours a day or listen to Hasan Piker for 8 hours a day, I would break large rocks into small rocks. Holy shit.
Is people will go, wait a minute, is this true? And then come in here.
LB, making a point that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. People not wanting to vaccinate is their choice, but they can't get mad when they're excluded from places and jobs. Yeah, no shit. That's what you can do in a free society. Your fucking dumbass fucking uwu himbo fucking communist king over here said that he would compel people into re-education if they didn't like vaccines. That means that you get a piece of paper saying, hey, you have to go to this class. And then if you don't go to that class, you get a fine. And if you don't pay the fine, you go to jail. And if you don't want to be in jail, you have to go to the class. Meaning that if you resist being incarcerated, you will be killed by a law enforcement officer. That's how state authority works. So don't talk to me about the liberal model. We understand the liberal model. We live in the liberal model. It's the content. This is my job. My mother-in-law is here, so my wife wants me to stop yelling so much. We understand the liberal model. He's talking about an alternative model, a socialist model. So please keep up with the conversation, conceptualize what he's saying, and figure out where what I'm saying is wrong and what he's saying somehow debunks what I'm saying. Don't just respond to the emotions. Respond to the words, please.
On their own and try to understand with a little bit of charitability, right? And it does happen. There are plenty.
Afterglow says, this is the investigation. Where are the results of the investigation? Go read the first page, Afterglow. Go to google.com, like I just did. Type in Chinese accusations of organ harvesting, of forced organ harvesting. Then click on the first article and read it. I've already read it. You go read it.
Plenty of people in this community that probably originally started off with a false interpretation of what I believe, what I represent, and what my advocacy looks like. And
I think you're a socialist. I think that you say you're a socialist. I think that you hang out with Marxist Leninists and you say that you hide your power level. Where am I wrong?
then came in and watched my commentary personally and were like, okay, this was
I'm watching your commentary now and it fucking sucks. I can't believe you're successful.
completely wrong, right? But there are plenty of people who don't take that leap, and there is a steady flow of circulating content out there.
Should I just milk this motherfucker forever? I would. I will if I need to. If it's like a public service for me to watch 80 IQ content and just say, you haven't addressed the point, you haven't addressed the point, you haven't addressed the point, you haven't addressed the point. If that is in any way entertaining, I will create that content. I actually don't find it that entertaining because there's no meat here. It's all vacuous. It's all air.
That they don't ever have to take that leap, because even when I'm not streaming, they're like scouring the internet to find older clips of me to like recirculate, to be like, see, he's bad. Just remind yourself that he's bad. And it constantly feeds into that. Yeah, Marxist Leninists are bad. Shadow 2 Bravo, $5. If anyone comes for your dad, the gorilla band will ride with hate in our hearts. True. Constantly feeds into this like Hasan is bad because he's like a scary Marxist Leninist who's going to kill you all, right? So this is the first time I've seen one of these communities, like one of these like orbiter, like Destiny orbiter communities actually really look at the subject. Fanatic Monkey says, how would our country engage in educating their citizens against that? What anti-American without involving the term re-education due to its rightfully earned stigma? Genuine question. Public education. You just educate people from 0 to 18, and if they become anti-American pieces of shit when they're adults, then you okay. We gave you 18 years. You live in a free society. Good luck. The free society we currently live in does like I think that we don't do sufficient civic education so people understand democracy or republicanism or the way that our system works. Like I still remember all my civics classes because I loved my civics classes, but apparently 80% of the population is dumb as shit and they think that like the president is a king. So I would reinforce civic education and why we think mixed economy capitalism is good and why we think liberal democracy / republicanism is good. So I would just reinforce that at the public education level. But if you turn 18 and then you go to college and then you fall in with like a Marxist revolutionary communist group, that's no skin off my ass. I don't give a shit. You can think dumb thoughts. It's a free country. matter and be like, this was crazy. Like, this is not correct. They're just like lying about Hasan's positions and then
Tell me your position. Stop telling me we're lying about you, you dumb piece of shit.
making content off of those positions. And then that narrative becomes, for that side of the internet, that narrative is my positions. Like, no one is actually jumping. No one is actually leaping past that point and being like, what is this guy's actual opinion? They only see me from an incredibly negative lens. Why are there no ads on the stream? It's because my contract ended. Thank you for asking. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, and no one else. They still think you're pro-Russia. That's one of the most famous examples. I know. That's exactly what I mean. Like, any kind of nuance that I've actually offered in commentary that doesn't go along with like the immediate pro-America position, a lot of people will grab onto to be like, no, he loves the enemies. And it's usually very simplistic narratives too.
I know there's a
Not the camps. Oh, no.
trigger word because everyone goes, "Oh, re-education." What do you mean? Like immediately people think like, "Are you
China
talking
does
about?
that.
Are you talking about like resident schools? Are you talking about the
China has
Xinjiang?" Yeah,
re-education,
100%. They
yeah.
do. They do it. They did it in Xinjiang,
Which
I
isn't
think
good,
was,
right?
No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it was good. This is something I have openly criticized as well. Like that's not good. The massive surveillance apparatus they built in Xinjiang is not good.
So what would be
Even
good
though
about a socialist re-education camp for capitalists?
It wouldn't necessarily. I don't think it'd be camps. I mean,
It wouldn't be camps. It would be a school. It would be a building. We wouldn't put you in a tent. We would put you in an air-conditioned building. Oh, wow. All my concerns are alleviated. Ninu, thank you for becoming a member.
Well, it wouldn't be Oh my god.
Like, we already have a pre-existing system of rehabilitation that exists.
Yeah, it's called incarceration. So do you want to incarcerate capitalists? Hasan, feel free to expand. I'm waiting.
Under liberal capitalist democracy, I think we should continue doing that. And also, this is complete alternative reality hypothesis.
Okay, so he wants to reorient public education so they teach socialism. And then if you're an adult who believes in capitalism, then what? Because in that conversation, you said re-education. So if you're talking about re-education, what are we talking about? We talking about night classes? We talking about cops with tickets? You know, you were caught creating a free enterprise without permission from the state, and you did not decommodify. Well, I guess the decommodification would happen at the state level. But you didn't share the means of production with your employee. Therefore, here's a ticket. And if you don't pay that ticket, you will be incarcerated. What are we talking about? I'm waiting for Hasan Piker, the most popular socialist on the internet, to educate me. Please educate me, Hasan. I am begging. I'm begging for you to educate.
Here, we do not live in a socialist country. We do not live in a socialist utopia. We do not live in a global socialist organization of the economy.
I don't hate him.
No shit.
I don't hate
What's
Hasan.
wrong? You haven't even heard his answer yet. You haven't even heard what he said. Literally talking about rehabilitation for people who have committed crimes, like violent crimes and terrorism, ideological terrorism. What's the problem? That's what
The problem is whether or not free expression is still permitted. That's the problem.
Hasan's position is here. We've just gone over that. No one's got any good pushback. Liberal Latino spazzed out at first, but then can't justify anything. So we've got no good pushback. It seems like Hasan is just...
Okay, Queeman, here's my pushback if you ever want to talk about it. Do you still have the First... I know he's not American, but do you have the First Amendment in your free socialist society? Do you have freedom of conscience, freedom of speech? And if you have freedom of conscience and freedom of speech, let's say that we start doing the socialist model. We've decommodified basic human needs, so food, water, and shelter is free. And workers own the means of production, meaning that everybody shares, does like profit sharing as a part of their business model, and it's compelled by the state. Let's say that there's a level of economic stagnation that occurs that discourages the general public, and the economy doesn't grow as fast as it used to. And let's say that there are people who successfully propagandize capitalism, where you don't have to have people owning the means of production as a part of your economic model, and they start to gain traction within a democratic system. What do you do with those people? Because if you say, oh yeah, well, I mean, if they win a plurality or a majority of the votes, then we revert back to capitalism. Then I probably wouldn't give a shit. I would just be like, okay, you're an incrementalist socialist. You just want to fight it out within the marketplace of ideas. then I actually probably just would not care, because I think socialists are fucking losers and they're not going to win. However, if you say, well, we're going to use the state to indoctrinate people both at the public education level that socialism is really the only just economic system, and then also if you're an adult who advocates for capitalism, we're going to force you to go to night classes about how socialism is based, and if you don't comply, we're going to ticket you, and if you don't pay the ticket, we're going to incarcerate you, then you're going to be the authoritarian piece of fucking shit that I accuse you of being. So yeah, this matters. So please steelman me out of this position. That's my criticism. I think that you're hiding your power level. I think you're authoritarian. I think you're a piece of shit. Not you, Queeman, Hasan. But I think you sweeping for Hasan is piece of shit behavior. I think you're playing footsie with fucking MLs and tankies. I think you sweep for MLs and tankies. And I think that the far lefties and the sock dems who use the term socialism, I think you're useful idiots. I think you're useful idiots for people more nefarious than you. I've said this a dozen times. Please fight me.
Asking for rehabilitation that includes like education about how to fit into that society with the ideology that is in the government, and much the same.
Okay, well, right now in a free society, you're permitted to be a socialist as an adult. So in your society, are you permitted to be a capitalist as an adult? And if you're a capitalist as an adult and you start winning, what happens then?
Same way that we try and de-radicalize people from Islamic extremism in many Western countries because that ideology does not fit with the ideology of the government. Why does he believe socialism will win with education, though? It seems very cultish. Well, everyone believes hopefully everyone believes their ideology would win with education, right? I believe my ideology would win with education, right? You just...
What is it?
Assume that most people are rational actors, and if they have access to all the information...
Most people are not rational actors. They're irrational buffoons.
Then they'll come to the right decision, and you believe that your decision is the right decision. And as such, if everyone had perfect information and you're all going, that we would all come to the same decision, right? That's the... Hopefully everyone thinks that, unless you're ideal people, which it might.
I hate her.
Whoops.
LB says, just let him finish the thought, Connor. Hasan has never swept for the USSR. Oh, just modern China. My apologies.
All of the mind-numbingly retarded.
And by the way, the thought so far, we are 18 minutes into this. The only thought Hasan has expressed so far, I can't believe he has popular content. The only thought so far is, you're misrepresenting me. Don't ask me to explain how.
Fans that can watch him squirm like this and not think that it's the most. You literally have.
And you see it like the way he's designing this conversation, which is not even like that contentious. It's just, this is back when Ethan and I were obviously cordial with one another. And this is supposed to be like a normal conversation. He's asking questions. There's a little bit of bad faith, but that happens in all back and forth debates. It's fine. But this is like the initial jump off point. And he just says like, I'm squirming. So then his parasocial fans also consider this to be squirming. And then they just...
Okay, stop talking about squirming. Share your idea, you dumb twat. You himbo. Just say what you really believe. Stop talking about... I can't believe this is content, by the way. I'm actually getting angry. Instead of talking about how nobody understands what you believe, explain what you believe, you coward. Just say it. Just say, this is the way that I would model it. Just say that so we all know. Stop hiding your power level. Stop playing around. Say it.
Just like repeat it over and over again. And then ultimately, the only thing that people remember from that, if they don't actually watch the original source material personally.
I don't care. You've already said this. You've already said this.
These guys are basically realizing after years and years of this, like,
nope, still not explaining it.
In Gaza, and we're here now. So
oh, okay. I was right about a different topic, so that's why you're misrepresenting me. Good explanation. I'll rewind 20 seconds to see what this is.
That maybe the negative framing wasn't correct, and I think part of that is because.
Still not explaining, bro. This is the most worthless content on the planet. How do people listen to this?
Destiny took such a strong stance that was pro-Israel doing a genocide, and that the environment shifted in my direction as I knew it inevitably would when people realized the totality of this violence that Israel is pushing.
Now we're talking about a totally different topic. Okay, cool. Keep going. Can't believe you're successful. Continue.
In Gaza, and we're here now. So I think a lot of people are basically reconsidering their stances because they were so heavily invested in whatever Sex Pestany was saying and just kind of regurgitating that this is a moment where it's like, well, maybe regurgitating Sex Pestany's stances are not the most appropriate way to go about this. Maybe we should reconsider the way we have broached the subject because hold on. Doors open. Doors open. Yeah.
Dude, he's explained nothing so far. All right, Queeman, I trust to get to the fucking point. All right, come on, Queeman.
On balance, most people are rational. If you have enough people voting with access to all the information, the rational decision will win out. Okay. My ideology is that mass education is fundamentally impossible. We're doomed to a cycle of constant changing systems. Okay.
And asking the most innocuous questions, and Hasan is acting like he's getting pressed
absolutely
in front of like a fucking Senate Judiciary Committee, and he's like under oath, and he's like committed like 50 million crimes. He's trying to hide from the United States. Like it's actually appalling.
Dude, yeah, just answer the question. Just say what you believe. Holy shit.
Depends on it depends on crimes, right? Like, are people committing crimes at the behest of this? Because if there's a socialist state and someone is doing like white terror, let's say, or someone is doing South Korean style purges of communists, which has happened historically in every country that America.
Sorry, hold on.
It's my
We just
antibiotics.
skipped so much shit. Just stupid. My synergy froze. Oh, this is the
But rather than
this is the clip. Hold on. This is what they want to do.
abandoning the
Okay. Right here. LB is saying it's bad faith that Destiny pulled up a clip of a socialist owning his beliefs where he's going to talk about the system that he wants. So what I expect Hasan Piker to do, because he's good faith and he's always clipped out of context and he's such a nice, ooh-woo, cute himbo, I expect him to engage with the idea that's being presented and explain what he agrees with and what he disagrees with. I do not expect him to endlessly dance away and say that he's constantly being misrepresented while never saying what he represents. Okay? We agree? We agree that if Hasan Piker has 100 IQ is average, right? We agree that if Hasan Piker has 100 IQ, instead of dancing about what is not his position, he's going to explain to us his position. Correct? We agree with that as a chat? Okay. Excellent. I'm looking forward to his explanation. I really am.
diagnosed or untreated mental illness will be substantially lower. It's a sad fact that some violent or predatory individuals may never be capable of
Yeah, so he then moves on to like someone else's position.
No, Hasan, wrong move, because if you had an IQ above 100, you would listen to that position and then you would explain your position, what you agree with and what you don't agree with. You wouldn't just constantly dance away. So don't dance away, Hasan. Present your position, please.
Instead of addressing mine after he's already...
What's yours? You've been dancing away from a position for 30 fucking minutes.
Already like thoroughly dismissed it and poisoned the well about a position that I'm not advocating for. But
what's your position, please? Please explain. Please explain about how your re-education camps are uwu and cutesy and kawaii and how Second Thought or whatever that guy's name is. Not Second Thought, whoever that guy was. Please explain why his re-education camps are not uwu and not kawaii. Please explain to me. I'm ready. Hit me with the knowledge, Hasan.
By the time I actually describe myself, he can also say, oh, well, he's now hiding this position that I ascribed to him.
You've spent more time explaining how they were misrepresenting your position when you could have just explained it already.
So I say something.
No, I don't want to hear this for the 50th time.
Perspective, he's already decided that my position is actually that I want re-education.
This is not content. I can't do it. I can't watch Hasan. He's too stupid.
to give them the best possible chance at recovery and reform with the hopes of eventually re-entering society. In situations where re-entry does seem possible, care must be taken to monitor and assist these reformed individuals to preempt relapse or deception and to ensure that they back into wider society. Reactionaries and counter-revolutionaries would be treated in a very similar manner. How we deal with former capitalists, fascists, and other such oppressors will be one of the great tests of anarchist society. Great care must be taken to treat them compassionately.
I'm not even an anarchist. He is.
I don't want to hear what you're not. I want to hear what you are.
This is all the same. These are all
no, you're still explaining what you're not.
Your persona around taking the opposing position.
I don't want to hear about opposing positions. I want to hear about your position.
Pretty
Let's go.
Straightforward with my perspective. As a matter of fact, perhaps too straightforward with my perspective.
Go ahead. I would love to hear it, Hasan. I'm ready.
The difference, however, is that I change the way I message, even if my moral compass is still the same, depending on the audience. If I'm talking to a bunch of 75-year-olds, I'm not going to use, for example, memes that only 30-year-olds would understand or only 20-year-olds would understand. You straight up said you were a propagandist on Piers Morgan? Yes. And if you
not only did you say you're a propagandist on Piers Morgan, you also went on to the Deprogram podcast and you said that you hide your power level.
Listen to the entire conversation with Piers Morgan, you would recognize that my position on that is that propaganda is a neutral term. Okay. I had a show on the Young Turks called Agitative.
Bruh.
Honest to say what you're.
Okay. I can't do this anymore. Where does Hasan Piker explain? Hasan Piker explains socialism. I actually couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Okay. Which one do you think? Okay, because he literally spent 30 fucking minutes talking about how he's not. So this is 13 minutes. Are we good with that? I'm good with 13 minutes. I could do 13 minutes. Let's see what it is.
I'm really stupid. Can you educate me a little bit on Marxism? I don't know what it is for real. Marxism is just a theory on how commodity production works under a capitalist organization of the economy, how we have evolved under the industrial revolution and onwards to have our current capitalist production, commodity production.
Are we gonna get any explanation on how this society is going to be enforced and how it's not going to be authoritarian and degenerate, or is he just going to stick with the economics?
The relationship between those who produce the work, the workers, versus those who profit from the labor that you put in, the bourgeoisie, the capital owners. And the ultimate goal is to democratize the economy rather than just the way that we theorize how our current governance should operate in an ideal world. Like democracy should operate in a certain way, right? With means of accountability in the form of elections. Kind of like that, but for the workplace. There are multiple different ways of arriving at that end goal, but the ultimate goal is for workers to own the means of production. Communism never worked in real life. People who believe in it are delusional. Yeah.
Based. Guessio 26.
Well, capitalism isn't working in real life right now, so okay.
You fucking idiot. You fucking idiot. Capitalism isn't working right now. You have a $10,000 dog behind you. You're sitting at a $2,000 desk. You're sitting on a $500 chair. You have a $700 microphone in your fucking face. You have never known a day of starvation in your entire fucking life. Capitalism has worked just fine, particularly for you. You fucking tool. You fucking moron. You fucking hot bag of air. What the fuck are you talking about? Capitalism hasn't worked. We are drowning in endless levels of wealth. I am not even a particularly wealthy person. I just pay my bills. I have a 3D printer that prints resin. I have a 3D printer that prints FDM. I am not a wealthy person, and my home is filled with knickknacks. I have replica swords. I have firearms that can blow things up. I have a fucking gas mask that I got from law enforcement that allows me to breathe in harsh environments. I have a motor vehicle that allows me to drive hundreds of miles on the cheapest gas on the planet. What the fuck are you talking about? Capitalism hasn't worked. Are you a dumbass?
Fair. Sure. Communism never worked in real life. Okay. How about that? Let's just say it didn't. Okay. Those very same metrics of.
Paperboy says Tim Pool and Pisco just premiered. Yeah, probably. I'll probably watch that next. There's content that I want to do for Gen X. Gen X asked me to review a panel debate between Gibbs and an ex-MAGA person, and I want to watch that because I fucking hate Gibbs, and I want to support any ex-MAGA person who's willing to fight current MAGA people, and I want to point out how dumb the arguments are. I know it might not be particularly algorithmically popular, but maybe I'll just push it to like Monday, and then we'll just do it like in the morning on a Monday, which is normally a slower day anyways. But yeah, I'll watch Pisco on Tim Pool. God, I hate this man.
Of success are also literally not working in real life right now under a capitalist organization of the economy. So what do? Do we just keep crying about how communism didn't work, or do we try to fix the system that we're currently existing under? I say we fix the system that we're currently existing under through
How, you hair plug finasteride consuming moron.
Series of reforms. Pretty sure this is capitalism working. Really? You think it's working? It's working for you, maybe, because you're on Twitch. You can watch me. You know, we're slowly destroying the fucking planet because we care more about the profit motive than the lives of the next generation that will come before us. I mean, that come after us. I mean, there is so much death and destruction all around the world,
which has substantively reduced over the past 200 years, particularly within the past century, you fucking historical ignoramus.
Yeah, it's far away, so we're not seeing it. But then we do kind of see it because we send those foot soldiers over there. We send those foot soldiers over there that do death, destruction, and destabilization. They come back in a state of disrepair. We don't even fucking offer them the social safety nets that we told them they would get, only if they sold their body to the American imperialist war machine. Doesn't seem like it's working. I mean, it's working.
I mean, as a former imperialist foot soldier, I would actually say it was pretty fucking sweet.
For some, working for me, motherfucker. I'm doing all right. Okay, I am working for the factory owner. It's working for those who are executives at massive corporations. It's working for the fucking finance bros. But it's not working for your dad. It's not working for you. It's certainly not working if you unfortunately had a shitty spawn point. Spawned in a developing nation that is going to be destroyed by America's long dick because they have natural resources that need to be extracted, or a labor force that needs to be exploited. They were agreeing with you, and that was their point. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Ogre Boy, I already know I'm going to ban you. I'm just going to wait until I get to a comment that you say that makes me sufficiently mad that I ban you. Okay. I'm going to show you something. Orlando helicopter tour time lapse. Okay, so this is Orlando. I live in Central Florida. Okay, this is an 8-minute video. Florida, 150 years ago, was populated by Native Americans and escaped slaves, and they were in something called the Negro Fort. All right. And eventually, I forget if we bought or if we conquered Florida. I think we bought Florida from the Spanish. But we bought Florida from the Spanish. And then we went into the river system. The Negro Fort fired on the federal patrol boat. And then the federal patrol boat blew up the fort. Okay. That's what happened. That's how Florida's modern colonial history kicked off, was we killed Native Americans and slaves. Now, we also had the Seminole, who are the only Native American tribe that survived federal displacement. But they survived, and they have ranches as far as the eye can see, and they are some of the country's most successful cattle ranchers, and they're decently successful casino owners as well. So the Native Americans, while getting screwed over, have developed Florida into an economic powerhouse for themselves. Working class blacks and whites in Central Florida started out with phosphate mining. Okay, so they were part of the exploited proletariat that was part of like the Industrial Revolution. And so they were working mining phosphates out of the ground. And it didn't pay much, but it paid enough. And so as a result, there was a micro industry along with the ranching that came with the South. Now, Florida only had a population of 200,000, so it didn't participate in the Civil War particularly aggressively. But the way that they did participate was they shipped cattle and weapons that they purchased from Bermuda, I think, to the Confederacy. And then when Georgia got burned, Florida was too much of a backwater to even bother destroying. Now, Central Florida, up until it became a theme park paradise, was orange groves. That was our industry, was oranges. Prior to, the mouse, our economy was based off of agriculture, and it was called Mosquito County, but we renamed it to Orange County to encourage tourism. So what ended up happening was theme parks. Walt Disney was a psychopath. Okay, he was an absolute psychological freak. But what he did is he said, well, there's tons of land available for development. It's cheap. It's warm. This would probably be an excellent place for a theme park. And so he built Disney, and then that completely changed the Central Floridian economy to the point that literally dozens of companies have built theme parks here because there was wide open, cheap land. And we are one of the most visited cities on the planet. If you're talking about international visitation, Thailand, I think like Bangkok, is visited by more people internationally. But Orlando has like 90 million visitors per year. I think Thailand has like 24 million annual foreign visitors. Orlando has like 20 million, 14 million annual foreign visitors, and it has 80 million domestic visitors. Almost a third of the United States travels to Orlando every year. It's fucking crazy. And this has boomed the economy. Now, we still have problems, right? Like being working class, being a bartender, being a server, being a restaurant worker, being a cashier. That sucks, but you can survive. Like you can pay your bills, you can pay your rent, you can eat food, you can afford your cheap, shitty car, right? So this is capitalism as it's presently working. You don't have to like it, but it works. It has its flaws. How would decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production improve this? How would an authoritarian government that enforces these massive encumbrances of the state, how would that improve Orlando, Florida? And my answer is it wouldn't. It would probably make it infinitely worse. So why the fuck would I ever say that capitalism isn't working, even with all its warts and flaws and foibles? Fucking infuriating. I think you can only say this if you're the most overprivileged dumbass in the world. Florida had this. We had a subsistence economy. We developed past this, and now we enjoy abundant wealth. This isn't the end state of foreign countries. This is the beginning. And if you don't understand that, it's because you're a dumbass, like Hasan Piker.
Well, that is capitalism working as intended, yes. We here in the United States of America live under the comfort of being a part of the labor aristocracy. So our relationship, no matter where we are.
Yeah, no shit, but my grandparents weren't a part of the labor aristocracy, and neither were their parents.
As a worker, our relationship with the means of production might be similar, like a worker in a developing nation, okay? The reality is we recognize that you wouldn't be able to have those same material possessions and commodities for as cheap as you currently do if it wasn't for the other worker that's being super exploited overseas, like the Indonesian child laborer is working in a fucking sweatshop. So the entire system is run by exploiting the third world, the global south. And you
which is accumulating capital and developing. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't like Lagos, Nigeria, like isn't this held up as one of the places that's developing to the point that like they have their own internal economy, where Lagos, Nigeria, like has this the waterfront if you can afford it. So they have like the rich bougie areas, they have the normal areas, but this is in fucking West Africa, right? This is supposed to be one of like the most destitute and fucked up places on the planet, and yet they're supposed to be industrializing and modernizing their economy to the point that this like muddy riverine shithole is going to be developed to the point that it's no longer like that. They're not just staying stagnant, they're developing. You tool bag.
Kind of recognize that, so you're like, yeah, it's kind of working. I have McDonald's. Things are all right for me.
Hell yeah.
Hey, I can fucking order a Big Mac and shit, you know? But it's not. You no longer leftist reform capitalism? What? When have I ever strayed away from social democracy in the short term, socialism in the long term? Like, it's
Ogre Boy. Maybe you could, maybe I won't ban you. Although if you say something annoying, I probably will. Explain it to me. Explain it to me. Explain to me how you achieve the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production without a vanguard party, without authoritarianism. Feel free to explain it to me. Maybe you're not sub 80 IQ Hasan Piker dick suck. Maybe you could explain it to me. I would love it if you stopped being antipathetic, aggressive, weird freak and just explained it. That would be fantastic. Feel free to type me out a paragraph. I would fucking love it.
It's literally always been what I've advocated for. The fuck do you mean? Like, literally since day one, I've been advocating for that. And a lot of people, like a lot of Marxist Leninists, for example, fucking hate that approach. Okay, because I'm a fucking revisionist. I've been watching some YouTube videos here and understand that you're
there's also violence in the current state of affairs. Whoa. Whoa. Hold on, Ogre Boy's blowing my mind. Capitalism requires violence. The violence between socialism and capitalism is equivalent. Amazing. You blew my whole mind, Ogre Boy. You changed the way that I view the world because capitalism also requires violence. Good job. Good job, dumbass. Oh, amazing.
against the concept of meritocracy, but I don't understand how people would be pushed to progress. Even myself, I wouldn't be pushed to do more if I wasn't rewarded. Dude, you wouldn't be pushed to do more.
True.
In this current organization of the economy. The point is, I'll explain it to you easily, okay?
Ogre Boy says that you should go find another video. Interestingly enough, I found another video.
Worked for someone else, I was still doing something that I loved, okay? And I worked really fucking hard at it. But the fruits of my labor were never mine, okay? I had to do everything I can to make my own way within that corporate structure, even though it was a startup. So I had a lot more leeway, a lot more bandwidth to be able to experiment with certain things. And because of a lack of division of labor there, I was able to show that, like, this is literally what I'm doing. But they could very easily take away my IP, give it to other people, cut my fucking time, and tell me, you can't do that anymore. You have to do this instead.
Okay. You had to work for somebody else until you were able to accumulate enough resources that you could go out on your own and create your own entrepreneurial venture. Problem?
Is alienation from your labor, okay? This is a Marxist concept, easily defined by alienation from your labor. You have no control over what you do. You go into work and your fucking boss tells you this is what you're going to do. Here are your key performance indicators that you have to hit. Here are your targets that you have to hit.
Yes, being an employee sucks. Nobody disagrees with this. In the framework where you're doing terrorist violence backed by capitalist views, that's where the re-education is a factor, not just speech. Oh, okay. So you do believe in freedom of conscience and freedom of speech. Okay, so Ogre Boy. Bear in mind, I'm behind in chat because I actually read my chat, unlike most streamers. What? I'm going to try to be good faith. Hopefully you don't piss me off so bad that I have to ban you. So I'm going to ask this question, presuming that you're still in chat. Okay, so not just freedom of speech. So what do you do? Let's say that we're in a democratic society, and let's say that the socialists got into power and they decommodified basic human needs and workers own the means of production. However, there are people who are nostalgic about capitalism, and they propagandize enough of society that they now want to vote in capitalism. They want to go back from your perspective. Now what? What do you do with those people? What do you do with the party that is antagonizing for capitalism? They're doing it legally. They're using their freedom of speech and freedom of conscience. What do you do with those people when you're about to lose the system that you've been fighting for your entire life, that you've dedicated your personality to, that you have a tattoo about? What do you do?
And you're basically a cog in a machine where you fucking generate revenue for your bosses. Obviously, that's not desirable. Of course, you're not going to fucking work super hard. It's the most human thing to
bullshit. If you don't have any integrity, then you won't work super hard. Plenty of people who within the capitalist system work just fine because they have something called work ethic. They're not bed blobs. They're not bed blob, unproductive fucking pothead freaks.
Want to work for as little as you possibly can and get paid the most. That's what you want as a worker. And your boss,
no, if you're a piece of shit, that's what you want.
Wants to extract the maximum amount of surplus value from you. So they want you to work as hard as you possibly can for the least amount of money they can pay you and get away with. Basic principles of how capitalist organizations of the economy works. This is like normal human shit. The point is, if you had an ownership over the means of production, if you had more ownership over what you were doing, if you had more control over what your output
No, Ogre Boy is right. I'm 60 years old.
Was going to be, you would be excited to work. You would love what you're doing. Even if you're doing something that is backbreaking, menial, you would still...
Ogre Boy says, you've gone down like 40 viewers since you started watching. That spreading of awareness is really doing the trick. Ogre Boy, like a month ago, I was at 70 viewers. So how's your stream going? Try not to say the F slur.
Recognize that this is necessary work that you must do because you're achieving something for yourself. And the example I will always use is, look, I fucking work for myself, dude. I do. That's why I don't mind streaming fucking 8 hours a day when I limit my hours. Like, that's why I didn't mind streaming 42% of the entire year last year, because I get to dictate the terms. Yeah, I have 30,000 micromanagers who tell me like, dude, what the fuck? I can't believe you're, changing your hair. Or I can't believe you're fucking, not covering this like weird thing that I want you to cover. It's fucking bullshit. But I can ban them. I have complete control. When you're in the service industry or when you're in a job, you don't have that control. You can't tell your manager to suck your cock. Okay, you will get fired. And when you get fired,
Logan says, Connor, you must realize this segment is only about shitting on Destiny. He's not interested in explaining politics right now, only watching someone, quote unquote, dunk on Destiny. Yeah, that's why I changed.
You will have to rely on social safety nets that are lackluster at best, okay? Ineffective.
Okay, so I was really waiting for what really is Marxism. We're halfway through the segment. All we're doing is we're explaining the bad parts of capitalism. I understand. I worked for other people. It sucked. Some of my bosses were dumb. Yes. There was a level of uncertainty and lack of financial independence that was uncomfortable. I agree with all these things. Continue.
And also, you will lose your fucking health care, which is terrifying. I no longer have those fears. I have still some alienation from my labor, obviously. But having said that, because, Amazon still owns and operates these platforms, they still have certain regulations.
I think you're alienated from your labor because working in general sucks ass, Hasan, but whatever. Continue.
That I have to abide by. I have contracts that I have contractual obligations that I need to follow, all that good stuff. However, I have significantly less alienation from my work. So my goal, my hope is that people can all get to a point where even if they're fucking cleaning toilets, okay, even if they're in the service industry, they recognize that what they're doing is bettering their own lives. They are getting positive incentives rather than the negative incentives of lack of remuneration if you are fucking fired. Because everything that motivates us right now under our current design, under our current organization of the economy, is the fear that you will fucking die, the fear that you won't be able to put a roof over your head, the fear that you won't be able to put food on your table, clothes on your back. If you don't work, you're not going to get those things. I would rather.
By the way, this is actually one of my arguments for capitalism. Okay. If I have food, water, shelter, internet, and video games, I'm not doing dick for the rest of my life. I'm going to sit around, I'm going to play video games, and I am going to do nothing. So the decommodification of basic human needs, food, water, and shelter being guaranteed at the point of service. And I assume that some like Obama do-gooder person, you know, when he did the federal universal service charge, which is a $10 tax on every cell phone bill that you ever pay in order to pay for poor people's cell phones, because cell phones are a necessary part of the modern economy. If my cell phone was paid for, if my internet was paid for, I would just play fucking video games. That's literally all I would do. I would smoke pot. I would play video games. I would do nothing. So if I know that I would do that, and the decommodification of basic human needs would probably tank vast swaths of the economy, why would I want that? I want a little bit of fire under my feet. I want to know that I have to work in order to be able to secure food, water, and shelter. If I didn't have to secure food, water, and shelter, I wouldn't do dick. So he's explaining it like this. It's this totally oppressive phenomena. Guess what? That isn't an oppressive phenomena exclusively related to capitalism. That's related to nature. Do you know what animals have to find every single day? Food, water, shelter. Every single day, a squirrel wakes up. He's like, I need to find a tree to hang out in. I need to find some place that I can drink water. I need to find fucking, nuts to eat, right? Then what does an alligator do? He's swimming in water, so that's good. That's already half the problem. The shelter is the bottom of the lake, so that's good. That's, 2/3 of the problem. And then he needs to find food, which, luckily lots of things come into the water, and then you're just an asshole because you're an ambush predator, and then you attack the things that come into the water, and then you eat them. So realistically, like, alligators actually have it quite good. That's probably why I don't feel bad for them, is because they're piece of shit fucking ambush predators. But the whole point is that if that's the state of nature, that you need to find food, water, and shelter every single day, and if that's a massive motivating factor for biological creatures that spurs them into productive activity, why am I going to eliminate what spurs them into productive activity? It sounds like those people are no longer going to be productive, and our economy is reliant on productivity. Now, if you want to say that through a combination of artificial intelligence, robots, space mining, and high technology, we will be able to automate most labor, start doing it, bro. I will support UBI in decommodification of basic human needs when you have a slave army of robots that do not give a fuck about picking oranges 16 hours a day. Okay? When you have an army of slave robots, I will come around on some of these ideas.
Either switch that in its entirety and make you work for the true freedom, make you work because you want to. So
true. Well, hold on. He's trying to emancipate you from nature so you can be truly free. I understand that as a socialist project, and you could do that. But the truth is, if most people, if they're free, they don't want to work.
So that's why I always say, like, dude, you're not fucking lazy. You just hate your job. And it's understandable that you hate your
bullshit
job. How are you going to be proud of your work when it's just to clean toilets? Who's going to clean the toilets if you don't clean the toilets, dumbass? You want the toilets overflowing with shit? That's a profoundly important part of a fucking workplace. And no one wants to do it. Sure, but I would say using yourself as an example is
yeah, that's why you get paid.
Kind of confusing because it's not the same as working 9 to 5 at fucking McDick's. How would Marxism make working at a fast food place more rewarding? What would ease the alienation? There was an incredible example from a pizza place that I will show you, okay? There was a pizza shop. There was a pizza shop in Ohio that decided to distribute a day's profit amongst his employees for one fucking day. Turns out, you know what happened? There were 220 orders. The shop shared that it received about $6,300 in sales and $1,200 in tips, which would be divided amongst its employees. It thanked all its customers. They got $78 an hour.
Okay. If you want to do a rev share model, do a rev share model. I fucking love rev share models. I do rev share models.
When adjusted to their regular fucking payment, which is like around $12 an hour or whatever the fuck, if they're lucky, implies that whatever that difference is literally what is known as surplus labor value. What you are generating for the business that you are not getting back. Capitalists understand it as profit. It is the most normal thing in a capitalist. I
can't believe I have to explain this, but I'm going to because so many people are so fucking stupid. Okay, that's awesome. I love revenue share. Revenue share is great. And if you have a thriving, successful business and you don't have any ideas about expansion, that's totally fine. Okay? Love it. Good for you. God bless you. However, plenty of people, they don't just want to create one pizza shop. They want to be franchise owners. They want to be financial imperialists. They want a California pizza kitchen on every corner. They want a Domino's or a CC's or a Pizza Hut on every corner. They want a Burger King or a McDonald's on every corner. They want a Circuit City, which is now defunct, or a Best Buy in every city. They want a Walmart in every city. So it's not just enough for them to create one business and then do revenue share with all of the profits. Okay? They want capital, meaning that they take a substantive amount of that revenue and they turn that into more things to grow and grow and grow and grow and grow the business. So while I am absolutely for dignified wages for the working class, I also think that we need a certain amount of economic flexibility so that entrepreneurial ventures, if they want to be a mom and pop pizza shop, God bless them. But if they want to be a national chain, God bless that as well. Fuck. Why do I have to explain that?
Organization of the economy. Now, this is one way that you can immediately remedy the situation. Wouldn't you have to subtract some of that to pay for ingredients and utilities and rent? Yes, of course. Of course. Now, in a democratic
I'm happy somebody's smart enough to ask that question.
Organization, what you do with the $75,000 or what you do with the additional money that you have generated in the form of profit would be democratically decided on. So in a democratic design, in a work...
You're right. This is the crux of it. Hasan Piker is pretending that he cares about the opinions of the plebeian masses, and I don't pretend that I care about the opinions of the plebeian masses. This is actually the crux of the issue. It's whether or not you think human beings are capable of making good decisions as a collective. That's actually what it is. That we've identified the crux of the argument. I think that individuals, people in my chat, except for Ogre Boy, are 3,000 IQ, well-endowed, beautiful human beings with excellent taste in content. So I parasocially love all of you except for Ogre Boy. And so as a result, I trust you as individuals to make good choices about your lives. However, if we were to just get 100,000 people of the average population, and then we came up with a series of legalistic proposals about how we were run society, I expect 51-49 splits on issues, and I expect half of the things that we vote on to be very, very, very stupid. I do not trust the average population. That's why I'm a Republican, which implies representative democracy. Ogre Boy says, go Google homeless people 2025 and ask them how much capitalism has done for them. I don't give a fuck about homeless people, Ogre Boy. I'm not gonna lie. I don't care. I don't care. But I care about it insofar as I think there should be a route out of homelessness, meaning that if a homeless person wants to get out of homelessness, then they should be able to find employment, get sober, and rejoin the rest of society. There should be off ramps to homelessness. But if you're a drug addict who loves drugs, I don't give a shit that you don't have a house. You know, like if you're too stupid to do hard drugs and you're like, I don't need shelter or water or food because I have heroin and I love heroin. Maybe you're too stupid to be alive. You know what I'm saying?
workplace, like this doesn't automatically mean like you fucking distribute all of the fucking dollars back to the workers themselves. Workers themselves could get together, if it's a small pizza shop, and decide, hey, you know what? We are going to take a pool of these funds that we're going to accumulate over the course of the fucking month, and we're going to spend it on marketing. This is going to be our marketing budget, marketing expenditure. They're going to say, hey, we're going.
You know what's funny, Michael, is what's the communist policy towards people who refuse to work? What's so funny about that is that these guys will say like, oh, well, you know, most people just really, they just want to be productive with something that they care about. So as a result, within a voluntary economy, everyone will find their niche. But you know what the fucking Soviets said? The Soviets said, if you don't work, you don't eat.
To buy cleaning supplies, like extra cleaning supplies, because I'm the janitor and I'm saying like we need additional cleaning supplies that would make this way more efficient. That's how you would operate, rather than with a top-down approach where you're just like, yeah, fuck you.
The pastor says, appreciate that you're concerned that Democrats are allowing a hostile takeover of the party when you yourself are not a part of that party because you care about the country. I came here to say that. No, I mean, like, I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not, but yeah, I watched the Republican Party get annihilated by a cult. If that happens to the left, we're screwed. We're totally screwed. If the moderate Democrats don't beat out the far left and the far left takes over the Democratic Party, similar to the way that MAGA has taken over the Republican Party, the United States is actually like, it's not over. It's never over, but it will be very bad. Very, very, very bad.
Here's what you get. Once again, that's revenue, you fool. Dude, shut the fuck up. It doesn't matter. Okay, limit that then. Like, lower it by $1,000. Who gives a fuck, idiot? Why is this so fucking hard for you to understand? Like,
because you're espousing things that are actually incredibly complex that people dedicate their entire lives to running. Like, accountants don't exist because they're part of the parasitic class. It's because the jobs they do are very important. Financial projection specialists don't exist because they're technocratic parasites. They exist because they actually truly do help businesses figure out how to conduct their businesses in the most profitable way possible. And then the bourgeois, the business owners, there's plenty of parasitic business owners. Do not get me wrong. I've met plenty of bosses and owners who did not know their ass from their elbow, and they took incredible amounts of wealth from their successful businesses and they spent it on boats and mistresses. Okay, so don't get it twisted. I'm not defending the parasites. Fuck the parasites. But amongst the ownership class, I've also met plenty of people who intentionally created financial empires that they had their hand on the entire time. And anytime they would have taken their hand off the wheel, the vehicle would have gone crashing into the ditch. So that's one of the contradictions of capitalism, is that there are wealthy parasites who do nothing but take the revenue from their businesses and live lives that you and I can only imagine. But there are also people, but they're lucky. And they're probably not going to be lucky forever. And then there's plenty of people who run financial empires very intentionally, and it's their life's work. Big in Gaming says, kind of crazy how the top 5 cities for homeless people are the ones that most progressives in terms of things, because so much regulation has hurt their ability to do anything. It could be correlative. I don't think Gibbs is a veteran. I don't think he is. Joey Apley says, Connor, your wealth was just cut in half by MAGA, Medicaid, Medicare, education, etc. Are social wealth that are stolen by the ultra wealthy? Yeah, that's bad. It's bad when essential social services are cut.
We're talking about theory right now, okay? It doesn't matter if it's 78. Instead of 78, it's fucking $60 an hour, okay? That's still 3x what you would... More than 3x. That's fucking 6x of what you would average, what you would make average. And this doesn't mean that like all work is equally paid, okay? Who takes the risk from lawsuits and whatnot? A shared pool of funds, brother. Just like when you have a union, you literally fucking pay union dues so you...
Ogre Boy says, seethe harder. You understand that I'm seething because your daddy is fucking retarded. Sorry, ableist slur. I'm sorry, Ken. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, Jesus. I'm sorry to the disabled people of the world. Your parasocial dad is so dumb that he can't explain his philosophy, ideology, or economic models in a way that's coherent and simple within a few minutes. He can't. I can. You know why? Because I'm smart. Your parasocial dad is dumb. You're probably dumb. Just in case you didn't know that, I just wanted you to know that you're probably actually dumb. Like, your IQ is not very high. If you tried to be an astronaut, you would probably fail. If you try to be a mechanical engineer, you would probably fail. If you think Hasan is smart, you are probably dumb. Just saying. He has a bad way of relaying information. He is terrible. A lot of people say that I'm incredibly verbose. This dude talks for 20 minutes at a time and says 2 sentences that contain actual information. It's borderline impressive how much of a fucking yapper he is. He is the king of the yappers.
You can hire your own lawyers against the corporation that decides to hire anti-union lawyers. Okay, that's how it works. It's literally how insurance works. Thank you for the Jeopardy contestant that said, what is insurance? We use it all the time in every other aspect of our lives. Collectivize the wins and collectivize the losses. So union is going to fight the case. What? Omega law? If everyone had a stake or a percentage ownership in the business, both in the means of production that they buy into with their labor over the course of an extended period of time, then yes.
Oh, it is the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. Because, you know, I had a debate the other day, and Econoboy just said socialism is just when you're uwu and cute and you do social democracy. That's what Econoboy said. So it's weird to me that Hasan Piker, the most popular socialist on the internet, does talk about the decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production. Meanwhile, Econoboy, the person that I was arguing with, said that it's just Scandinavian social democracy, but maybe we could go a bit further. That's interesting. That's interesting that there's a split right there.
They would literally do it. It's like, if you're, think about it from the point of view of your fucking daddy's business that you probably have, right? Your daddy's going to do everything he can to fucking defend his business, right? You would do everything you can to defend your daddy's business when you know that eventually it's going to get passed down to you, the shitter in my chat. That's how it would work for all of the workers. Now, the reason why I mentioned
Christian Blair says, I like to imagine how people were able to wear suits and dresses before modern air conditioning. You just did it during winter. That's the, like, in my opinion, I'm sure that people went to church wearing suits and ties and sundresses and all that stuff. I'm sure they did that in Florida during the summer. But I think the rest of the year they were the rest of the summer they were probably in shorts and t-shirts and stuff because it is so hot. And then during the winter, it's actually beautiful, like 60 degrees, 70 degrees. Winters in Florida are actually heaven on earth, which is funny because we pay for it through hell during the summer.
This is because, like, you know, this is just a fucking regular Ohio pizza shop, okay? Just a small business in the middle of Ohio. But this concept is one that has existed throughout history that Marx describes in, I guess, more complicated terms that I'm trying to make easier for you to understand. And I don't have all the answers in how co-op.
Dude, you know what this video would be if it was my video? It would be 1 minute long. And it would say, what really is Marxism? It's the, so socialism and communism are the 2 terms most often used in Marxism. Socialism is the class struggle of the working class trying to save themselves, to emancipate themselves from the oppression of their class. That's socialism. And the way that Marx believes you should do that is the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. Communism is viewed as an ideal state of nature for communists where society is so abundant and people are so happy to work voluntarily that we no longer require money, states, or classes in order to survive as a civilized species. I feel like that is like a perfectly astute, concise summary of what socialism and communism are, not only in a general sense, but also in a specific sense in reference to communism. And instead, what did we get? We got 13 minutes of Hasan Piker fucking yapping about how capitalism sucks and how about bringing democracy to the workplace could be a good thing. This guy sucks at his job. I'm very surprised he's popular.
Ops would fucking operate. You know what I mean? I don't know. Sorry, my bad take. You really think the janitor is capable of making large scale allocation decisions like that?
No, but he's capable of voting within the system. That's what I almost guarantee you that's going to be his response.
Can't even see the top of the hour ad break coming. So how the fuck do you expect them to be in charge of their own allocations?
I want to. Chris C says, Connor, I don't believe you have access to a motor vehicle because if you lived in Central Florida and had access to a motor vehicle, you would just leave. Fuck you. Nice meme.
Collectivize. I think that collective action is bad and wrong, okay, and immoral, and we should stop it, especially when chat collectively fucking tries to debate me into running the fucking ad break, okay? I don't appreciate it. I'm just going to say it right now. I don't appreciate
This dude sucks at his job.
it. All efforts to unionize chat will be squashed. Yeah, it's top of the fucking hour, okay? It's time for a 60-second ad break. I'm going to run the ad now. If you'd like to no longer see the ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5 or you can do it for free. Twitch Prime is how you can do it for free.
Okay, so he didn't explain what is Marxism well at all. It requires shitty service jobs to perpetuate that abundant wealth that you paint as just enough to survive, ass. Yeah, and you know what? As a young person, I had an excellent time. So, unlike your fucking fail dad, who has successfully stumbled his way into proselytizing to 80 IQ dipshits for millions of dollars per year, I actually had to work when I went to college. So I started working when I was 15. I was a grocery store bagger. Then I worked at a car wash. Then I worked kitchen crew for a pizzeria. Then I enlisted in the Marine Corps. Then I came back. Then I became a salesperson for a franchise store selling cell phones. And I made like 10 to 12 bucks an hour. And I was able to pay my bills, but my life kind of sucked. I'm not going to lie. But I was still able to go to college. I was still able to, smoke some reefer. I was still able to drink some alcohol. And I was still able to hang out with women. And then as I got through school, I sold firearms. And then I also became a server at a restaurant. I actually became a server at the restaurant that I previously did kitchen crew for. And I made 20 to 30 bucks an hour being a server. And so after every shift, I would go out drinking with a bunch of other young people and we would have a good ass time. Now I was broke. I paid my bills. I ate food and I drank alcohol. That's what I did while I worked in order to go through college. But I also had an incredible time. And then I became a cop and my salary went from, I don't know, $30,000 a year, $35,000 a year. If I had a good year, selling shoes or cell phones or being a restaurant server, I went from 35,000 to like 50,000, maybe 60,000. And my life still sucked, but I was able to pay my bills, get a house, get kids, and have like a really hard middle-class existence. Now I'm doing even better than that. So I've actually had to climb these economic rungs. I know how bad they suck. I know the lifestyle at each economic rung. And yeah, being like a server or a bartender, it's hard work. You run your ass off. You have to deal with rude customers. You have to deal with all kinds of bullshit. But you can also I feel bad for kitchen crew. Kitchen crew was making like 10 bucks an hour, 15 bucks an hour. But as a server, I was making like 30. And so I could go drop 60 to 80 bucks on alcohol whenever I finished shift. It wasn't a bad life, and I was hanging out with lots of fun, cool, interesting, young people. So yeah, service jobs suck, but when you're young, they're fun. Let's go ahead and check out Pisco versus Tim Pool. And I guess I should summarize that thing. Hasan Piker's a fucking moron. I have no idea how he has a career. End of segment. Pisco, Tim Pool. I am going to pull up this segment. Where is it? Where is it? Is it on the Culture War? Is it live right now? Is it in the video section? Here we go. Oh, it's got Gavin McKinnus. Interesting.
In presidential campaigns work.
So we lied about.
Nice.
Fucking
Nice.
in your winter
gear.
Why don't we start from the left and we'll move down? We'd like to introduce. We'll get a link straight to your phone so you can check. I stream.
All right. Let me catch up with chat a little bit before we start the segment. Melody says, capitalism is the worst form of government, except for all the other ones. True. Lethal Lance says, Connor supports wealth redistribution to lower classes. That's the tinkering necessary, not making... Yeah, dude. We just need to dial it in. I want a technocratic capitalist thing. They've improved their shit by working with China, you fucking clown. Good lord, he's that far behind. Yeah, fuck you. I read my shit. Ogre Boy says, through incrementalism, you ignorant cave person. That means nothing to me. We're going to slowly vote it in by making the population aware that socialism is better. Then we'll institute social democracy over the next 2 centuries. And then after that, maybe we'll go with Econo Boy's vision. What a wildly cucked position to have for hanging out with a Marxist Leninist and saying that you're constantly hiding your power level. Why don't you just be a fucking social democrat then if you're that big of a fucking cuck? Right? Like if you're just like, well, you know, incrementalism, I think we should be social democrats and advocate for social democratic policies. But like in the meantime, we can do apologia for China. Why? Why not just say, hey, decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, I think is an ideal state. But realistically, I think at this point of time in American politics, social democracy are the policies that we should advocate for. And then stop simping for authoritarian regimes and terrorism. Right? Like, do you have to? Like, is that part of the spice? Is like, oh, I'm a rebel because I say when the Houthis missile random commercial ships, that's based. I'm a rebel because I make excuses for rape and murder on October 7th, 2023. I'm a rebel because I make excuses for the Xinjiang re-education camps. But realistically, I'm a social democrat. Oh, you're all fucking liberals then. Got it. You use liberal like a pejorative, but you're actually just a fucking social democrat. Got it. Pussy. Jack Darko says, chill or else they might not add you to their SJW sleeve. Damn. Damn. Now, Ogre Boy is actually being surprisingly not that infuriating today. Maybe it's because I'm tired. I don't know if I'm tired. He paved it on his own, guys. True. You let them vote. You let them vote? Okay, so if we revert back to a capitalist society, you don't have a problem with it? Jesus. Didn't know I was talking to a liberal Democrat over here. Ogre Boy, the liberal social democrat. Amazing. Amazing. Why would I not presume that you're just hiding your fucking power level? Again, why do you have to sweep for terrorism and foreign authoritarian regimes if you're just a fucking liberal social democrat? As it turns out, not sticking to a schedule doesn't promote channel growth. Odd, I know. Yeah, that's why I've been streaming from 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for the past since April. And that's why we've 16x'd our channel size. We peaked out at 300 viewers yesterday while talking about a spicy drama. And I've probably made, I don't know, a substantive amount of cash. I'm not going to share, but it's enough that my contract has been extended with my current employer. So, yeah, kind of like that. Ogre Boy says, do what you love and you'll never work a day in your life. Well, I love calling communists dumb as fuck. That's what I love. Just love cleaning the toilet. Awesome. All right, still catching up. Because you're a blob, a bed blob, you're admitting you have no work ethic. What happened, big dog? No. I allow nature to motivate me to do things that are productive for society. I like lifting weights. I liked being a Marine. I liked being a restaurant server. I liked being a salesperson. I did find employment. But if I had a choice between employment and smoking pot and playing video games, I'm going to play video games. Like that's actually not that hard. And by the way, it's funny you're calling me a bed blob when your movement is almost exclusively bed blobs. And they're bed blobs while they still need to find food, shelter, and water. And they rely on the generosity of strangers and their family in order to continue existing. So, Camille says, Connor Hasan will never discuss how you allocate resources in a centrally planned economy. He will never discuss how to measure value in order to decide what to allocate. Hasan loves to dream. Well, that's fucking disappointing. That's very disappointing. Work for social status? I don't give a shit about social status. I'm a streamer, bro. I'll just argue on the internet with other autistic people. That's the way that I would spend my productive time. The same way I'm spending it now. Ogre Boy is going to look like Ronnie Radke with all those tattoo cover-ups once he realizes his mistakes. I don't think that's going to happen. I think he's going to cope until he dies. Because if by a string of unfortunate events you fall through the cracks or current structure as is forgets about you, well, good thing I have good relationships with my family and I'm an incredibly lucky person. So, still scrolling, trying to catch up. Yes, that was always allowed. True. Folks says, my dad works for an employee-owned construction company. It's based and it's also possible in a free market. Yeah, do it. Find similarly minded people. Start your own company. That's one of my challenges to Hasan Piker. It's like, oh wow, you're so passionate about this economic model. Why don't you show us that it works? Show us that it works. Did they all pay out of pocket for the next produce order? No idea. No idea. Is Ogre Boy gone yet? No, I've been entertaining him. That takes it back to shitty service jobs that give you enough to survive. Mostly you have a few illnesses and bad events. Okay. Then go work for the communal one. Ogre Boy says, your booze mean nothing. I'm just here because your seething gives me life. That's cool. That's cool. LB says, wow, I have 3,000 IQ with my dem sock stance. Based as fuck. You're a social democrat, bro. Hate to share it with you. So he doesn't love democracy? No. Democracy is the worst form of governance, except for all the other ones. Severin says, can you try to set up a debate combo with Lonerbox? Yeah, sure. I love Lonerbox. All right. These same people think Israelis are genociders. Yeah, they're very dumb. How when you can't wash your clothes or put an address on a fucking application? Yeah, we should have off-ramps for homeless people. That's what I was saying. What percent of homeless people do drugs? Most of them. KO Dave says, hi, Connor. Hi, chat. Addiction isn't a function of stupidity. Yeah, I know. I met some brilliant people who were drug addicts and homeless. It just correlates. There's a lot of stupid people. How do you vote on capital and how do you do that in a reasonable time? No idea. You should touch grass if this is what gets your rocks off, little guppy. You ever tried pickleball? True. Go play pickleball, bro. What do corpo dems believe in? Mixed economy capitalism. And black people should stop getting murdered by police. And trans people should be able to do pole vaulting. And gay people should be able to be in long-term married relationships. That's what brunch liberals believe in. Oh, can we address that Congress shouldn't be allowed to trade stocks? Yeah, we spent 30 minutes on that. Still scrolling. Still scrolling. Your dad's an idiot. If you tried being a mall cop, you'd fail. If you're talking to me, I was already a real cop and I succeeded, so. Broke City says, I wish people could use arse or like you're saying that that person is acting like one, just stating a fact. 100%. Yeah. Ogre Boy says, you're describing a you problem since this material fills an arena full of people daily. Yeah, it's not surprising to me that there's an arena full of idiots. That's not surprising to me at all. Yeah, that's actually, yeah, Ogre Boy, getting 50,000 idiots to listen to nothing for 20 minutes at a time is actually not surprising to me. That goes along with my theory that most people are idiots. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, utopia. So Ogre Boy says striving towards utopia via many different routes is too complex for you to wrap your brain around, I guess. Yeah, you know why? Because utopia literally means nowhere. Utopia is an idyllic society. I try to deal with what is and what works with what is. Kamal says, Connor, all that needs to be said is it lacks the constant computational power to measure how much and what would allocate. It's just fantasy. I agree. Christian Blair says, oh, let me shill real quick. I've just been reading all your chats without shilling. Like the stream. Share it with your friends. Engage with chat. They're very funny. Except for Ogre Boy. There's lots of really funny, interesting, smart fucking people in there. Watch the VODs. Engage with the VODs. Memberships if you got them. Super chats if you got them. I parasocially love you. Except for Ogre Boy. Hans Mayer says, how much do you stack in the fund for lawsuits? Yeah. It's not predictable. It's not predictable. That's part of what entrepreneurs have to do is they have to balance risk. Ogre Boy says, this was a segment from a live stream with added graphics for insets interacting with the chat. It's not scripted material. Oh, okay. Well, you told me to go find other content where Hasan Piker explains Marxism, and the clip is like literally marked what is Marxism. So I watched it, and he still didn't answer what is Marxism. It kind of sounds like your internet dad's dumb as shit. Acoustic says, didn't we just democratically decide to elect Donald Trump? Exactly my point. Lots of people are incredibly stupid. Yes. Correct. Yes. That is definitely I love this clip. There was a clip that somebody pulled from the debate the other day where it was like 7 seconds. And it was like, yes, Econoboy, you have to understand that a fundamental part of my position is that socialists are R slurs. It was awesome. Ogre Boy says you're 70 million years old. Back when you had the service job, you could buy a house and a car with. Okay. All right. I don't care. Thanks, Ogre Boy. Thanks for explaining almost nothing and being the prototypical Hasan fan. It's not helpful to you because it doesn't help your narrative. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. All right. And I caught up. I think I caught up. I think I'm good. K.O.Dave says, by the way, us neurodivergent types are reclaiming the R slur. I hope people will get over it soon. Based. All right. Anyways, let's do an intro for the content. Let's watch the content for 5 minutes. Then I'm going to use the bathroom, and then we will continue on with the day. So let me go ahead and change the title. Hasan responds to Destiny versus Pisco. We'll do MAGA on Gen X. If you're still here, I'll do MAGA on my MAGA violence later. Pisco versus Gavin, Tim Pool, and Gavin McKinnus. Let's go ahead and change the title. Let's copy it. Let's save it. Save it. And let's watch. Let's go. Let's do an intro. Hi, guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, a never Trump Republican, and I like breaking down the alternative media and online political scene. Today, I have a treat for you, which is Pisco, a liberal and progressive lawyer, fighting Gavin McKinnus, a libertarian and the founder of the Proud Boys paramilitary organization, fighting on Tim Pool. So, should be fun. Let's go ahead and bring these fools up and break it down.
At Pisco's hour. I think Trump's fucking up. I think you guys know it.
True. Go for it.
My name is Gavin McKinnus. I invented hipsters and Proud Boys and Vice, and Trump is winning right now and will always be winning.
That is so cringe. Pisco better mog. He better mog the entire time. He should be able to beat the shit out of them on Epstein, and he should be able to beat the shit out of them on the USAID cuts and the projected dead. It's the two easiest talking points in the history of politics. I hope Pisco just mogs.
This guy's texting.
No, I'm getting the timer ready, guys. I'm the pimp on a blimp. I'm Primetime 99 Alex Stein. You know who I am. Let me hear it out there. Let me hear some love. Tucker Carlson's biological stepfather. And I just want to say I love Donald Trump. I really respect that he's going to protect big booty Latinas by not deporting housekeepers. So I
True. Alex Stein, the most based out of all of these people.
Love that. And we must protect them at all costs. And yeah, that's me. And we also have Matan, Evan, guys.
I would just like...
This is one of the best internet personalities of the past 5 years. Not because I even know what he does, but he makes conversations so awkward. It's awesome.
I would just like the security to be careful because I believe that man is gay.
I agree.
He keeps denying.
And he called me out for using heteronormative language. Welcome to the Coliseum, Pisco.
But he may or may not have told me in the room over there that he had sex with a dog.
It was a hypothetical thing.
I was asking. I'm not claiming he did it.
Is it gay to have sex with a dog?
It's a whole nother problem.
Was the dog a guy?
Bad habit.
Was it a male dog?
He won't do it.
Mr. Grumpy Pants over here.
I'm here to talk about Trump.
Okay.
Not about fucking dogs. It's telling, I think, that you guys need to distract everything and make it about fucking dogs and fucking buttholes. But we're here to talk about Trump fucking up the country.
Okay, how's he fucking up
Oh, good. Nice.
the country?
Yeah, well, let's start with Epstein. Why isn't he releasing the files?
Well, why didn't Biden release the file?
Why isn't he releasing the files? He promised he would do it. People like fucking JD Vance said that they would do it. It was a campaign issue, and he's fucking it all up, isn't he? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Well, I do think that the
Bro, get him.
phase on binders was not good, but we have to be patient because you know that there is a deep state. You know, he can't just release it without going.
I'm pretty sure he could, Alex Stein.
A break. He put these people in charge. He put in his own people, Dan Bongino, deputy director of FBI. He put in Cash Patel, these fucking crazies who promised they would release these files, and they're not doing
True.
it. And they're going and they're talking now about like floating a pardon for Maxwell. Are you shitting me? And now you're going to tell us, I bet you, as soon as he pardons Maxwell, you guys are going to defend it because you're shills and you don't want to actually break up the relationship with the White House.
Holy shit. Get him, Pisco. Get him.
Dude, nobody's going to defend the pardoning of Ghislaine.
Then why is he
Maxwell.
floating it? Why is he
I don't know,
with his defense attorney?
If you really actually look at this, though, I think we can estimate, and I don't know this for sure, but that this is classified levels of information that we're not allowed to know.
Bullshit.
Well,
you didn't care about that during the election. It shouldn't matter now. You guys really going to accept, oh, it's classified? It's classified?
No,
Is that a good
I
excuse?
want it released.
Let me ask you this. If Ghislaine Maxwell has information that could lead to the arrest of Epstein co-conspirators, should they interview her?
Absolutely.
But what if she says, I will give up all this information, but I want immunity?
Listen, I think that
Honest
people
question.
are like, yeah, the left is kind of over getting crazy about the Queen of the Day immunity stuff. I'm okay with giving temporary immunity if it leads to, indictments down the line. The problem is you can't trust this White House that they're not cooking some deal with Maxwell right now. You couldn't trust them when they said, we have the files, they're on my desk. And then it's, oh, the files don't exist. And then finally, they were made by Obama. No one, not even the most credulous member of this audience believes that Obama made the fucking Epstein files. Give me a break. So we don't.
Even if he did, it's not a matter of whether or not Obama created the Epstein files. It's a matter of whether or not they're true. Like that, you have to understand that, like, if I go on to Twitter right now, I can find hundreds of conservatives. I could actually just post the pedophiles should be fed to wood chipper memes, and I'll probably get 10,000 likes and a billion conservatives posting wood chipper memes in my replies, which is effectively like, conservatives have a virtue signal, which is they hate pedophiles, which is they think that pedophiles should be fed to wood chippers, right? So even in the posts where these characters are sweeping for Epstein, it's endless wood chipper posting, endless kill your local pedophile posting. And it's actually a healthy chunk of comments saying that if Trump fucked kids, he should go down too. This is actually like the one thing that conservatives ate. Not all of them, a substantial amount of them are trying to sweep, but a substantial amount of them are like, no, fuck that. Anybody involved in this has to go down.
Trust the administration. They have no credibility.
That's not true. I believe it.
Should Pam Bondi resign? Yes or no across the board?
I believe Obama made the files.
Should Pam Bondi resign?
That you said something else.
They can only meme because they know that they're dead to rights on this. Pisco already mogged the panel. We are like 2 minutes into the content, and Pisco has already just rhetorically assaulted these people.
Should Pam Bondi resign?
I don't even understand what you're asking me because I'm on the last topic.
I think she should be fired.
Let him pass.
Fired. Pam Bondi should be fired?
I mean, I think so.
Do you think that Pam Bondi should be fired?
Well, I don't.
Fatsimo says, what is temporary immunity? It means that while Ghislaine Maxwell is revealing potential criminal co-conspirators involved in her sex trafficking ring, the federal government cannot add additional charges based off of the information proffered. So I'm sure there's exceptions to this and there's limitations. Like if you cop to a murder in an interview, I'm pretty sure you're still getting charged with that murder, even if you have temporary immunity, right? But it's supposed to allow criminals talk about potentially criminal conduct while they're being interviewed about criminal conduct in the preliminary stages of negotiating a deal. So Ghislaine Maxwell was given temporary limited immunity where she was allowed to talk about co-conspirators and other people who had sex with underage girls in hopes that it would reveal more criminal shit. Magnus says hardcore libertarians are sweating in the corner from the Epstein stuff, if you know what I mean. Yeah, because they would love to bang 14-year-olds. True. Common Cure says, is this supposed to be a debate panel or kill Tony? I can't tell the difference. Yeah, probably a combination of both. Now, I desperately need to use the restroom, so I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Pisco's pissing, though. He's doing good. He already mogged, and it's like 2 minutes into the panel.
Like that Pam Bondi was the Attorney General of Florida when Epstein,
they're scared. They're scared to criticize Pam Bondi. They know she fucked up.
I'm not scared.
You just said
well, hold on. Wait. Pisco. Of all of the issues to bring up first, this is the one that's actually divisive among the Trump supporters.
This is
why that is true. Hey, Pisco, answer this though. At least Trump supporters are actually holding our own accountable.
I don't think so.
There's a huge split.
I don't think so.
Pisco, there's a huge split within the conservative party.
Trump is in the Epstein files. You got us. Okay.
All right. So
why are you jerking off the second our guy does one bad thing?
So when you
it's like you caught your dad farting and you won't shut up about
one bad thing, do you mean when you say you did one bad thing?
Yeah, he didn't
do you
fuck
mean
kids.
Covering up a pedophile ring? Is that what you mean by one bad thing?
First of all, we were never big on Epstein.
You were never big on Epstein.
It's a bunch of guys fucking 17-year-olds.
We were
I don't
never
care.
big
Motley
on Epstein.
Crue fucked 17-year-olds. I don't think Trump fucked 17-year-olds. I think he was ejected in the Epstein files.
Why is he lying?
So he's changing
Why
it
is he
because
lying?
he doesn't want it to get out there.
Is he lying?
It's very embarrassing.
Is he lying?
You got us.
Is he lying, Gavin?
You got us.
Is he lying?
Yes.
Yes, he's lying.
It's a lie.
You're gonna trust.
We thought the Epstein files would fuck you, and then we saw you put us in it.
Really
so now we don't want him out.
So you never really cared
You
about
win this tiny little battle.
So we can't actually trust this administration on the
Oh,
most
shut
important
up,
issues,
dude.
right? Is there a cabal?
Work at lie.com.
Is there a cabal of
And you
Satanist
caught me
pedophiles
fucking up
running
once.
the country? This was an
It's
issue
like
that-
January 6th.
that you guys
We
brought
fuck up once
that
in
you
100
guys brought up.
years. All you do is fuck up.
And now Gavin
January
said-
6th.
Okay, wait,
January
hold on.
6th.
I didn't bring up January 6th. You brought up January 6th.
Well,
he organized January 6th.
Pisco. Let's not get super excited. This is an issue that is divisive among the Trump's base, and it's where you actually can see a split. A lot of people are upset the way he's handling it. There are many people who back Trump who now believe that he may be involved. There's a lot of conservatarians, we call them. They're like libertarian conservative leaning.
What do you believe, Tim?
Who believe? I think Trump is likely involved in some way in the Epstein files. To what degree? I honestly don't know. I believe
Bondi
they should
be fired.
Should who be fired?
Should Pam Bondi be fired?
To be honest, it's a very specific question related to an administration for which I don't have enough information on the Epstein files.
Yeah,
themselves.
because you have to build up your credibility with the White House because ultimately you rely on those relationships. And so you're not going to come out and say what Pam Bondi did. Can you at least admit she blew it? She blew it.
Did blow it with a binder. Everybody, I think everybody agrees.
The phase one binder
fuck up.
Because listen.
Yeah.
If we're being honest about what Pam Bondi has done, it is a political question. It is an HR question of whether she is being effective. My personal opinion is she's not, but I don't know what else is going on. And so you're asking me about a hiring and firing decision of which someone I'm disappointed in who's fucked up really bad.
She's not doing the job. Her job right now is running just like Tulsi Gabbard, just like Dan Bongino, is to go on Fox News and yap all day. Is she enforcing the fucking law? No, she's not.
Well,
she's doing her makeup and she's going on Fox News. That's her job right now and running cover now. I'm assuming that he's still annihilating. I love shit shows. All right, scrolling through. Yay for Pisco, let him piss. Let's go on a piss. What the fuck is temporary immunity? I already explained that. Hardcore libertarians. Truth be told, so as far as I know, Epstein, during the 80s and 90s, would travel around in South Florida and New York, and he ran a modeling agency where he would pay girls from flyover states to fly out to New York for modeling gigs. But the modeling gigs were parties with hard drugs and orgies at the end of the day. And then Epstein would encourage the models to sleep with celebrities and to sleep with politicians and his friends. And then the remaining question, because these were like 14-year-old girls, 15-year-old girls, so it was hella illegal, but they probably didn't conceptualize the age of the internet the way that we do now. They probably just thought that they were going to get away with it because at that time you could get away with it. You could pay people off. You could deny that stuff happened. You could have powerful friends in law enforcement and in the government, and nobody would call you out for this kind of behavior. So my suspicion is Donald Trump did participate in this behavior. And so, but so did Bill Clinton. So did Alan Dershowitz. So did Bill Gates, all that stuff.
Probably Leonardo DiCaprio. Weirdly enough, he was a teenager in the 80s and 90s, so I don't really blame him for participating in the orgies, but chances are he got diddled and he banged underage prostitutes, right? So that all happened in the 80s and 90s and early thousands. Well, what ended up happening is, of course, the age of the internet. Jeffrey Epstein gets figured out. He's found out, but then he gets that sweetheart deal. So the question is, why did he get a sweetheart deal? Was it because there were a bunch of rich and powerful people who had sex with underage prostitutes that he could implicate, therefore he got a sweetheart deal? Or did he get a sweetheart deal because he was using that information as blackmail and selling that blackmail to intel agencies? Either way, the American people should still know if our most rich and powerful people in the country were engaged in recruiting 14-year-old girls to be underage prostitutes at orgies. We should know that. So we can basically be like, oh, okay, these people are pieces of shit. Not only are we not going to do business with them, we're also going to like exile them from their own financial and political empires. We might incarcerate them and fuck these people, right? That's what a sane, rational, and moral person would do. Now, I'm hungry, so I'm about to eat some chips, but I will mute myself while I eat my chips.
That's why Tulsi is putting in, Obamagate, the Obama files. No one believes it. It's one distraction after another. They're going to release you the MLK files. Like, anyone's going to be distracted. They're going to give this, like, bullshit theory about Obamagate and the Obama files. Like, that's going to distract anybody.
What's
True. And Tim is tweeting about this shit, too. Tim is fucking sweeping. Pisco is pissing right now.
About what? The MLK files?
The Obama files.
Well, okay. So the Obama file narrative is bullshit, because there is no contradiction between the allegation made by Obama the IC community.
I think we need to support Trump, even if he is Epstein, because he's the only one trying to save the country. You're sitting there.
That's your priority. He's just...
I know he's memeing, but unironically, this is the only position you can have, is that I don't care that Donald Trump recruited and sexually molested a bunch of teenage girls in the 80s and 90s. That's the only position that's tenable at this point.
He just said we should.
The Great White Hope.
He just said we should. You guys laughed it off as a joke. You laughed at
You're not offering anything real.
No fun.
You're just talking.
Are so unfun. You're so upset all the time.
So
he's gay.
So
this
now
is why we're
they can only meme because they're getting annihilated.
Winning.
So now what they're saying is this is all just a joke to them. They don't actually care. It's not serious to them. The Epstein issue, it's all.
I don't sound serious to you.
No, we're over it.
When they tried to sell it to you, they tried to sell it to you for years and years. They don't think much of you as an audience. They basically think that you're sheep. That you'll follow them.
True. Let him piss.
That's not what I think.
To be fair, I literally can't see anybody right now.
Yeah, no. But
I'm not a pedantic worrywart, then I hate everyone in the room.
It's
what
pedantry.
The fuck are we talking about?
Pedantry to focus on Epstein.
They can only meme about it because he's annihilating.
And that's what these guys are trying to sell to you.
That's not what we're selling.
It's a win. It's a win.
It's a huge win.
Move on.
Yeah, okay. So other aspects of Trump. Do you want to move on from Epstein?
I want to talk.
I wouldn't even let them move on that fast. I would actually try to ask them direct questions. I would be like, okay, so you're saying Trump is winning. You're saying Trump is doing a good job. So what do you think about the pedophile cover-up? Do you think the pedophile cover-up is good? And if they say, okay, that's an L, then I would let them move on. But unless they're willing to own the fact that their daddy, their messiah, is allegedly a fucking pedophile, and now that he's in a position of power, he's sweeping up his own fucking pedophilia. Unless you're willing to acknowledge that in public and say it with your fucking chest, I'm not letting you move on. I'm not letting you move on. You know, you will say that out loud into a microphone that either you're taking the fucking L or you're okay with it. One way or the other.
That's why I asked about the Obama stuff.
I'm happy to move on from Epstein.
So let me,
by the way,
let me start with this.
Hey, we need a beer for Gavin.
Yeah.
Can we get a?
Well, let's start here real quick for Pisco. The September 18th.
Kay says, no, if you have immunity, you don't get prosecuted unless there are specific caveats in the deal. I do wonder, though, Kay. So, for instance, let's say that I don't know this for sure, but I presume it. Let's say that you're talking about racketeering, right? Like you're a part of some criminal enterprise that extorts businesses for money. You're a part of a criminal organization, etc. But the scope of the investigation is only like theft, shoplifting, extortion, and racketeering. Okay. But then you cop to a murder. Like you're like, oh yeah, I shot Pauly D in the fucking face and I killed him and I buried him back there. I don't know if the temporary immunity, if you're talking about one nature of crimes, I don't know if it extends to all calibers of crimes. And I think that's why the lawyers often negotiate the limited immunity deals for time and for content. So again, like if she's talking about, yeah, we recruited these girls to be models, to be prostitutes. Yes, I did XYZ ABC to groom these girls into sexual favors. Yes, these are the rich and powerful people that I collaborated with. These are the people who engaged in sex acts. I think all of that would be covered by the temporary immunity deal. But if she admits to like murder, I don't know if that would have been covered by the temporary immunity deal unless it was explicit. I don't think you just get blanket immunity for 24 hours to admit to crimes. You know what I'm saying?
2020, ICA stated that that Obama ordered Brennan to release raw intelligence that was not up to their standards for release, as they found it to be highly dubious. The predicate for the narrative that Vladimir Putin wanted Trump to win was.
Think about how small of an issue this is. We're arguing about 10 years ago. Obama told the intelligence community that he wanted a report written favorably to his political perspective. That's the story. As far as I know, unless Tim presents more compelling evidence about a more serious crime, the story is Obama disagreed with the intelligence community. He wanted a politically favorable narrative. He asked a report that would help him bolster his politically favorable narrative. How is that a fucking crime?
A sentence fragment. It was incomplete, and 5 different analysts read it 5 different ways. That's verbatim
false.
from
false.
That's from the
Read
file.
the Mueller report. Read all of the.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Read. Excuse me. You can boo. You can boo. You can boo. You can boo all you want.
But I've seen what makes you cheer.
Robert, you can boo all you want. Robert Mueller,
Hey guys, chill.
Robert Mueller.
You guys gonna get your chance.
John Durham. Who's John Durham? John Durham is a special counsel appointed by Bill Barr, by your fucking daddy, by Trump. Yeah, John Durham is a traitor. This is.
So hold on.
This is conspiratorial.
Please go.
Yeah, go for it.
So is your argument that you are choosing to weigh the word over one man over another man?
I'm weighing the evidence, right? What is the evidence?
True.
So hold on.
So I'll weigh the evidence. One piece of evidence that you have to deal with is the following: that after the story.
Okay, I don't know if anybody else called this out, but Christian Valeris in chat did. Happy to blame Bondi, but not Trump. Good Tsar, bad boyars to a fucking T. So this is something in Russia. You are not allowed to criticize the emperor during the imperial period. But if you talk shit about the nobles, that's fine. And if you notice the rhetoric around Trump, they're never criticizing Trump. They're never saying, oh, criticize, Trump is keeping the files hidden, or why is Trump doing this? Why is Trump doing that? They're always blaming Bongino. They're always blaming Patel. They're always blaming Bondi. They're never blaming Trump. And so I think it's an instinctive thing because majority of us come from monarchies ethnically. It's an instinctive thing that you can't criticize the king, but if you generalize it to the bureaucrats underneath the king, or if you generalize it to his lords and his servants, that's a general enough thing that you can still criticize the government without getting your head chopped off.
Of Grab Them by the Pussy, the Access Hollywood tape. You guys remember that shit?
Yeah, that was horrible.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
An hour or so later.
Gavin McKinnus is ignoring that the grab him by the pussy comment is made in the light of the fact that Trump is currently covering up a pedophilic conspiracy. If you don't find that repulsive, I think you're dumb. I know we were beating up on the left wing pretty hard this morning with the Hasan tent, but if you unironically think the only way the grab him by the pussy videotape works is if it's an isolated incident and if it's Trump just chatting shit with the boys, right? But when you have him also saying, oh yeah, I used to creep on the American teen beauty pageants by walking into their dressing rooms while they're getting dressed just so I could see their naked teenage bodies, right? When Trump says that shit, when he's boys with Epstein through 2004, when Virginia Giuffre got recruited out of his club, and that's the reason why they broke up. Not because Jeffrey Epstein was banging underage prostitutes in general, but because he was recruiting teenagers out of Donald Trump's club. When there's allegations, firsthand testimony from these women who were recruited by the modeling agencies, who described that the way that the modeling agencies worked, described the way that the parties and the orgies worked, and described Donald Trump being there and the kind of weird sex shit that he would do. You can't just say, oh, it's just banter. Oh, it's just locker room talk, when there's like pattern upon pattern upon pattern upon pattern of information. It doesn't work. And you're sweeping for pedophilia, you fucking freak. Gavin, you're being like, I already knew Gavin was kind of a piece of shit. It's surprising to me that he's comfortable being this big of a piece of shit.
Hour or so later, WikiLeaks in coordination with the IRA and the GRU release a bunch of materials just coincidentally the hour after. We have actual like records of these members of the Russian intelligence saying we prefer Trump over Hillary.
We got a fact question here. You said in lead with the IRA and the GRU?
The Internet Research Agency. Have you heard of it?
I'm asking you.
Have you heard of the Internet Research Agency? Yes or no? Okay.
I'm asking you on that point. I understand you're making the connection to Russia.
Yes or no?
And the GRU, I said as well.
Agreed. What was the so WikiLeaks has never stated where they got the information from.
Yeah, they're lying. I mean, they're liars. But we have the actual communications.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
We have communications. Right. Lucifer 2.0.
Okay, just real quick.
Okay, cool. I'm right. Yeah.
The point I'm bringing up is that with conflicting sources, I am not making an assertion of which is right or wrong. I'm just saying you've opted for one source over the other.
I've opted for the actual.
Yeah. Okay. And
evidence, and you haven't contested it, right? Like, here's a piece of evidence.
Well, I am contesting it.
Okay. So do you contest the factual?
I'm saying that there are different arguments as to where WikiLeaks got the information from, and some trust one and some trust another. And I'm not telling you you're wrong. I'm saying your argument is predicated upon one side of that argument. And that's okay. I'm not telling you it means you're wrong. I'm saying it's an important distinction for the audience.
Okay. The other side of that argument is what? What's the evidence that Russia preferred Clinton? Do you have any evidence for that?
That was in the 2020 ICA. It was.
No.
Yes.
I mean, no.
Randy Jenks says, what's the statute of limitations on Epstein Island stuff? I don't know. I don't know if it'd be federal. I don't know if it'd be state. I don't know if it'd be statutory rape. I don't know if it'd be forcible rape. The truth is, though, that we don't have physical evidence. And in my opinion, in order to get secure conviction for the people who did this, you would need an overwhelming amount of circumstantial evidence. Because, okay, so there's no semen, there's no blood, there's no, seminal fluid. There's none of that because these, parties happened 40 years ago, 30 years ago, right? And maybe in some cases 20 years ago. So there's no semen, there's no blood. So the only thing you have is whatever photos and videos exist, which I'm assuming that Epstein might have had secret cameras for blackmail operations, but if he wasn't an intel asset, he might not. Although I think that Pam Bondi has said that they had tens of thousands of hours of footage of him abusing girls and creating child pornography. Then, if you have videos and photos, you're good. You could probably prosecute for rape or statutory rape. I'm trying to think of what else. But I think that's the only evidence that would actually get a conviction. Otherwise, you need like flight logs and tons of witness testimony. You would need everybody on the island to come out and say, yes, on about March of 2002, I saw Bill Gates come out to Lolita Island. He hung out with Virginia Giuffre, who's dead now, by the way. They were hanging out for 2 or 3 days. I was part of the massage staff or the towel staff or the housekeeping staff, and I saw them engaged in sex acts around then. And then you would need like half a dozen other people to testify that to that as well. You couldn't just go off of one testimony. That's part of the problem with the nature of these crimes.
ICA was clear, as was the Mueller report.
There's 2 ICAs.
At least
that's why I said 2020.
The 2017 one.
The 2020 one said
the
that
Senate Intelligence Committee, the House, led by Marco Rubio, Devin Nunes led one. They all come to the same conclusion. And now by the way, you're relitigating this, even though it's already been established. Even though in Tulsi Gabbard's own statement, she's acknowledging that the Russians.
Old school coping in my fucking chat. Why wasn't this info about Epstein vitally needed during all 4 years of the Biden admin? You guys didn't give a fuck about Epstein when Biden was in office. I gave a fuck the entire time because I'm not a fucking partisan shill. Old school. Middle finger for your last fucking pussy ass fucking comment that I forget at this point. And then also, how about this? If they raped kids, they all need to go down. You know why Biden didn't release it? Because it implicates Bill Gates and it implicates Bill Clinton. So you have Bill Clinton, effectively Democratic aristocracy that you would fuck over by releasing the files. And you have Bill Gates, one of the world's most rich and powerful people with one of the largest philanthropic ventures on the planet. That's why. That's why it didn't get released. I don't care that Biden did a clout political calculation and decided that he didn't want to destroy the Democratic Party along with Trump and destroy Bill Gates along with Trump. I think he should have. I think if Biden was a truly principled man, he would have released the information. But I also think that anybody with access to this information over the past 40 years, they all should have leaked it if they actually had a conscience.
Or at least interfering. Will you at least acknowledge now that Russia interfered in our election in 2016?
Yeah, to an irrelevant degree.
Okay, you can say it's irrelevant, but people actually contested this for a long.
Andy B, you fucking loser. I gotta be honest, Pisco looks like a deranged psycho here while the other guys seem chill and fun. Enormous optics, L. They're talking about pedophilia cover-up, you fucking freak. If you start talking to me and you're like, ha ha ha, lol, you know, my uncle, he molested a 13-year-old girl. Isn't that so funny? I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you. I'm gonna beat the brakes off of you. Are you fucking shitting me? You're laughing about pedophilia and you're like, it's an optically loser position to get mad about the cover-up of a pedophile ring. Are you an idiot? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Unwrite this. Time travel back to when you typed this out and delete it. That was bad. You're stupid. Don't do that again. Jesus Christ. Old school. You have evidence of Trump being a pedo? You don't? You're just a fucking fanatic asshole. I'm out. Connor's just being a cowardly fascist fuck again. Old school. Number one, you're fucking retarded. Number two, sorry, ableist slur. Sorry, Ken. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Jesus. Sorry, the disabled people of America. I'm saying that old school is so dumb that he should be dismissed as a person who has opinions worthy of consideration. I do have evidence. Okay. Who is it? Who is it? Jeffrey Epstein was found to be a pedophile in like 2004. And that's when Trump severed his relationship. But Virginia Giuffre was recruited out of Trump's fucking spa in like 2000. So he knew that Jeffrey Epstein was molesting girls and didn't give a shit. Donald Trump has said that you could grab women by the pussy when you're rich and powerful. Nobody gives a shit. Donald Trump talked about how he used to walk into teenagers' changing rooms on purpose so he could look at their genitalia and their boobs and their bodies. He was a judge in various teen beauty pageants. There's a, I forget what this woman's name is. I could probably find it. There's it's a pseudonym, but Epstein victim testimony, YouTube. So I know old school's already gone because he's a fucking tool bag. It was like, you're talking bad about my political dad. You're evil because he's a sides cucked idiot. What is it? Trump victim testimony. Here we go. This girl, Katie Johnson, who's using a pseudonym. Katie talks about how she was a girl, I think from Nebraska, and she was recruited into the modeling agency. She talks about how they threw the parties. She talks about how they recruited the girls, you know, that she's been to the penthouse, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And she talks about her sexual liaisons with Donald Trump. Now, maybe she's a liar. I have no idea. But what I would say is that let's find out, right? Let's find out. Let's release the pictures. Let's release the videos. Let's release the flight logs. Let's release the, the penthouse security camera. let's find the other girls who were teenagers in the 80s and 90s, and let's see if there's half a dozen to a dozen of them who all say that they had similar liaisons with Donald Trump, and they're all independent witnesses. And what I would say is they probably did. Those things probably exist based off of the totality of circumstances. And you, because you're a sides-cucked tribal political fucking loser, you're ignoring the evidence that's right in front of your fucking face because you've bought into the idea that Donald Trump is some kind of political messiah because you're an idiot. So good job being a loser in my chat for this long. I'm surprised I didn't ban you before. I'm not even going to ban you now, but that's only so you can suffer. I hope you watch this video again and you realize that you are a tribal, identitarian, loyalist loser. And by identitarian, I mean you've identified with MAGA and you've identified with Trump so hard, you can't even look at evidence that he's probably sweeping for a pedophile ring, that he's probably a pedophile himself, and you're ignoring the evidence because it's inconvenient to your worldview. Good job, you dumbass. And by the way, fascism, cowardly. There's nothing cowardly about what I've done. There's nothing cowardly about what I've done. If anything, plenty of people fucking hate me because I've actually taken a principled stance against Republicans despite previously being a Republican. I guess in many ways I'm still philosophically a Republican, but the Republican Party has abandoned all of its principles. And then fascism, because you don't watch the stream and you're a fucking idiot, is flexible authoritarianism and political corporatism. What the fuck does Donald Trump being a fucking pedophile and you ignoring the evidence have to do with fascism? You actually might be 80 IQ. I invite you to stop talking about politics. Go talk about something else that's like more your speed.
I prefer Hillary because Putin wants chaos and Hillary would be bad for America, and that's what he wants.
So the 2020 ICA pointed out that Hillary was sick, and there was some analysts that believed having a sickly, coughing, Hillary, of course, was on some medication. They said she had pneumonia. She collapsed outside of the World Trade Center memorial event. And one of the arguments, this is from the ICA report, Putin wanted her because she was unstable and was concerned about an aggressive Trump. But
who cares? Test Dummy, thank you for your donation. 100 sec. Thanks for today. Got to go on my evening. Take care, y'all. Well, thank you for hanging out, Test Dummy. I appreciate you. Be sure to like the stream, engage with chat, comment on the VODs, watch the VODs, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here.
We don't know because the initial raw intelligence in 2016 was a sentence fragment that Obama determined, despite not meeting the standards of the intelligence community, would be published anyway, for which over the objections of members of the IC.
Yeah, no.
Think about how nuanced and informed these people are on Obamagate, which again is Obama saying like, hey, I disagree with the intelligence community. I think that this narrative is politically efficacious for me. I want you guys to highlight the fact that I think that Russia wanted Trump to win, and I want you to generate some reports that help support my narrative, which is effectively politicizing intelligence reports. Think of how small potatoes that is to covering up a pedophile ring, and think about how much more interest Tim Pool and Gavin McKinnus and Eton or whatever his name is. Think about how much more nuance they're being in reference to this Obama thing than the pedophile thing. It's because they know they have an L. They're holding an L right now.
That's what was released
to a particular
in 2020.
subset of evidence. I mean, and
I agree. I am, and I'm not saying one's right over the other, but you are choosing one is correct and ignoring the evidence.
Yeah, so I'm choosing. If we're just doing this based on who do you trust, right? So you're trusting
the ICA,
Russia over John Durham.
Over AF Racing brings us up too. And why on earth did CEO Trump know Virginia Giuffre by name? If it was just like, oh, some girl from the spa got recruited by Jeffrey Epstein, the girl is fired, and Jeffrey Epstein is banned from the club. If he wasn't paying that much of attention, if he wasn't boys with Jeffrey Epstein, then he wouldn't know shit about the details. He would have been like, yeah, Jeff's a fucking pedo, makes me sad. He's not my friend anymore. Fuck that guy. And then he would move on with his life. And then the woman he fired, or the woman who quit the club in order to go work for Jeffrey Epstein, he wouldn't know. Right? He would just be like, oh, yeah, I lost an employee to Jeffrey Epstein being a pedo. Gross. But he knew her by name. Weird.
Robert Mueller, over the overall conclusion of the State Department, and
the 2020 ICA was the United States.
Evidence. And it's
there
all to
are
distract from
two
Epstein.
intelligence committee
and
assessments.
So now we're relitigating the 2016 election instead of talking about Epstein because that's what Trump wants.
True. Jazz hands for Pisco. He's doing a good job.
Wants you to do, and those are your marching orders. I mean, like
Stefan Velkov says, Connor, you should be there too, dude. I'll be there. I'll be there with bells on, bro.
But I'm happy to move on from Epstein if we can just acknowledge it's uncomfortable to continue talking about it.
Will you concede? Will you at least concede that you look like Adrian Tomine, who was locked?
You can only joke because you can't deal with what's being said, Gavin. You pussy.
Locked in an Arby's for 3
I don't know
months.
who that is. I don't know who that is.
Okay.
It's all memes to them. It's all memes.
Admit it, Pisco.
It's all memes to them. I mean, like,
well,
this
I
is
mean,
your
we're trying to have
country.
fun.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you like Mike Pence?
Do I like him? No, I don't like him.
Okay, so we're in agreement. I don't think Trump is winning until Mike Pence. How about that?
Okay.
I can't see anybody.
Trump appointed him.
I
Trump
can't
picked
see
him as
anybody
VP.
because of the lights here, but I would like to see a raise of hands. Who thinks Mike Pence should?
Yeah, you're saying that
I
Mike
didn't
Pence
say
should
that.
die.
I said the.
Is a reference.
No, dude, think about
I
how
think proof that
uncomfortable this is. Center-right libertarian who started like the Proud Boys, which I argue is like a militia that likes to fistfight Antifa. You got Alex Stein, the MAGA comedian simp, whose only exception to criticizing Trump is that he doesn't want big booty Latinas. You have some random schizo YouTube political person. You're bringing up that the federal government is currently sweeping pedophilia, and all 4 out of the 5 people continue to sweep for pedophilia in front of an uncomfortable audience of dozens of conservatives. God bless you, Pisco. Despite me using homophobic language and yelling at you and using bad words at you, God bless you for your service to mankind.
Winning is this event.
What, Game
It
of
was
Thrones?
canceled.
Reference to Game of Thrones.
They shut it down, and then everyone
You got
who
me.
wanted to see this said, "Don't shut it down," and we had it back. I've never seen that happen before.
Yeah, so guys, give yourselves a round of applause for being here. They try to
What does that have to do with the fact that Pisco's trying to get a concession from them that it's awkward because he keeps bringing up Epstein and they keep sweeping away?
shut it down. They brought it back up.
Let me say.
Magnus brings up a good point, though. Technically, semen, blood, and DNA analysis is circumstantial evidence in forensic science, but I know what you mean. You would need an overwhelming amount of evidence. And Magnus, yeah, I want to reaffirm this point because it's important. So, for instance, if somebody claims rape and you do a swab and you find semen, that's only an indication of sex. It's not an indication of forcible sex. You would need context clues besides that. You would need bruises, signs of strangulation. You would need, I'm trying to think of what else. You would need cuts. You would need defensive wounds. You would need witness testimony. You would need toxicology. So Magnus is right that technically, like physical evidence is like blood, semen, all that kind of stuff. And I say physical, meaning that it's like manifested in the physical world. It's technically circumstantial because it doesn't prove that a crime is being committed. It proves an underlying fact that might support the crime.
This because it's a side question to the question of what Trump's administration is capable of. But in the culture war, I think it is fair to say perhaps we haven't won, but we have an insurmountable advantage on this battlefield, with an example being after the event was pulled, I got on the phone with Alex Stein.
Well, Gen X says forever. Child sex abuse is forever. Sometimes it really is forever. Good luck getting victims to testify, though. Most don't want to be identified publicly. Well, and think about this too, okay? I'm not trying to be crass, and I'm not trying to be vulgar, but just try to empathize with women for a second. Let's say that you were a 14-year-old from a flyover state, but a lot of people thought you were pretty in your town. And then rich and powerful people say, hey, fly out to New York. You are so pretty that we want you to do a modeling gig, right? And we want you to come out to this party with fancy, rich, and powerful people. And this is the 1980s. So this is before the internet. So you don't have like social media to really be incredibly aware of how manipulative and evil and fucked up the world can be. This still happens today. And we know how manipulative and fucked up the world is. So this is before that era. And so you get recruited out to New York, and then some charismatic man meets you, and he's like, hey, you know, like, yeah, you're beautiful. We think you have a lot of talent. We're looking forward to working with you. We'll do this, we'll do that, we'll do a photo shoot, blah, 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 blah. And then, on Saturday night, you're here for the weekend, we're going to have a party. And plenty of rich and powerful people are going to be there. So it's like a great networking opportunity. And all I really need you to do is walk around, be nice, be friendly, et cetera, et cetera. And you're like, oh, okay, sweet. Like, yeah, I get to meet rich and powerful people. I get access to money, clout, and influence. I get to hang out with, I'm being recognized for my talents, which, let's face it, it's the talent of being hot. But isn't it nice to be considered hot? Yeah, of course. And like you're 14 or 15. So you've never seen this kind of money before. You've never seen this kind of clout and influence before, right? And so then you go to the party. Party's fine. They let you underage drink. You get a little tipsy, whatever. But then afterwards, like half of the guests leave. And then some of the girls that you've been partying with and hanging out with, they start to pair off with some of the men and start doing sex acts. And then the madam or the charismatic man, they say, hey, yeah, like we're paying you tons of money. You're a good looking gal. Why don't you go hang out with that guy? Some girls are going to say no. Some girls are going to say, no, I'm a Christian. I'm saving myself for marriage. My parents didn't raise me that way, et cetera, et cetera. Those girls don't get invited back to the party, right? But the girls who are desperate, the girls who want clout, money, and influence and a modeling career, they might tell themselves like, yeah, this is kind of fucked up. I'm being manipulated right now, but I'm more interested in the clout, money, and influence than I am in caring about being manipulated. So I'm going to go for it. And then they go hook up with a guy that they don't want to hook up with. They engage in sex acts effectively for money, rendering themselves into prostitutes. And then since they've crossed that moral Rubicon River, where they were effectively recruited and groomed as 14-year-old girls into being prostitutes for rich and powerful people, well, they made a shitload of cash and they did meet a lot of interesting people and they kind of did have fun at the party. So maybe it's not that bad. And then boom, you've basically recruited, groomed, and child sex trafficked a minor. So that's where this whole manipulation is so insidious from the manipulator standpoint, but from the manipulated standpoint, there's small red flags that you might continue to cross, even though you know that it's bad for you. And that was the interesting thing about the testimony from Donald Trump's victim, is that she went back multiple times. The process that I just identified for you, recruited as a model, flown out, shown to a party, plied with alcohol, encouraged to have sex with rich and powerful people. She not only did that, she went back multiple times because she still wanted access to rich and powerful people, clout, money, and influence. And she justified it to herself. And she didn't tell her parents that she was being groomed and sex trafficked because she didn't want them to prevent her from having this opportunity. So that doesn't make her not a victim. That makes her a dumb 14-year-old. That doesn't make her predators less criminal. They are actively recruiting easily manipulated young girls to have sex with. So that's where old school freaking the fuck out and all these people sweeping for it is actually quite repulsive to me. It's actually disgusting. If I had a teenage daughter and you did that to my teenage daughter, I would fucking kill you, right? I would fly to Manhattan. Like, let's say Donald Trump or let's say Jeffrey Epstein recruited my 14-year-old daughter to fly out to orgies in New York. I will go to prison for several decades because I will fly out to New York City and I will gun you down for sex trafficking my daughter. And that's why they target girls who don't have fathers, because they know that men in their life, women with brothers who are vengeful and protective, women with fathers who are vengeful and protective, they're not as vulnerable. And so they target women who are alienated from their families, alienated from their fathers, and alienated from their brothers because they know they'll avoid a violent consequence for exploiting a 14-year-old girl. It's fucking evil, dude. It's some of the most evil shit that I've ever heard in my life. And the fact that half of these people can joke about it repulses me. It does make me disgusted that Gavin McKinnus and Tim Pool are sweeping for it. I think they're actually like, I think they're selling their souls. I think they're selling their souls for a pot of gold. Not even a pot of gold, for a purse of gold. They're selling their souls.
And screaming that they got us. And Alex said, we'll never get the show back. Then the next day, within less than 12 hours, we got the show back. All three of them.
That's because of you guys. Thank you.
But you know, we were talking about this, and we did an event in, I think.
Severin says, check out the articles about Robert Maxwell being an Intel asset. I'm aware. I'm just holding out the possibility that maybe Epstein was just doing it for his own ends and to party with rich and powerful people. But I do know that Robert Maxwell was a triple intelligence asset for Israel, the United Kingdom, and for Russia. So I'm aware.
I don't know if Sean, it was 2019 maybe. And far leftists threatened to burn down the theater in Pittman, New Jersey. And so the guy, even though we had the venue booked for 9 months and a contract, canceled on us and told us to go fuck ourselves. And we were actually pretty shocked because, like, okay.
Why do you actually believe the conspiracy instead of it's actually nothing? We should nail Trump because his side made it a big deal, but nothing actually points to the conspiracy. Mookery, if you have testicles or ovaries, go ahead and take out your testicles and put them on a table and smash them with a ball peen hammer. Do not procreate. Don't. It's actually nothing. We should nail Trump because his side made it a big deal, but nothing actually points to the conspiracy. I literally just described for you beat for beat. I understand I'm late in chat, so maybe don't destroy your balls with a ball peen hammer if you have balls. However, the sex recruitment testimony that I just described, the whole dynamic that I just described, there's eyewitness testimony. Virginia Giuffre testified to a similar recruitment strategy. We know there's a sex trafficking ring. We know the sex trafficking ring is covered up. We don't know if it's related to intelligence agencies because Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, was involved in Intel. And we don't know why Jeffrey Epstein caught a sweetheart deal, but we know he got a sweetheart deal. The only element missing from the conspiracy is the intelligence agencies. So don't tell me there's no evidence. All right, let's not get triggered. Let's get back into the content.
You want to face a lawsuit? And he goes, fuck you, sue me. And we were like, damn. The issue was there was a genuine fear that you will be murdered by the far left and they will destroy your life, take your home. They can stand in front of your house with fire bombs and nothing can be done about it. You can't.
Bullshit. If somebody stands in front of your house with fire bombs, you can shoot him to death. What are you talking about? I hate this. I hate it when Tim Pool sweeps.
Defend yourself with a weapon in New Jersey. But now the sentiment has shifted to where we're seeing Colbert get canceled. We're seeing, we call it the Bud Light effect. Culturally, and again, this is a side issue, the little Trump thing. Culturally, I think we own the battlefield right now.
Yeah. And I think that you guys are making excuses for how Trump is using the authoritarian powers of the state to contribute to that culture war. So, for example,
he should become the king.
So, for example, Trump.
Whoever said that they should smash their testicles with a ball peen hammer.
Trump is now like putting conditions on the curriculum of Columbia to be more pro-Israel. Do you guys agree with that?
What are the conditions?
So the conditions, for example, that they need to check to make sure that everyone is, not treating Israel differently than they would treat other countries, making sure there's no anti-Semitism curriculum, which,
they were
who's going to decide that?
Out of Jewish students, harassing them. They were attacking janitors.
So you're acknowledging that you agree with the government getting in there and deciding what's fit for the curriculum of Columbia.
They're taking government money. They're taking government money, and Jewish kids are getting harassed and having to lock themselves in rooms.
So you're okay with it?
Getting
yeah,
attacked.
I'm fucking sick. It's sick that Trump is going in there and make all the curriculum more pro-Israel. Yes or no?
He's
going to agree with that.
You can't have my money if you support.
If you're not
terrorism.
pro-Israel, if you're not pro-Israel, right? Is that right? Is that right?
Pisco, let me.
Is that right?
This will be an L.
You can't get the money unless you're pro-Israel.
I have to phrase it your way, and you go, "Is that right? Is that right?"
You won't answer because
this is like college shit.
What Gavin?
I'm going to answer your point right now for you,
everyone to be pro.
Yeah, let the other people answer, Pisco. Jesus.
I'm going to answer you. Yeah. I don't think anybody should be forced to be pro-Israel. But if the question is like an institution is discriminating against a group based on race or ethnicity, then the government should intervene to stop that.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I mean, you kind of sound like the woke.
Think of it as like a white power rally with all these texts.
Yeah, that's
blacks go home. All blacks need to. You can't have government money if you do that on campus.
So this is the
That's
same.
what that was.
This is the same argument. What people were
My
talking
position
about
has never changed on this.
cancel culture and free speech on campus when like schools are restricting because they went too far. I agree with that. In terms of,
I want to pause.
Being woke.
Pisco,
Now you're saying
Pisco,
racism matters only in Israel.
I could not appreciate his honesty more. That what you have always supported and what we have always opposed was the use of violence against ideas you did not like. So when I see, far leftists showing up, we got protesters outside right now,
like
threatening.
They should be arrested.
No, it's bigger than that. There's two groups.
Oh, they're now.
Yeah.
Put them in jail.
When leftists threaten.
Larry gifted 5 Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you, Larry Hutchinson. Appreciate you, King.
To murder me and my family, and they do. That's a problem.
They do murder you and your family?
Threaten to.
Oh, okay.
Wait, Tim, I totally agree. They should unburn the Tesla. They should unburn the Waymos. I don't agree with.
Who the fuck is this guy? I'm assuming he's a fucking. I'm assuming he's like this guy's orbiter or whatever. But it is funny that they literally just got a schizo to stare into the camera in the back of the panel, and he hasn't moved, and he's just staring into the camera. Bruh, I want one of these. Can I get a schizophrenic bodyguard who just stares at the camera without blinking for hours at a time? That is awesome. That's when I'm going to know that I've made it as a creator, is when I can hire somebody to go to my IRL debates and just be a schizophrenic standing behind me. That is awesome.
Unburn the Waymos. I don't agree with that shit. I mean, I'm not in favor of violence.
So if there are people at a university and they're targeting any racial group or ethnic group, it is the job, in my opinion, of government to be like, hey, our law enforcement will not let you do this.
Enforce the law. That doesn't mean you need to put speech codes in every fucking university.
That's
why
there's not speech
we have laws.
codes,
we have laws against harassment.
They did not enforce the law.
Have you read the letter to Harvard?
Wait, hold on, Pisco.
They beat the
wait,
shit
hold
out of
on.
Mm-hmm.
This is. I just realized something.
Huh? Just like the Jan 6 boys.
I just realized something.
Jan 6 boys do.
They beat up police officers, didn't
That's
they?
a myth, you
Oh,
fool.
it's a myth.
Oh, dude, I could go find videos right now of rioters beating the shit out of cops. Whether or not Proud Boys did it themselves, I have no fucking idea, but I'm assuming Pisco's going to nail him with it.
Yeah, it's a
myth
total
that they
and
attack
utter
fucking
myth.
Who died? Ashley
You know who
Babbitt.
died
Bernie
that day?
Boylan?
Who died is not the same question, you idiot. You think we can't see you? This is my problem with a majority of audiences. Not you. You beautiful souls who are hanging out with me today. You all have 3,000 IQ. You're all well endowed. You all track the arguments. You understand what's going on. But when the accusation from Pisco is Proud Boys beat up cops, Gavin McKinnus says that's a lie. That's a myth. And then he follows up with the question, who died? That's not the accusation, you idiot. Only morons would see that as a counter argument. That's actually wildly stupid, Gavin. I think you've lost your touch.
He died.
No,
Conservatives died.
I didn't
no
say,
officers were beaten that day. No officers.
That's a lie. I can go find videos of cops getting beaten up, so you're just lying.
Oh, really?
Died that day?
So
that's all a lie.
So just to be clear, so it's a lie that you saw with your own eyes, cops being beaten by Jan 6 terrorists. And he's saying, so I didn't say die, I didn't say kill.
Okay.
So right now you're defending the terrorist scum who attacked cops on Jan 6.
Terrorist scum, really?
True. They're using violence for a political end. 100%. Gavin, get wrecked, loser.
I hit a nerve.
I'm considering ending the show.
Why?
Because Pisco admitted Trump is winning on the Columbia issue.
Why is he winning? You think he's winning?
You literally just said that Trump is imposing these restrictions and forcing his will on the university. So is Trump winning? Yes. So thank you and have a nice day, everybody.
I think that
it's only because you got mogged for the first 20 minutes, bro. You got annihilated for the first 20 minutes. Like, listen, I want to go back on a Tim Pool. I like flying up to West Virginia. I like having conversations and debates, blah, 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 blah. But dude, sweeping for Epstein was an L, absolute L.
I think that campus lefties definitely went too far. And I was writing in my student newspaper saying like, let kids wear sombreros, right? I'm Hispanic and people called me like an Uncle Jose because I was like, I don't care about ponchos. I don't care about sombreros. Like I'm cool with all that shit. But what we're talking about something different is the government stepping in and saying, hey, have you read that letter to Harvard, by the way, where like you have to have a monitor to check whether there's anti-Semitism? This is literally campus police. And you guys should.
Dude, Randy Chang says, my parents in their mid-70s totally took it was a different time back then defense over all this underage debauchery stuff. Dude, I would freak the fuck out. if my Christian conservative parents made excuses for 14-year-old sex trafficking, I would freak the fuck out. And I think I would actually yell at them, because my parents like raised me like super conservative, like when it came to like sexual mores. And basically like, dude, there's no way in fuck that you are raising me to be like, you know, you have to court a girl slow. You got to hold her hand. You know, you got to make sure that she actually wants to kiss. You know, if you guys go to the movies, then I'm going to be your chauffeur when you're like 14 or 15. My parents actually went out of their way to make sure that I didn't get anybody pregnant until I was 18. But like they made some moves. And by the way, I made some counter moves. But they went out of their way to make sure that I was not getting anybody pregnant. So if they start sweeping for 14-year-olds getting sex trafficked, I will freak the fuck out. I will start screaming.
Care about it if you care about free speech.
I think that's dumb.
Yeah, it's dumb. And
I don't like the idea that
Andy B says, today is IG girls getting flown to Dubai to have horrific things done to them and paid to shut the fuck up. Yeah, I hope those girls are at least 18. And in the case of Europe, I hope they're at least 16, because Europeans are pedophiles.
I think it is fair to say that while there is a surface level principled argument on you shouldn't run a university that targets any
Poster says, I'm not being sarcastic. I truly appreciate it. Subscribe. Thank you, King. Appreciate you.
Group of students based on their race or ethnicity, it is pretty obvious the State Department was pulling visas from people critical of Israel.
100% they were. And they were doing it to Mahmoud Khalil. And did you support Mahmoud Khalil? In that conversation, you were a little waving.
Starhawks for $5. Just gave a big presentation to my lab and collaborators that went well, and I'm seeing ghosts tonight. Here's your windfall from my good mood. Thank you, Starhawks. Thank you for the donation. And then Christian Blair, you're saying I'm Fed posting. I'm just telling you, like, I'm not trying to be like, oh, look, I'm so edgy and cool because I'm saying that I'm going to do this. Blah, 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 blah. What I'm trying to say is the law is the law. Okay? The law is the law, and I believe the law should exist. However, if you hurt me or mine, justice is not always served by the law. And so if I have to enact justice or vengeance, then being held accountable by the law is an acceptable possibility to me. That's fine. I'm okay with it. Like 3 hots in a cot, man. Like what? I have to read books and not get sexually assaulted myself for 10 or 20 years. And realistically, if it's a self-defense scenario or if it's a sex trafficking scenario, I'm probably going to catch like murder 2 or manslaughter because my daughter was sex trafficked. And then I took actions on the people who were sex trafficking my daughter. Yeah, I'll take 5 years in a state penitentiary for that. That's fine. That's a fair deal.
Do I support him in what capacity?
In the sense of he should not have his green card taken away because of his statements.
Yeah, well, you understand, you guys are done with free speech. Like you made me into a hypocrite. I want leftist bands canceled. I want leftist shows canceled. You cancel our shows, I want your fucking shows canceled. You monitor our speech, I want your speech monitored.
This is victim
I want
narrative.
revenge.
You guys really buy this? Yeah.
Okay, so you want fascism because you're dumb as fuck. Got it. Got it, Gavin. Thanks for being a useful idiot once again.
I'm done with altruism.
This is about.
I'm a hypocrite now because of you. You guys opened the Pandora's box of censorship, so now I want you censored.
And so now Israel controls everything.
Talk.
So now Israel controls.
I don't want you talking.
Yeah.
I want you censored.
True.
So now Israel controls everything. I mean,
okay, but come on.
Anti-Semitic, but okay.
Wait. Blaming Israel. I don't know why you're talking about Israel now.
Well, because the speech codes and the speech, I don't know if you want to call them codes.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to be anti-Semitic on campuses these days.
Hang on a second. Do you think that anti-Semitism is protected speech, should be protected speech in this country?
Yes.
Yes.
There is nothing that prospers more in America than anti-Semitism.
That's not answering the question, Gavin. Stop dodging.
You can go anywhere. It's the cool thing to do with young people.
Should it be legal?
And they all wear kafayas. We got Muslims outside that are
answer the question, Gavin.
They're mad at Tim. I don't even know
I don't know why.
He insulted Muhammad or something. So
I
don't
legal?
think there's a real problem
allowed,
with anti-Semitism being wiped
Banned?
out. It's fucking everywhere, bro.
So he would throw you
it's
in
the
jail
cool thing to
for
do
anti-Semitism.
because it's anti.
Okay, but principally, should you be able to be anti-sympathetic, hostile to the state of Israel?
And what are they going to define as anti-Semitism next? If you oppose Israel's intervention in Gaza, that's anti-Semitism.
I will add to Gavin's point. I don't know that I would go as hard with it the way he's describing it, but we have talked about how my position.
Skeptical one says, how much are you paying? Does the job have benefits? No benefits. You're a 1099 contractor, but I'll pay. If you have to stand there and stare into a camera and blink as minimally as possible and move as minimally as possible, I think I'll happily pay like 25 to 30 bucks an hour for somebody to do that. No, I don't even have the resources to do that now. But let's say that I was making like a 6-figure income. Let's say that I was making like $100,000 and I was doing like half a dozen events per year. And I was able to help out with travel. Yeah, I would pay 30 bucks an hour for somebody to stand there and look like a fucking psycho.
My position on free speech has changed slightly in that in the 2010s, I would do this thing where I'm like, look, I don't agree with what you say, but I'll defend to the death your right to say it. And then I realized something.
I'm done with that.
True, and that's principled, and you are cowards for abandoning this principle.
I was handing weapons to the people trying to destroy me. And so I said, revision.
Oh, the friend-enemy distinction. Amazing.
I will defend your right to speak so long as you agree with my right to speak. But if you are a communist or Marxist or fundamentalist who wants to strip rights from other people, I will not defend you in any sense.
Perfect. I'm actually okay with this addendum because this is how I feel about fascists. Sure. If you're a jihadist who wants to eliminate free speech, fuck you. If you're a fascist who wants to eliminate free speech, fuck you. If you're a communist who wants to eliminate free speech, fuck you. Absolutely. And it's not that like this changes my legalistic perspective. It just changes my cultural perspective. I'm not gonna wake up. You remember that fascist from the Mehdi Hasan thing who was like, lol, I am a fascist. Ha 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 ha. I do want all brown and black people to go back to their countries. Ha 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 ha. I don't think Nazi Germany did anything wrong. Ha 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 ha. You remember when that guy got fired from his job? Yeah, I didn't tweet anything because I didn't care. Right? Legalistically, I don't think the federal government should do anything to him, but I do not care that he got fired. I don't care.
The problem with the First Amendment is I think it is often conceived as an individual right, and I think that it should be better thought as a restriction on the power of government.
It is.
Right? What does the First Amendment say? Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. And so when you make the right of free speech contingent on how other people treat your right, I think you're missing the point of the First Amendment, which is saying that we don't trust the elites. We don't trust the government shills to decide for themselves what is anti-Semitic, what's fit for consumption, and what's not, except for in narrow categories of things like, illegal pornography, things like harassment, things like defamation. Those categories are historical exceptions. But broadly, we don't trust the government.
True.
Let's agree on the fact that Trump is winning in that regard.
Beef Supreme gave me 3 purple hearts saying purple hearts is the badge of taking psychic damage for chat. Thank you.
It's nice in an ideal world.
Trump is getting through his agenda. The universities are forced to do it. He's taking money from these universities. His will is
well, if
being
he's successful at bad things, and that's your like gotcha. Oh, he's doing really well at doing like authoritarianism against first speech. Okay, I guess he's successul at doing something.
But let's weigh that between what the left was doing versus what Trump is doing. And I'm just like, oh, this old game again. So if the question is Trump winning in that regard? It's like you don't have to agree with him, but he is winning.
Okay.
Right.
I mean, he's winning at doing something bad. If that's your like.
Thank you for coming.
Good grief, Griff says, do you have to look like a scrawny kid with telekinetic powers like that, dude? No, I'll accept all forms of schizophrenia. If you're like a fat redneck, I'll take it. If you're a fat hipster, I'll take it. But you have to mean mug. Like you have to look like you're psychotic and on the verge of doing a mass shooting. That's the only criteria. I do not care what you physically appear like, as long as you look like you're on the verge of a schizophrenic break that's going to result in violence.
Everybody, this has been the culture where Trump
No, still dodging again. They're being cute because they know they had to dodge for the first 20 minutes in reference to Epstein, and now they have to dodge in reference to sweeping for speech speech codes.
Real quick.
Weirdly enough, I think that Tim Pool actually likes Pisco. Like, look at this. He was thinking. I showed you guys last time when Tim Pool was fighting Alex Stein. He had this like similar face. He was fighting Will Chamberlain. And Pisco got a good dunk in that was actually like super solid and kind of vicious. And Tim had this exact look of like happiness, but also love. Like, I think Tim Pool genuinely loves Pisco as an anti-hero. I really do.
Real quick, so let's go.
Sudi, can I get a beer? I don't think they have Bud, but it says like
I'd love a beer
blonde
too.
Is there like a waitress?
Something?
Holy shit, man! Drinking beer and fucking talking shit about politics would be awesome.
Is there a waiter or waitress that can drink?
I would like a
beer?
bottle of Hennessy.
How do we order one?
Let's
Dracaris became a new member. Thank you, King. Quick shill time. Like the stream. Share it with your friends. If you're having a good time, tell them that you had a good time and invite them to hang out and chat. If they're like a normal chatter for another streamer and you think they would have a better time here, tell them that you had a better time here. Watch the VODs, comment on the VODs, like the VODs, and then also super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. You guys have been so generous this week. It's impossible for me to thank you enough. Not only on Friday did we have like a pretty like average viewer day, we were around like 100 or something like that, but just everybody in chat was just given endlessly. And then this week, not only did we hit channel highs as far as viewership, we also had channel highs as far as donations. You guys have been incredibly generous to the channel, both with your time, your attention, your viewership, your comments, all that kind of stuff. So I just want to thank you. This is my dream job. Waking up and chatting shit about politics and talking shit about people I hate for hours at a time. This is my dream job. I love it. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to do it. I think I'm going to be able to do this full time in perpetuity. But let's say some emergency thing happens. Let's say I get cancer and I have to get like a big boy job. So I have big boy health insurance or something like that. I want to thank you for allowing me to do it even temporarily. It's been amazing. Thank you.
Let's segue to the hard issues, the hard facts. Border security. Trump says zero. They're reporting zero. He even said, I don't believe that number is really low, but the border biometrics, that does appear to be secure. There is a possibility that this will be the first net negative migration month. As an agenda item for the Trump voters and for the Trump administration, that is winning.
Yeah, so let's address the border, right? I don't give Trump credit for doing like illegal shit to get the border numbers down. And so
illegal shit.
True.
Yeah, illegal shit. Illegal shit. So for example, because
deporting illegals is illegal now?
No. So I don't give credit. I'll repeat it again. You guys can say if you want. I don't give credit for someone getting border numbers down, border crossings down by doing illegal shit.
The guy in the suit is Alex Stein. He's basically a right-wing comedian and shit poster. Unork says, start a new channel called Pints and Politics. Dude, I would love to. And Pisco should do it, although he's up in New York, so I'd have to move. AF Racing for $5 says, in case you get cancer. Thank you. Kay says, if you get cancer, we will allow you to go get a job, Cotter. If you get cancer, we will crowdfund for you. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. I appreciate the sentiment.
Shit. So for example, illegal renditions without due process to see caught, that's illegal shit. Closing asylum down, as was found by a district court, I think a couple weeks ago. The same thing that Biden did, by the way, which I critique. I said it was impeachable when Biden did it in contravention of the asylum statutes and the Immigration Nationality Act. That's illegal shit that he's doing. And there you see it. If you disagree, they want to use the powers of the state against.
Bro, he's joking.
I know, but like it's part of that. It's part of.
Randy Jenks' comedian says Alex Stein broadens the definition of the word. He does have funny things where he goes to, I think he's in Texas. He goes to the Plano, which is outside of Dallas. He goes to the Plano City Council meetings and he acts like a total sociopath. And I actually got a few chuckles from the way that he was acting because he did like slam poetry and rap songs. Connor, is your preference? Would you be engaging in more or less panels? The same. I would like to do like a panel a week, 2 panels a week. I like debates. Oh, shit. I forgot that I was supposed to be talking to somebody. Rocky. God damn it. I forgot I was supposed to be talking to somebody at 1 p.m. Lol.
That I think just classic authoritarian.
All right, well, look, I'll give you this.
I don't give him credit for that.
You're joking authoritarian, sir.
We're gonna retitle.
No authoritarian jokes, please.
We're gonna retitle the name of the show to "Is Trump Winning Legally?" That way we can keep going. Otherwise, we all agree Trump won.
It's funny he says no authoritarian jokes when he literally wants to ban certain speech he doesn't like on campus. I mean, you act like you're the free speech guy.
That's total horseshit, you fucking liar.
Wait, you just said, I don't give a shit about free speech on campus, anti-Semitism.
You jumped
over
to campus,
that out. We
though.
should stomp that out.
Why did it jump to campus?
Okay, so
and why are you guys so concerned about fucking illegal aliens? Like, your priorities are so backwards. There's some pedophile out there who's fucking sex trafficking, and you go, we need due process.
Okay,
he needs to go to court. We have 30 million illegals.
So
Trump has supported like 14,000 or something. Not even close to Obama number. Will you shut up, please?
You can't talk shit about pedophiles
Will you shut the fuck?
True. Let me see if I can get Rocky or Untrodden on the call. Sorry, I was supposed to do this an hour ago, and I already screwed it up earlier in the week, so I feel like an asshole.
Fuck up.
That's
Why
done with
can't someone talk?
So you just granted.
Okay, well, let him make a point.
Welcome to the blabbermouth hour.
Yeah, I mean, like, you just granted there was a win
for
Trump on pedophile cover-up, and now you're saying that, like, we're
Not
defending the
pedophile. 16-year-olds is just gross.
Nice. Sweeping for the ephebophilia. Nice. Ignoring the 14-year-old recruitment, ignoring the 15-year-old recruitment. I think there was a victim as young as 13. Ignoring the alcohol, ignoring the grooming, ignoring the modeling agencies. He just says, oh, it's just a bunch of 16-year-olds, you know? Having sex with 16-year-olds is gross. Nice sweep, Gavin, you gross fuck. Wow, that's actually like, this is evil shit. Dude, this is why I'm not, this has nothing to do with me. Okay, this has nothing to do with me. I was raised social conservative, meaning that I think that like adults should be largely in heterosexual monogamous relationships. If you're homosexual, God bless you. You do you. Just don't be so promiscuous that you do hard drugs and catch random diseases. I think that if you try to fuck somebody under the age of 18, you're probably trying to abuse them because you know that they're emotionally and mentally immature. If you try to fuck somebody under the age of 12, I think you're a pedophile and you should probably be murdered. Not murdered. I think you should be like chemically castrated and or executed. And then, I can't believe Gavin just swept for that. I can't believe he just swept for it. That's actually embarrassing to me. That's embarrassing that is a now normal part of the right wing is sweeping for pedophilia. It's fucking evil. Hey, bro.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, and I'm talking to Untrodden, right?
Yeah, that's yep. Are we just gonna?
Do you have a camera?
I do. Yeah, just give me a second. I haven't used Discord.
We don't have to use Discord. If you want me to send you a StreamYard link, if that's easier, I could just send you a StreamYard link.
I haven't used either one for this, like for recording, so I don't know. Either one's good, I guess. Let me just.
Okay. Yeah, just let me know when you're ready, and then I'll drag you over.
Okay.
Not according to Motley Crue and David Bowie.
So hold on. So I mean, you agree that Trump got the number?
Fucking illegal aliens.
The illegal immigration number is down under Trump.
Yes, the number of crossings is down.
Oh, that's a victory for Trump. That's a huge.
Yes, and
can you
hey,
see
bro.
my Discord now?
Yep,
hey,
you're live on my end. So, guys, just wrapping up the segment though. Trump's a scumbag. I can't believe that Gavin McKinnus and all those D-bags are sweeping for actual ephebophilia and pedophilia. I find it disgusting. I find it repulsive. I'm happy that Pisco's doing well. I hope he kicks the shit out of those people. And if you want to go watch the original, go watch it there. And then I'm going to be talking to Untrodden Podcast. He's a gentleman who I was trying to do a one-on-one conversation earlier in the week, but I flubbed the time. And then I just flubbed the time again today. But, you know, I didn't want to keep pushing him off. I want to talk to him when I have the opportunity to do so. So I'm going to go ahead and pull him on, and we'll take it from there. And then Untrodden, are you kind of like ready?
Yeah, we can jump into it. Yeah.
Okay. Can you introduce who you are, what you're about, and what you want to talk about today?
Yeah. So I normally just like record and then upload. So I guess like I'll introduce myself for your stream, and then I can do like my podcast intro after that and start recording on my end.
Sure.
It takes like, I'll just do that like 5 seconds. But yeah, so My name's Dylan. You can just call me Dylan if for the rest of this here. But basically, I started this podcast recently because I felt like there were just people in general who kind of didn't intersect. They kind of just do their own thing. And so I wanted to talk to different kinds of people, academics, maybe ideally I wanted to talk to academics, and then some more online people. And I just want to talk to them and just kind of like push them a bit, ask them questions, get to like the core of what they believe. And then ideally talk to like different people from different echo chambers kind of, and then like, you know, bridge a gap there and, you know, have good faith intellectual dialogue, you know, like as good faith as we can get. So far, like I've only talked to like Marxists basically, because that's kind of like what gave me the idea in the first place. And I went on like a Marxist arc where I was like reading, watching all these guys and reading a bunch of Marxists. I myself am pretty much just like a normal liberal, but I feel like I've learned a lot in talking to these guys. And so there's kind of like, I'm kind of like an ambassador, I feel like, between like liberals and Marxists right now.
Well, that's perfect. I don't know if you realize, but there's a huge drama between liberals and leftists right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a bit of a mess.
Yeah, can you do your intro for your podcast, and then actually, I wouldn't mind. I think you mentioned in a DM that might be one of the topics that we broach. I wouldn't mind giving you the summary of a content that I recently consumed that a socialist assured me would give me the level of nuance necessary to talk about this in an intelligent way.
Yeah, for sure. That sounds good. Yeah, I'll do that. It takes like, I'll just do like 5 seconds. I don't do a long intro.
For sure.
Okay. All right. Hello and welcome to the next episode of the Untrodden Podcast. Today I'm doing something a little bit different. I'm here with Connor, Counterpoints. He's like a political streamer, live streamer. We're actually live right now. But I wanted to talk to him because he comes from like a different world, online politics, comes from a different political perspective. And yeah, so we're just jumping into it right now.
Sure. And then just introducing myself to the people at home. I have a very simple intro, which is I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and a never Trump Republican. I was raised by like Reaganite fiscal conservatives who were devout Christians. And so I feel like I actually had like a pretty strong upbringing in Republicanism. And I feel like I was fed the ideals of the Republican Party. Whether or not the Republican Party has ever lived up to those ideals, I think is a different question. And then I am shocked and repulsed by MAGA using populism to effectively, in my opinion, destroy my party. All of the ideals that I thought I was raised with, I don't think anybody gives a shit about them anymore. I think the only way that they do it is they pay lip service to it. But I actually believed in these ideals and let them guide me throughout my life. And so, like an idiot, I am desperately clinging to the principles and values of my childhood and arguing for them unsuccessfully, mostly to liberals. Because liberals are the only people who seem to like give a shit about the Constitution of the United States.
Yeah,
that
sounds good. So you said you've been learning about socialism, diving into some stuff. So what have you got? What have you got?
Yeah, so basically, like debating in the Twitch and YouTube political scene, the two main things were the decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production was the definition for Marxist socialism. And then when it came to communism, it's a moneyless, stateless, classless society, which is the Marxist definition of capitalism, or excuse me, communism, as far as I understand it. The problem with that, though, is that I got into a fight with Econoboy recently, and he's like, well, actually, there's 10,000 different schools of socialism, and technically, social democracy could be considered socialism, and And so somebody linked me effectively a 2-hour summary of socialist theory. And what I think unified socialism was a belief that the creation of the working class in the capitalist system has come with oppression. And so as a result, it doesn't have to be from the working class. There were bourgeois socialists who believed that who believed in socialism, even though they knew that they were bourgeois. But the whole point of it is to emancipate the working class from the oppressions and contradictions of capitalism. And so that's where like social democracy, weirdly enough, if you made workers comfortable enough through capitalist means and taxation and redistribution, it would fall under that broad definition, but it wouldn't fall under the Marxist definition. And so that's kind of like the contradictions, and that's why we're constantly fighting over these terms.
Right. Yeah, I think that's a good starting point. It's not necessarily wrong. I just feel like there's a lot of context and nuance missing from these conversations that like it seems like it's okay, and I had like that kind of perception for a while, and then when you really dig into it, you realize that there might be something like worth saving or worth discussing at least here. Because I feel like, I guess my main point that I want to argue is that if you say there's like two groups of socialists, we could say, right? There's like the full-on Marxist communists, the ones who aren't satisfied with social democracy, basically. And then you have the social democrats. If we say there's broadly those two groups and they have like subgroups or whatever, I think there's a third group that isn't being like understood in that kind of dichotomy. And that's kind of like what I want to argue, like what I want to present.
Sure.
Because I did actually watch the debate, and you know, it's frustrating because I would say that none of you are really like experts on socialism. None of you have like the full perspective.
This guy listed 30 different authors. I have read 0 of the 30 authors that he cited.
Yeah. But what I found frustrating is like none of you understand socialism, but also like you're not really discussing like what the real debate is about. Like people aren't being clear about their terms. And so I feel like you were closer to the truth because you were at least trying to actually argue like a historical case and a real case, and that was just kind of being like blindsided. And so yeah, that's kind of like a separate conversation about like how people have conversations online, I guess, and then like why are we not being clear? Because what I find funny is like among socialists themselves, this debate happens over and over again, right? This debate's been happening since like the beginning of the 20th century, maybe even before that. But I guess the first thing is that, so obviously you probably heard this, but obviously socialism and communism are not necessarily Marx. Like they predate Marx. They're like separate concepts. So we can understand socialism and communism as kind of like these like frustrations under the modern world, and they're just kind of radicalism. I think there's one way of understanding them that way. But then the thing about Marx is that it's like everyone's a Marxist and no one's a Marxist. Like after Marx, everyone plays on Marx, everyone references Marx, everyone pretends to be a Marxist. Some people say they don't want to be a Marxist.
Yeah, it's like religion.
Off response. Exactly right. It's exactly.
Yeah, it's like, I'm a Catholic, but I don't practice 80% of the dogma of the Catholic Church. And then other Catholics are like, well, you're not a real Catholic then. And then that person gets sick of being called not a Catholic, so then he becomes an Anglican. And then then he gets tired of the Anglican, and then he becomes Baptist. And it's schisms, ideological schisms among a dozen lines.
And we could even say that Protestantism is like bound up with the Catholic Church, because as much as they want to be different, they only exist in response to the Catholic Church. So
dude, I told that to a Protestant, and a Protestant got so fucking mad. I was like the only reason why Protestant churches exist is because the Catholic Church was around for like, whatever, I don't know, 1,000 years, 1,200 years. And then Protestantism broke out of Catholicism, and she was like, no, you guys, I guess I was Catholic at the time.
It's just real.
Like, no, you guys are a bunch of pagan Mary worshippers. We have nothing to do with you. And then I actually had to like draw a chronology like of the schism.
Yeah, it's a long story, but it is really similar to that. It's kind of like you can't really turn back time. Like people will argue over what real Christianity is, but no one is really a true Christian, if we're being honest. Like everything has just been so bound up with the historical process, which is kind of the point, I guess. So it's hard to figure out where to start. I think when you say contradiction in capitalism,
do you agree with the broader definition of like socialism? Emancipation is what I use like as a word for like freedom, right? So socialism is an attempt to free the working class of the oppressions and contradictions of capitalism. Do you and there's like 10,000 different ways to do that. Do you think that's broad enough and specific enough to encapsulate socialism?
I would say it could be, but I think the problem is that it really depends on how you elaborate on that definition, because I think what could happen is that people will hear that and they'll take it in a way that I think is missing what's really important to me. So what I really want to argue here is that there's some nuance that we're not including, that I think is important. So this, and I don't know how much in depth you want to go on this, but it has to do with what contradiction means, what Hegel is about, like all of this philosophical tradition. I think there's kind of like a thread that pulls all that together, and I think that thread is missed by the majority of socialists online. And the majority
well, just for the sake of back and forth, I'll tell you what I mean, and then I would love for you to expand on what you think is core to the argumentation. So what I heard, which I don't know if it's correct, is that communism is the way that most communists kind of view pre-industrial society, where all of the goods of basically like a tribal society were held in common, right? If you needed something, your neighbor would help you, that kind of thing. And so they think that there wasn't class, which I think is ahistorical, but whatever.
That's really, I just want to know really fast. You should continue, but that is completely wrong for like core Marxist thought. That's completely wrong. That's like a complete bastardization for a lot of reasons, but keep going on.
No, and I would love to hear why it's a bastardization. And maybe this was more motivating like 19th century pre-Marxian socialists. I don't know. But their motivating factor was effectively saying that like industrial society has effectively created these two classes, the bourgeois and the proletariat. So the people who own the means of production and the people who actually labor and trade their labor for a wage. I don't know if that's totally accurate, but approximate, right? And so the contradiction or whatever is that there's this tension between these two classes that are opposed, but ultimately they're both human. And so they shouldn't be opposed. They should actually be working. Actually, probably the bourgeois class should be prohibited or dissolved. But ultimately, this tension cannot continue to exist because it's effectively economic combat that has to be resolved at some point.
Yeah, I think that part's pretty. That part's okay. That part's good. The problem I have. And I totally believe that people told you this. Like, I'm not blaming this on you, but the idea that pre-society was better, there are people who will kind of gesture in that.
Not better, but it didn't have that class conflict.
Yeah, right. That idea is kind of it's like true in the way that it's kind of like saying slavery didn't exist when everyone just murdered each other. It's like, okay, it's kind of like a worthless statement, because what we really need to understand, I think this is one of the key points I want to really like put out here. Socialism comes out of the bourgeois tradition, right? So that's like it comes directly out of that. So when we say bourgeois, there's a way of hearing that where you just say rich people are bad, but there's another way of saying it where bourgeois is liberalism. It's the intelligent, educated classes overthrowing the monarchy in order to emancipate.
Yeah, they called the American Revolution the bourgeois revolution in that piece that I was thinking. I was like, oh shit, it kind of is, because it was like the landowner merchant class. And they were also talking about, sorry for interrupting, but I did find it really interesting. And they were also talking about how political representation from liberalism was like they did suffrage, right? The vote. But they actually argued that universal suffrage was a step too far because you were going to enable the plebeian masses who were going to capsize society, which is why like early American, the concepts of early America was a bourgeois revolution, but not a proletarian revolution, which I thought was hilarious.
Right, but that's actually understanding what a bourgeois revolution is. Now, these things get all muddled because we have to understand that I would say, and this is a separate conversation, but the failures of the left have created a very like defensive, annoying. I just want to make it clear for everyone. I despise the leftists that you would despise, like the Stalinists.
Sure, we're talking descriptively.
All these people, all these people are, but it's not. But they also are kind of like on the defense, and so what they end up doing is they end up like abusing terms, and so no one knows what these things mean anymore. Because really the bourgeois revolution, from a Marxist perspective, is a historical process. So that's one thing we have to discuss. Again, Hegel's idea of history, we can get into that a little bit, but it's a necessary historical process that is leading to greater freedom and emancipation. That's like a crucial point there.
Yeah. Well, in that crucial point, it's funny because I actually don't believe in it. Okay. And the reason why is Yeah. So what I understand this, and I could be wrong, and bear in mind you're the subject matter expert who's talked to a dozen socialists at this point. But what I understand, which is funny because this was a Vosh versus like Luna Oy and some other creator. They had this fight.
Yeah.
Is Second Thought, something like that. They had this huge fight where they kept accusing Vosh of being an idealist versus a materialist. And they said that materialism is core to Marxism. And I had no idea what the fuck they were talking about. But what the argument, as far as I understand, is that if you're a materialist, then what you believe is that like we all have these like great man of history analyses of history where somebody comes up with an idea out of the ether and then they implement their will by convincing everyone around them to follow along with it. But from a materialist lens, everything is material. And so these ideas, they don't emanate from the ether. They emanate from the historical context and the material context in which these ideas are born. And so while we like to think of ourselves as individual agents considering various ideologies to choose from, actually what we are is we're a product of our unique perspective in time and history. And so as a result, all we're doing is we're pushing the ball forward and getting pushback from another team. And so history is not this great men creating ideologies and imposing their will on the world. It's actually just a very chaotic hodgepodge of ideas bouncing off of each other. And the ones that ultimately win out are the ones that make sense to the most amount of people. And I don't even know if that part's true, because I think that that might even give people too much agency within this framework.
Yeah, I think it's so. One thing is that the idealist materialist like dichotomy there is kind of abused. This is another example. I'm going to say a lot of these oversimplifications are what I would call the vulgarization of Marxism that happened during the Soviet Union, which is basically that the Soviet Union was failing to live up to any of its ideology, and Stalin basically just like turned everything into like the dumbest version of what it could possibly mean. And then people who defend that because the idea is that this was actually existing socialism, so you have to defend it because it existed, and that means thus it's better, and it existed, and so you just have to defend it. And so then you say things like materialism is better, but you don't actually know what materialism means. And the reason I point that out is because like idealism and materialism, like idealism is a German philosophical tradition, which is kind of revolutionized in Kant, and then
aren't
Hegel
we kind of proving
really
though?
off of Kant.
Real quick, I'm ecstatic to hear what you have to say, but aren't we kind of proving why Marxism is never going to work? Because you have to understand 10,000 years of like,
I don't
not
think
10,000. You have to understand like 500 years of philosophical tradition in order to be an actual philosophical Marxist, and you have to read all these like German and European philosophers who all are arguing with each other in order to get to the core of the ideology.
I totally understand that critique, obviously, and I won't say, but I will say that I think these ideas aren't as complicated as they seem. I think it's possible that if you tried to explain liberalism to like a random peasant in like 1600 or 1700, when these ideas were like barely blossoming, I think you would have to like, well, listen, Locke justifying our natural rights. Let me explain. Okay, but Locke.
Okay, but natural rights. Okay, but the Emperor of Mankind.
Yeah, like
I don't know.
I
don't know if you're familiar with Warhammer 40K, but like that's how the lore like starts. Is like, let me tell you about Space Marines. Wait, hold on. Let me tell you about the Primarchs. Wait, hold on. I should tell you about the Emperor of Mankind. Wait, hold on. Let me tell you about the Dark Age of Technology. And so like you just keep back and back and back and back because it's so dense.
I do think there's a phenomenon where ideas can kind of become difficult to understand because of the time and place that we're in. And I guess this is me being kind of having kind of a Marxist Hegelian view of history, more Hegelian, but
we're constantly bombarded with information. Yeah.
And there is a way in which these ideas, I think, could be way more easy to understand, and it wouldn't require all this groundwork. Like the reason I have to do all this work is because they're just unfamiliar. But if they were more digested and understood readily, it wouldn't come off that complicated. But I don't know. It's hard to say. And that is kind of the point of having the vanguard party or whatever, although that can quickly become just authoritarianism and just cope and all that. But I did want to say that I'm not going to go into all of what idealism means because that is a nightmare of a conversation. But really, like the point I was making is that Hegel is building off of Kant, And neither Kant nor Hegel are simply idealists. They're not just idealists. They have more of a nuanced outlook. And Hegel himself has a huge awareness of the contradictions between our thought. That's kind of like the whole point of Hegel, is that we can't resolve things into these neat little packages, right? That's kind of the whole point. And so Marx polemically kind of says, I have to turn Hegel upside down, right? And so what he's saying is that Hegel is all about ideals and ideas, and we need to have materialism. So this is where that idea comes from, that there's a dichotomy between them. But Marx later in life realized that that was kind of stupid, and that there was actually more in Hegel, and that actually Hegel kind of justifies having a material and idealistic, like it's a complicated interplay, basically. There's this really complex interplay of ideas and society and the development of history, and this is a really complicated thing. And so I think anytime someone like boils it down to simply just materialism and they are just Stalinist, I think you need to understand that they're kind of failing, and they're kind of rejecting all of the philosophical tradition. They're sacrificing all of that German tradition, all of what Marx thought, all of it. It's just kind of like it's just a failure. And so I just think those people are kind of worth ignoring, because they're basically just authoritarians in our conception of what an authoritarian is. And the reason why I think this is important is because I think if you have a Hegelian view of history as a method, and I'm not convinced of it, because it kind of implies
bear
that
in mind this stuff is so
developments.
Complicated that I didn't even bother, right? And so if you wanted to say like a Hegelian view of history, the closest thing that I could possibly think about it is like thesis, antithesis, synthesis, and I'm not even sure if I'm citing the right person. You know what I'm saying?
So I can boil it down, I feel like, pretty simply. So when we think about history, there's actually a Kant quote that talks about this. But when we think about history, we really do think of it as, well, I think this is how most people think of it, even like liberals generally. We really think of it as like these horrible things happening, and then like people have personal interests, and then wild things happen, and then they change their mind about things. And it really is just kind of this like random, chaotic cycle. I feel like that's kind of what we view as history. And so the point of Hegel and Kant even is to say that there's a purpose, there's a through line to history. That is really the fundamental point. There's a necessary like development. It kind of imagine it like a person has like a child phase, and then they become an adult, and we would say that all those phases are necessary to their development. That's what history is to them. The idea is that history is like a self-discovery of our own freedom. And this is what's really important. Why did Hegel say that freedom was the point of history, or Kant?
Because
they were bourgeois liberals. Because they were bourgeois liberals. Because they were just liberals who didn't like monarchy. So they were liberals who were like, we have to explain why we're going to have freedom. And so the whole point of their philosophy was we need to justify freedom. And that's why I say that Marxism comes out of that, because Marxism is basically saying Hegel was right about how history develops, and something about capitalism, it's kind of like a malformed necessary, but malformed development. And we need to overcome that necessarily. And so the working class.
So hold on. But this is a presumption that I think is actually interesting from because we're talking about like 18th century, 19th century, philosophy and all that kind of stuff. So what's interesting to me about this is that Edmund Burke is, late 18th century, early 19th century, and he's thought to be the father of conservatism. And I've referred to myself as a Burkean conservatism. What's that?
Right, exact same time as Kant is Hegel, like within decades.
Right. And so and the reason why is because I've read a biography about him. I have not read any of his original work because, frankly, I think he was pretty rich in his prose. And also, he didn't really, at least as far as I know, he never wrote like a recipe book for politics. Mm-hmm. He just described historical events from the perspective, and then people extrapolated his political philosophy from his summary. Like, a lot of people say that the best summary of his political purview is his like summary of the French Revolution, but I don't want to read him just yapping about the French Revolution for 500 pages. I want the recipe. Sure. You know what I'm saying? So I read a biography. It was okay, but anyways, correct me if I'm wrong, but Burke actually kind of rejected a bit of liberty and solely freedom as being like the foundational motivation of the human species. And so he believed, correct me if I get any of this wrong, that institutions can be flawed, they can be brittle, they can be dystopian, they can be fucked up. However, nested within them, the reason why institutions evolve at all is because they have some degree of utility. And so while an individual can contain their lifetime's worth of wisdom and knowledge, institutions can also oftentimes be generations of wisdom and knowledge accumulated within a book like the Bible, or an institution like the church, or an institution like the monarchy. And so some institutions do need to be eliminated over time. However, the truth is that you don't just cast away that wisdom and institutional momentum instantaneously, because that's dumb as shit. You're effectively casting aside centuries, if not millennia, of wisdom if you don't consider their ideas at all. And so when it came to Burke, which I agree with this philosophy fundamentally, is that listen to progressives, right? Listen to liberals, listen to Marxists, listen to everybody. But if you think their ideas are bad, or even if you think their ideas are good, needle them, question them, interrogate them, apply them, experiment with them. And what will happen, ideally, is the bad ideas will fall apart like wet tissue paper and will not be integrated into society. And then the good institutions will, or excuse me, the good progress will be instituted, and either they will reform the institutions or they will abolish unnecessary institutions. And that's how I'm using a lot of big words, but that's how you fix the tension that resulted in the French Revolution. Because in the French Revolution, you had all these old brittle institutions that were on the verge of collapse, but you had people that were unwilling to let them go. And then you had these radical revolutionaries who had no respect for institution or wisdom or the wisdom of the ancients at all. And then eventually they fucking implode in a bloodbath. So in your opinion, did I miss anything?
I think that's fair. What I would actually say is that Hegel, and to some extent Marxism a little bit, actually support your view of this, maybe even more than Burke. And the reason is that, so Hegel was a huge fan of the French Revolution in its necessity of the historical process, but he was also a huge critic of the French Revolution for a lot of those reasons. And so what Hegel is really about, first of all, we should just put this out there. Hegel is really just a liberal, like within his historical context. Sure, he's like a left moderate, basically. He's like left wing. He's not a super insane radical, but he does really like liberalism and democracy to some extent. But he doesn't like too much democracy, so he likes republicanism. Maybe he likes the German monarchy the most, but he likes a form of the German monarchy that's just a republic, basically. So with all that said, like, Hegel is actually really interested in that critique that you talk about, that inner critique, that the dialectic. That's really like the resolving the contradictions. He's really interested in that. And I think that is why he ended up criticizing the French Revolution, but also supporting it. And this is where the Hegelian view of history comes up, because I think that my criticism of Burke would be that he doesn't have a large enough view of history. It's kind of just vibes, right? And his vibes might be correct, but the foundation is shaky, and I'd be wary of that. So when we say, like, it seems like the radical mob is a bit too psycho and the institutions are kind of corrupt, but like they also have some wisdom, like that's all great. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I think we need kind of a philosophical toolbox of grounding out these ideas. And I actually think that Hegel gives a stronger toolbox, because Hegel is actually a big fan of institutions. So when he says freedom is the point of history, he also says that there's like spirit or Geist. People always say Geist to say I know German and I know the real word, and I'm very technical. But it just really means like, it really, to be honest with you, it just means like societal consciousness or society.
The zeitgeist.
And so what that ultimately means is that the institutions are justified by the spirit of the people. And then over time, the spirit starts to leave. People forget why they supported those institutions. And it ends up being very similar to what you're describing.
I mean, that feels like the moment that we're in right now, which is scary as fuck to me. Is so I was raised with a fairly patriotic narrative, right? Which was America was fucked up in the beginning, but we had all these highfalutin ideas. We tried to implement these ideas over time, which is why the Civil War is fucked up as it is. It's actually kind of like the epitome of our ideas. We failed in those ideals again by not like following through with Reconstruction, but the civil rights era was kind of us trying to finally implement our ideals for all of mankind, for basically following through on the Pledge of Allegiance. And ultimately, while we are fucked up, we've also achieved a lot of good in the world, like defeating Imperial Japan, defeating Nazi Germany, defeating the Soviet Union in the Cold War. And so as a result, like, you can be proud to be an American. Now, the problem with that is we, in the post-World War II consensus, I think they call it, effectively, like, America became the world's police to defeat socialism and communism. And so it's cool that we defeated the Soviet Union, excuse me, but we're still left with all of the contradictions of our own violence in that conflict. And so, and then we're also left with the new contradictions within the war on terror, which we abandoned a substantive amount of our principles in order to fight the war on terror.
Right.
And so people don't hang on to this patriotic narrative like they did in the 90s.
Yeah, I think that's why I would argue, and I know a lot of this comes off as like overly like random names and German names and all this, but I really think there's something of value to us here, and this is why I'm like obsessed with this, is because or just this kind of this way of viewing history in general, which it seems like Marxists are the people who uphold this the most. But when I say Marxists, I mean about like 5% of them, and none of them are like Twitter posters. So that makes it even more complicated. But so what happened, just to give you some backstory, is like, so
the people who have actually read books.
Right. Well, I just feel like, so when you describe like all of those contradictions and confusions, I feel like there has to be kind of an antidote to that, you know? Like, it just feels like we're just kind of, and this is kind of how I felt. It just feels like history is kind of just this aimless, chaotic mess that we're trying to make sense of. And it feels like that's kind of you're kind of playing on the defense. Like, you're kind of letting history happen to you, I feel like, when you take that approach. And you're not really understanding, like, what is the fundamental grounding of the direction we're going in? What is the fundamental grounding of what we're doing? It feels like kind of a defensive approach where you're just like looking back. And one of the reasons that I've been interested in this is after Trump won, I was trying to figure out, like, what is the point of, like, if people don't believe in liberalism itself, like that's a contradiction itself. Like, how can you believe in liberalism so strongly in democracy, and then people elect a guy who doesn't like liberalism? It seems like it just seems like,
hold on. But my worldview is not contradicted, because raised as a Republican, I view the vulgar masses as easily susceptible to populism. And so, you know, I'm while not being much of a successful business owner myself, I have a petit bourgeois perspective on the vulgar masses who are so easily swayed by dictators and false prophets. So for me, there's no contradiction. People are just stupid.
Well, yeah, but I mean, yeah, I know. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I know. But
like Churchill, real quick, like Churchill says, you know, democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the other ones.
Yeah, I mean, it's true, but like I always kind of just believed in that, and I was very cynical, and I was like, I guess this is
what democracy or representative democracy / the vulgar masses are stupid.
I mean, yeah, the representative democracy. Like, I was always kind of like, okay, I think we need democracy, but we definitely need a democracy that's like a Republican. It can't just be like mass democracy. And I guess this is the best form we have. But also, like, what's going on? Like, what are all the problems it's having? And that's where I feel like this view of history is important. And I started because after Trump won, I read this book. I highly recommend it. It's Marx. I think it's his best work. It's very entertaining and interesting, and also a bit scary. But it's called The 18th Premier of Louis Bonaparte. So basically what happened was, I don't know if you know anything about like kind of like the second revolutions after the first French Revolution, but basically
I don't.
Napoleon's nephew, Louis Bonaparte III, he basically they reinstituted the monarchy after the first revolution, everyone knows. And then they did another revolution, and then they did a democratic vote. They elected Napoleon's nephew, and then he declared himself emperor in 4 years.
Right.
So they like reinstituted democracy, and so Marx wrote a book right after he declared himself emperor called The 18th Premier. And what he's trying to analyze is, why did this Republican culture, this Republican country, sacrifice its own values in 4 years? And he has lines in there where he says the Democrats, meaning the left-wing moderates, which is kind of ironic that that's exactly what our left-wing moderates are called. But he has lines in there where he says the Democrats are appealing to this democracy as if it's this holy idol that will save them, and it's like hollow and empty, and no one's going to come to save them. And he even remarks on how the...
Sorry, this is like wildly important. I know you're making the point, but basically, like, of what value is a republic to a starving man, right? Like of what value are these highfalutin bourgeois ideological, and I don't say bourgeois as like a derisive term, but I'm saying like if I go to some pissed off like I have truck drivers in my audience. If I go to some fucking truck driver who's working 80-hour weeks, barely sees his family, he's making a good living, but he actually has quite an isolated life. And he didn't have a lot of educational opportunities. And on top of that, he's a war on terror veteran, where he feels like his own government recruited him to send him overseas so his friends could get killed fighting a war that we had no business in, and then we come home. If I start talking to him about like freedom of speech and freedom of conscience, he's going to tell me to blow it out my fucking ass. You know what I'm saying? He might like guns, but he likes guns because he likes violence and personal defense. He might say that he believes in the Constitution of the United States, but if he can't pay his bills, if he can't take care of his family, if he has no dignity, then obviously he's going to be interested in change or an upsetting of the modern order.
Believe it or not, Marx accounted for that. Okay, he did talk about that in that book. So Marx basically talks about how Louis Bonaparte, who's this, the thing about Louis Bonaparte is he's like really like, he's not special. He's not cool like Napoleon. He's just a loser. Like no one likes this guy. He just like gestures broadly in every direction, and he pretends to be a. But here's the really interesting thing: is Marx.
Which is funny. That sounds like Trump to me, but continue.
Yeah, it really does. But what he mentions is that the kind of like upper like the peasants basically, but not like the worst peasants, but like the slightly higher level peasants who are everywhere. Though they all supported Bonaparte, and what he argues is that they supported Bonaparte because even though society was getting better in some ways, he harnessed their like dissatisfaction and their contradictory ideals, because they did actually want democracy in some way, but they also just wanted to survive and have money. And he kind of appealed to that like idea.
Oh, I only think the reason why Trump's in power is because of economic populism. And what's funny is like his policies don't do anything to resolve the malaise that he appeals to, which is so funny to me, because people are like, oh, Trump's going to bring back manufacturing. No, he's not. Trump's going to improve wages. No, he's not. That was like an accident of the economics of the time. And so, he's going to fight tooth and nail for trickle-down economics that we've been running for 20 or 30 years, which is effectively just cut taxes and let business owners do whatever business owners want to do. That's effectively his economic policy. And so we'll probably see a boom, but that boom isn't going to make it all the way down to the lowest classes amongst us. And there's probably going to be fallout related to it. So
yeah, for sure. But that's kind of the point, is that France at that time was a huge modernizing country. They were at like the forefront of society, or like, up there with like England, like secondarily maybe, but they were like modernizing. They were making a ton of money. They were becoming very capitalist. And Marx remarks about how the right wing ended up just becoming like moneyed interests. Like they gestured toward monarchy, but they didn't really care about that anymore. Like that's kind of boring. Like they already kind of gave up on that
symbol.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's kind of the point, is that Louis Bonaparte can gesture towards all these things, but really what's holding the country together is like the capitalist like structure and just like money coming in. And then the state becomes this kind of amorphous. Really what Marx is talking about in this book is the modern state. The modern state becomes, the figurehead doesn't really matter. The system is just kind of this mess of different interests fighting each other. There's the class struggle kind of built into it. That is an aspect of it.
But that's why I like liberalism and capitalism, is because, sorry if I'm interrupting and jumping ahead, but that's one of the things that I like about liberalism and capitalism, is like, oh, all these people are fighting all the time, and there's all these oligarchs who are ripping each other to shreds, and there's all this creative destruction. And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of the beauty of the system. Like, yeah, it sucks. Sure. It sucks to be a working class schlub working for a megacorp that creates some brand new technology that totally revolutionizes society, like Amazon. And then you watch not Bill Gates, you watch Jeff Bezos literally divorce his wife, give his wife a country-sized GDP of money for fun, marry an Instagram model, start doing steroids, and fly into space. If you're an Amazon stock worker, that has to be fucking infuriating, right? But at the same time, if you're a consumer, then Amazon has revolutionized the logistics supply chain in the past 30 years in a way that's almost unthinkable, to the point that I'm 3D printing shit in my house, and I can order a 3D print filament at 6 p.m. and have it delivered to my house at 10 p.m. That's fucking bananas. Like, that's crazy, right?
It is pretty crazy.
And so do I want Amazon workers to be pissing in bottles in order to make their quotas when they're doing 16-hour days in order to pay their bills while they're living out of a Volvo in Seattle, Washington? Probably not. But do I want my 3D printed filament delivered to my house by 10 p.m. when I ordered it by 6? Right. Yeah. Like, so what do you do with that? And I would say,
you could say that
give the workers a dignified state of living. That's what I would say.
And you could say that is like a manifestation of the contradiction, but that's, that's kind of begging the question a bit in a few ways. But I would say there's like two ways of responding to that. So one is that I think you still have to address the question of, like, we really have to address the question of, is there something better than this? And how would we figure out that there's something better than this? And I think that's where the conversation needs to be at. And it just like never feels like it is. And then the second thing is that I still feel like there's a danger in having this view of history that's very defensive, like I said. So there's another part in the 18th Brumaire. It's like the end.
Oh, you could get outflanked by people thinking creatively about the next step. 100%. Like if you're constantly on the defensive and you're defending the status quo, that's actually, in my opinion, that's part of the failure that led to the French Revolution, is people clinging to brittle institutions, meanwhile not realizing everybody's getting radicalized around them. And that's where I'm increasingly alarmed within my position. Because I've been working class my entire life, or lower middle class my entire life. It fucking sucks. But overall, I've had a pretty good life. And so like I'm trying to defend it. But I'm seeing the far right say, well, there's too many brown and black people. The economics suck. We're getting fucked over. We're getting fleeced by the world. Let's cut 0.16% of the budget and kill 14 million people through preventable disease.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
That's
kind of crazy.
That's kind of my point. That's kind of my point, is that we really have to we have to figure out why that is, right? And so I'm not saying,
but then I also see the far left, and they're like, we have the solution. The solution is to shoot your local landlord.
Here's what I come to bring as the ambassador. Here's the message I come to bring. It's possible that there's a critique that we can deal with and engage with that isn't either of those, because I think the far left you're talking about, I think a real socialist, and I have heard them say this, the people I've interviewed, a real socialist would say those leftists they're just lost. They're an expression of like the downfall of everything. They're stuck within the system. They're just radicals, and they'll actually tell you. I was going to
ask we're talking about the violent ideologues.
Yeah, basically, yeah, because they'll actually tell you, and they'll use Lenin to justify this point. I know.
Hold
I think
on,
of
one
Lenin
second.
as like
I have to yell
violent.
at my chat. Just 1 second.
No problem.
LB. Oh, sorry. You should hear this actually. Connor, are you going to interview your guest or keep interrupting? We're having a conversation. We both have autism. Okay, so he knows a lot. True. I like to think I'm an insightful person, but I don't like to be proselytized to. So while I appreciate his intelligence and knowledge, I want to have a conversation. I just want to sit here for a fucking hour. If you want to listen to him and you just want to hear an interview of him, go to the Untrodden Podcast. UNTRODDEN podcast. Subscribe to it. Watch it. He expands for hours about all his beliefs over there. Sounds like you would be a fan, LB. You fucking smart ass. All right, sorry. Back to the conversation.
Yeah, no, I appreciate having back and forth. It's good. Yeah, I also don't like. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from on that. But yeah, I mean, I just think.
Well, and LB and I have a contentious relationship, so this is just the nature of our relationship.
That's fair. Yeah, I understand. What I was going to say is they'll actually use Lenin to make this point. That I heard two of these guys talk to each other, two of the Marxists that I've talked to and who I find very useful. They kind of hate each other. They have huge disagreements, but they both agreed, and they both used Lenin to justify it, that supporting Luigi is not good and pointless. And the reason they used Lenin to justify it is because Lenin talks about how terrorism is bad political strategy. It's bad, like, forget about morally, it's just bad in every way, and there's no point to do it. And so they talked about how supporting Luigi is really aimless and pointless, and these people don't like each other, but they both agreed on that important point. And so what I want to argue is
who said that terrorism was pointless or counterproductive or unproductive?
Lenin. They were using Lenin.
What an irony. And then sorry, my chat is, well, I'll let you explain the irony. They're saying that they're getting lost because I'm interrupting too much, and I'm also using a lot of internal information in order to like jump ahead of where the audience is. But if I had to say what's missing from this conversation, or not missing, but a summary of this conversation is the schizo left, the aggressive left, are not the true ideologues. They actually don't know the philosophy that well. They are a vulgar representation of the philosophy. The philosophy is rooted in Kant and also a whole bunch of German philosophers of the time who would actually pretty aggressively disagree with a lot of modern leftists. That so far, modern leftists are a symptom of the rage caused by the contradictions and problems of capitalism. And if I just keep clinging to Burke like a life raft in a fucking hurricane, then not only am I playing defensively politically and historically, where I'm constantly justifying the institutions from whence we came, but also I could get, you might not use this the same way I would, but I'm going to get outflanked by more creative people where we're looking at the world as it is, but we're not asking ourselves a question, can we do better than this? And so I'm effectively making a false binary between the status quo and socialism, but I'm missing that we could just start from scratch and say, here's the status quo, what's better? And then work with that. Did I misrepresent any part of our conversation or miss anything substantive?
No, I think that's really good. I think that's really good, but I don't think we want to start from scratch. I actually think we want to go back a little bit and have a better sense of history and understand like why these ideas arose the way they did. And so I'm not saying I have all the answers, right? So I'm kind of like fence sitting where I'm like very sympathetic towards the Hegelian Marxist view, but the intelligent version that I think is worthwhile. And then I'm still kind of like very much a liberal who believes in these institutions and wants to maintain them ardently. And so all I'm saying is that, and I guess we could talk about the debate a bit if you want and how I would like apply this a bit more. But
yeah, I think we can do that. The only thing that I would ask though is even if you have a dumb idea or a silly idea that you've been playing with about like what we could do better, I would be receptive to hearing it. Just because like it's intriguing to me that even under the philosophy of Burke, which I think is interestingly, I think it's more robust than you think it is. But but that's because it's easy. Maybe I'm being philosophically lazy, where I'm like, yeah, hold on to institutions, let things increment, and criticize progressives. Boom, easy day, you know?
Right.
I would be curious about what your like philosophical alternative is.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on Burke. I know I'm like loosely familiar, but that is one problem. But I just think what's powerful about Hegel is that and I'm not even like convinced, I'm not sure, but I think what is possibly really important is that he's really engaging with the liberal tradition, and he's trying to figure out why the liberal tradition is contradictory and stupid all the time. And so, but he's also a huge liberal, right?
Right.
So he's trying to critique his fellow liberals. He's trying to critique Kant.
Yeah, his own ideology. Those are the best ideologues, are the ones who are willing to reflect about the flaws in their own ideology. Those are my favorite people.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. And I just think that when you hold on to Burke, possibly, again, I don't want to speak too strongly because I'm not an expert, but I think the danger is that I wanted to make this point about Marx. In the 18th Brumaire, at the end and the beginning, he basically brings up like Victor Hugo. And so Victor Hugo obviously is famous for writing Les Miserables. He was like a big French intellectual, and he was a liberal. And so what he said was, wow, this Louis Bonaparte guy is horrible. Why did he just declare himself emperor and get rid of liberalism? This guy's a freak. I hate this guy. But he also kind of implied that Louis Bonaparte just came out of nowhere. Like he just was a lightning bolt. There's like a quote. He like wrote like a whole like article about it. He was like really upset, as writers are. They just write an article to express their pain and suffering. And he wrote a whole article where he was like, this guy came out of nowhere. He ruined my liberalism. And what Marx said was, you absolute buffoon, you child. Okay. What do you mean he just came out of nowhere? You have to figure out where he's coming from. Where does he come from? What is the historical process that makes this absolute buffoon the leader of France? How is that possible? Right?
Oh, ow. Oh, you just hurt me.
How did I do that?
Fuck. Sorry, who's the author of Les Mis?
Victor Hugo.
Victor Hugo. Fuck, I'm Hugo.
You might be.
Oh, this hurts.
You might be. It's possible.
Dude, I just had like in Warhammer
He wrote
40K.
We still read him. We still
have
read him.
like
that's
a
not a bad place to
synaptic backlash, which is where like the death of another psychic animal hurts you. That's what just happened to me.
Right.
So I just felt Victor Hugo get absolutely fucking annihilated. And then I was like, oh shit, I'm repeating his behavior in the modern context of Trump. No, that being said, though, okay, so I don't think I'm as dumb as I thought I was 5 seconds ago.
Okay.
This rage doesn't come from nowhere. I understand where the rage comes from, weirdly enough. I actually think I can probably describe fairly accurately where the rage of Trump comes from. Now, maybe I'm being too elitist, but I think a lot of it is stupidity. But anyways, let's allow me continue with your point. I'm still going to be taking psychic damage on that point, and I will be hurting for the next 5 to 10 minutes.
It's not just like figuring out why people supported him, but also what is the historical process that made this necessary? Because this is a point where Hegel comes in. So Hegel thought that like historical developments, again, they weren't random. They had a necessity to them. So Hegel would say Caesar was an idiot who was self-interested, but also Caesar had a necessary role to play in the development of history. And so that's an important point, is that Marx agrees with that Hegelian point. And so it's not just that people supported Louis Bonaparte, it's that history supports Louis Bonaparte. There's something about Louis Bonaparte that allowed him to lead France, and that's not just an accident. There has to be a historical, and this is the part that I'm not sure I agree with, because there's a part of me that says,
sorry, can I posit, even if you don't agree with it fully, can I posit a description for why Trump is currently president, and you can kind of tell me if you think it's like a fair thing, a fair reading?
Sure. Yeah.
So I feel like capitalism is wildly powerful. It's wildly powerful. And there's a contradiction within the foundation of America, which is effectively that like we are supposed to look after ourselves, and that we have built self-interest into liberalism and built self-interest into capitalism. But the weird thing about it is that self-interest is ultimately, it can be competitive, but weirdly enough, it's also collaborative. And so when we send, we like Americans always wanted to be isolationists. They never wanted a large standing army, at least in the beginning. In the 19th century, they didn't want one. But what happened is when you send merchant ships into the Mediterranean and they start getting attacked by Barbary pirates, you have to respond to that, unless you want your merchant ships to just be endlessly attacked. And so we start this international military adventurism that's contrary to our ideological position of self-interest. And then, that kind of culminates in the nationalist catastrophe of World War II, where all of these nation states are so self-interested that they destroy each other in the worst apocalypse that we've ever seen in history. One of the worst military and economic apocalypses in world history. And so what America says, in my opinion, after World War II, is we say, well, we can't let that happen again. And we see socialism kind of taking root in the world the same way that we saw National Socialism and Japanese imperialism taking root. So we need to contest them on all fronts, because if we let them grow, then eventually they're going to be a cancer that we have to fight tooth and nail in some kind of armed conflict. And that's the entire history of the Cold War. Well, the Cold War was never explained to the American people. They don't know. They actually thought that they could just win World War II and go home. That's what most Americans thought. And so we have this divergence between the private American culture, which is effectively look after you, enjoy capitalism, buy a ski-doo, get a hot wife, whatever. And then we have this like higher collaborative, militaristic, adventuristic thing happening within the federal government that's totally disassociated from the private market. And so we have this kind of like neo-Roman imperialism happening at the federal level, and we still have this individualist libertarian thing happening on the home front. And so that contradiction can't explain Vietnam. It can't explain Grenada. It can't explain Lebanon. It cannot explain Israel. It cannot explain our adventurism with the Middle East and North Africa. And our social elites never explained it to the population. They were never like, hey, oil is the lifeblood of civilization and we're fighting fucking communists, so we need to secure the Middle East and North Africa. They were like, hey, if you're 19, join the military and go shoot commies for mommy and you'll be able to buy a Corvette. That was the propaganda. And so, basically it was never explained to the American people in any kind of way that was actually coherent. And then we just let that momentum carry us into the early 20th century with jihadism. And now, I don't want to say everybody, I believe in the empire because I was raised in the imperial side of things. But my country doesn't believe in the empire. And so they're kind of collapsing it. And I'm watching it collapse in horror. Like, it's actually kind of like, last little historical analog. It's kind of like Rome, when Western Rome abandoned the Eastern Roman Empire, and then like Eastern Rome watched the West be consumed by barbarians. That's the way that I feel. I feel like I'm a Byzantine Roman watching the West fall.
Right.
Sorry if that was a long-winded rant, but that's exactly what I think is happening. And Trump is the perfect encapsulation of this contradiction, because he's isolationist, he's self-interested, he's economically protectionist, he's anti-war, he's also like a very self-interested domestic businessman, and he's somebody who dodged the Vietnam draft. He is somebody who dodged the duties of imperial America, and now he's trying to move imperial America towards his vision of what America should be.
Right. So, I mean, this is where the difference between Hegel and Marx actually comes up, because Hegel actually wrote philosophy is its own time grasped in thought. So he basically thought you can't see the future. Where philosophy is understanding our own moment, our own history. It's not the future. We can't see the future. So Hegel might have heard that explanation and he would have been like, it's missing some of the consciousness and spirit and some of the important parts. But, you know, that's solid, I guess. That's good. But Marx would say the point is to change it. We have to understand dialectically where this is going, what the contradictions in society are. And of course, he would say that the imperial explanation doesn't explain what imperialism comes from, for example, which would be capitalism. And it's not like imperialism is, because again, this is where the dangers of the far left come in, because the far left would just say imperialism is bad because it's bad, and it's like capitalists are evil, and so they do evil things, and that's basically their explanation. But actually, there might be a more coherent explanation where you say that imperialism comes out of capitalism because of the needs of spreading your markets, free trade, all of that, and then it starts to be like, okay, maybe they are connected, at least in some way.
Oh,
and so that's why Marx
I would say the 18th and 19th century is precisely this history, is that the expanding into foreign markets and then protecting your interests in the foreign markets, that explains the East India Trade Company, that explains the rush for Africa, that explains the Danish, is it Danish? There was some like Scandinavian country that had their own India Trade Company, and they were surprisingly corporate and militaristic simultaneously.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of it. And there's what I was going to say is that Marx has a line about Louis Bonaparte where he says that he's like, I'm paraphrasing heavily here, but he basically says why an idiot is playing a hero's part. Like, this guy is at the top of the world. He's basically moving world history, and he's just some random moron, right? And so I think this references again Hegel's idea that the dumbest, most self-interested people could move world history. And the reason they can do that is because there's some sort of world spirit. And so it
routinely
can manifest. And it can really manifest in a way where it's like, it's the process you're describing. And this is kind of leading me into my other point, I guess, is that I think we do need to have this richer view of history. But also what I really want, and kind of what my project is a little bit, and this goes into the debate a bit too, unless you want to question me on more stuff there, but what I really think we need is a huge reinvigoration of the liberal tradition. And part of that would be being honest about what the Cold War was about. For example, like you mentioned, we got to be honest about that. We got to reinvigorate the liberal tradition, ground it, and explain what it actually is. And then we also need to, I think, in doing so, engage with the socialist tradition, the real socialist tradition. And I think we need to fight each other and figure out what the truth is. And are they right? What is their explanation of the contradiction? And that is alike to what you want to do when you talk about talking to
No,
progressives.
I literally want to build a center-left, center-right coalition, and I want to... people call me a liberal all the time, and I accept that if you're talking about maximal human freedom being good for society. I don't accept that in the fact that if you do methamphetamine and have orgies all day, I'm not allowed to tell you that I think that's bad behavior. And I swear to God, like a bunch of liberals are just libertine sexual degenerates who don't want to be told what to do. I think
both of those are part of. I think both of those are part of the liberal tradition. Those are both legitimate. So I would say you're a liberal because, like, the critical, philosophical, like political organization, you are liberal. You might be a conservative liberal; those exist, right? There's a ton of those. That's really what the Republican Party was. Like, that's
there's no contradiction. One of my frustrating parts too is like with Burke, America is a liberal project. So the institutions that I were raised with were philosophically liberal. So just because I'm fighting to conserve liberal institutions doesn't mean that it doesn't mean you're not a conservative. If you were arguing that you wanted theocracy, I would almost say that I would use a different term, like traditionalist or something like that, or like a religious theocrat. I wouldn't use conservative because the truth is we don't live in a theocracy right now. So you're not fighting to conserve an existing theocracy. You're fighting to institute a theocracy. So I would use a totally different term. But unfortunately, like because of our inaccuracy with words, even having these conversations is difficult, right? Because so many words come with like emotional baggage instead of like ideological purity. But I'm going to challenge my chat just a little bit while we're moving into the debate and the flaws in the debate. Osimo says that's just industrialism, not capitalism. I would love for you to explain the difference. Then Gen X says the Louis thing is throwing me off. And so we're talking about in the late 18th century, if I have my chronology correct, the French Revolution occurred almost immediately after the American Revolution, and they overthrew the king. And then in the early 19th century, Napoleon position himself as like the warrior of the revolution that was gonna like instantiate this new enlightened rationalist France, but then he ended up declaring himself emperor and effectively became a dictator. Then he was deposed. Then there was a whole bunch of mess and fights over what were the modernization forces within France. And then what my friend here has said is that Louis is effectively an incompetent nephew of Napoleon who became emperor not through great man of history moments, not through individual competence. He just appealed to all of the anxieties of the day and said, "Hey, I'll fix it." And then he got voted in as I don't know. Did he get voted in as emperor, or did he get voted in as a different position?
Well, no. The emperor thing, he just unilaterally declared it because he basically took away all power from parliament. He basically.
But what was his title before he was an emperor?
He was the president.
So he was a president, and then he declared himself emperor. So the only thing that we're talking about is like, sorry if this is a vulgar summary of what we just said, but wildly stupid, incompetent people can be ushered, and I don't know if you really think that about Louis, but wildly incompetent and stupid people can be swept into positions of great power through the forces of history. And like, rather than saying, "Oh, that guy is stupid and he sucks," which is true, but it's a waste of time, we should look at the historical forces that swept that dumb person into the position of power. And that's why I went on a 5-minute description of the Cold War contradictions of American empire and American domestic consumer culture.
Louis was his nephew, Napoleon III. If you look up Napoleon III, that's the guy I'm talking about.
Yeah.
No one talks about the second. Yeah, I mean, the only thing is that it's not just like a force of history. For Marx, it's that the capitalist system has evolved and changed to where this kind of leader is actually good, because he will appeal to the different forces in society and harness them to like run the state in the most effective way. And so it's like the necessary development because of the way that capitalism was evolving at the time. So that's part of the argument there. But
yeah. So extrapolating it, I can't promise that I'm not going to go back to useless drama on Monday. You know what I'm saying? Because the truth is that I am slave to the vulgar masses. All right. So we were at 300 yesterday when we were talking about Destiny sex drama and the fallout from the debate. We were at like, close to 200 today when we're talking about Hasan talking about the drama. Now that we're talking about the foundational philosophical things that support the world that in which we live and the historical forces that swing back and forth, we're around 100. Now, that's not an insult to your intellect. That's just the truth that people love vulgar sex drama and vulgar clashes of personalities.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I think there's a way to apply all of this in an entertaining, boiled down way. I don't think we have to have. I am not prescribing. Connor, I need you to retire from drama. I need you to do philosophical lessons.
And you exclusively need to talk to hyper intelligent book nerds about political philosophy.
You need to,
which, by the way,
Heidegger. Let me know.
I would, especially if it paid the bills. But
yeah. But I'm actually saying that I think, and maybe it's not possible, but I think the way that the drama is unfolding is really. I mean, part of it's personal stuff that is separate to this, but. I think there's really like a way to have these conversations and these political conversations that is richer, and I think it's necessary for the country. Like I think we have to stop circling the drain and repeating these conversations. I think we have to start seeing things in a different way, and I feel like that's kind of like the reinvigoration of these traditions that I'm talking about. Is I really want to see these reinvigorated.
I already see, at least from my perspective, and God damn you to hell, you might actually make me have to read more books. I see the what you're effectively saying is like, I could probably get rich, not gonna lie, just watching Hasan Piker pausing every 5 minutes and calling him stupid. But Hasan Piker that's not going to solve anything. It's barely going to change anybody's mind. It's just going to be entertainment fodder slop for the masses, which, by the way, I have no problems creating. However, if I am actually worried about Hasan Piker, which is why I'm attacking him, I shouldn't just be looking at the man. I should be looking at the historical forces that created the man and made him popular and relevant. And then that is actually where my leverage should be addressed. Because if I just keep attacking the man and his ideas, but I don't ameliorate, big word, the conditions that created him, then I'm fucked.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. And I think my other point is that I think socialists have they're a good fighter in this story. They have a good critique, but I think unfortunately due to the 20th century and the Cold War and maybe just, I don't know how people boil down ideas, like socialism has all of the worthwhile critiques have just gotten evaporated. And now it's just become, I hate rich people. I hate this thing. I hate white people, maybe. Like, I just hate random things. And that's just not a worthwhile critique. And I haven't changed my mind on that at all. It's absolutely worthless and pointless. But I think if we can...
The point is, in my opinion, is to motivate the masses to action, along these lines. But I understand that it's not going to be productive. It's actually probably going to be horrific.
This is a question that I've been thinking about because I'm not sure, but I would like to think that there's a way to reinvigorate popular political movements through this idea. Because I do think that if we really think about who's leading the movements, right? Do we really think the Democrats are motivating people with their empty rhetoric? Like, they're doing the drama slop, basically. But they have no principles. The Republicans, sure, they're motivating people, but like, do we really think the Republicans can like motivate a world historical process for like decades and centuries? Like, do we think that MAGAism is going to be like the prevailing philosophy in 100 years? Like, probably not, right? So I think that
my frustration of the people is the same frustration that I hear repeated over and over and over again, which is effectively that with the Republicans, at least in my opinion, their rhetoric is fine. Pro-family, pro-entrepreneurialism, pro-capitalism, pro-bootstrap, pro-this, pro-that. That motivates me just fine. But when it comes to actual policy, in order to create a mildly socially or fiscally conservative society, their only policy is tax cuts. And then when it comes to Democrats, I hear often from progressives and lefties in my chat, it's like, yeah, it's cool that like white people and white liberals and progressives decided to be slightly less racist than they were 20 years ago, but you haven't addressed like police brutality, income inequality, the threats of environmental catastrophe, and all that kind of stuff. And so part of the problem is that like a representative democracy is incredibly complex in order to get legislation passed.
Right.
But I also think that at least from an exterior perspective, it seems like these politicians, once they get into a representative position, they're actually not motivated to fix anything because they're effectively fixing the mandates that got them into office in the first place. And so we're not really engaged in a technocratic execution of American problems. We're involved in a popularity contest for who has the better complaints about modern society.
Right. And that's why I think reinvigorating these philosophical discourses is the only way we can remake society. And remaking society might mean just preserving liberalism more. Like that might be the answer. That's like emotionally, that's the answer I want. It might mean socialism. Who knows? I don't know. But I think we have to reinvigorate these philosophical discussions. Otherwise, we are just circling the drain and cycling over and over again.
Well, let me tell you about my project, and maybe we can become friends on this project. We had hit around an hour and change, and I try to keep these between 60 and 90 minutes. Not that we couldn't talk for the next 6 hours, but I've been live for 5 hours. And so my apologies for, number one, being late. Number two, maybe cutting the conversation just as we're getting to prescriptions. However, my project is I'm a small bean. Okay, I'm very small, SMOL. However, there's signs of growth within my realm of influence where, particularly in the morning where not very many other people are live, I'm hitting 200 or 300 and my chat is very generous. They donate a lot. So the truth is that I expect that if I continue down this path, it is 80-20, 90-10 possible that I might be able to garner a large enough audience to secure a six-figure income from this job of waking up and doing drama slop. However, drama slop mixed with real ideas. But I would take that money and that clout and that attention, and I would 100% do projects parallel to the government that's good for society, but not reliant on the government. And I will. My wife literally just walked in and was like, "You're 30 minutes late." So the thing is, so part of that though would be like, for instance, you're saying that we need these conversations. I would do like quarterly community meetups where we effectively, like, let's say that mudslides in Western North Carolina. We go to North Carolina, we meet at an airport, we drive out to Western North Carolina. During the day, we do disaster relief. And then at night, we do community events where we all eat pizza and drink beer at whatever hotel is not currently under mud. And so not only did we do something positive for the community that crosses hopefully political distinctions, because we would get liberals and libertarians and conservatarians to participate, but then also we could have like the vulgar drama conversation earlier, but then we could have the serious conversation at night. And that could be like part of the entertainment is you get to meet Counterpoints, Destiny, and Untrodden Podcast talking about Kant and Hegel and, you know, how Marx was a piece of shit and all that kind of shit. And that would be effectively like the project. So what do you think about that project, I guess? And what project do you propose?
I think that's really good. Yeah, I think that's a really good kind of... The only thing I would add to that is that I think when we have these conversations, because there's kind of a middle ground, right? You're talking about the drama content, but then there's the debates like you had, and that's kind of a middle ground where it's serious. It has a real political element to it, but it's also very drama related. And so I just feel like
it's like wrestling.
When we approach, yeah, exactly. I just feel like when we approach conversations like that, if we had a more kind of good faith, but also just a fuller sense of what we're talking about, and we really got to like the bare bones foundations of what we're fighting for and what we're doing, I think if there was an approach to do that and have conversations like that, because I think people like you and people in the online politics space really do have a responsibility, because I think future politics is being formed here, and that might seem unlikely, but I do think it's the case that people who are interested in politics when they're younger or on the side of their job or whatever in these streams are the most likely people to have political output in their life, whether it's projects like you're talking about or something else. So I think if we're going to have this kind of political outcome, we really need to take our job seriously, and we really need to ground these things out and have serious conversations.
Let me give you a little bit of warning. You walk down overgrown paths. Okay. How old are you, if you don't mind my asking?
I'm 21.
21. Okay.
Yep.
Funnily enough, when you were 15 or 16, there were two people that pop into my mind when you say these things. The two people are, which is funny thinking about you, you know, now you're a man. It's funny thinking about you as like a pimply faced teenager engaged in the same shit. So book smarts, okay? Long dead warrior of the Destiny orbit. He tried to come in here and he was like, hey, I'm a rhetorically gifted dude. I'm smart. I know how to write essays, blah, blah, blah. Let's elevate the discourse by breaking down the arguments. Within 6 months, he wanted to eat a gun because so many conversations within this space are so unproductive. Then, and also a lot of the unproductive conversations are oftentimes the most popular because they're the biggest shit shows. Then there was Dylan Burns, who I think to this day still has the best debate format, where effectively he kept the group focused on topic. He asserted his role as a moderator. He would happily mute people, even people many times his clout size, in order to facilitate a conversation. And if there was an issue in reference to definition, or something that we were spinning on, where we just started repeating ourselves over the course of 45 minutes, he would move the conversation forward. Now, the problem is that took a Herculean amount of effort, because not only did he need to be charismatic enough to attract people to his panel, but he needed to be respected enough in order for people to listen to his moderation. And he needed to be entertaining enough to bring people back for the next show. And I don't think, oh, wow, thank you. I don't think that anybody has really followed it in his footsteps. I even tried it for 6 months, but the truth is that I wanted to eat a gun. And so it's not that it's not possible, and it's not that we shouldn't push forward as an ideal. However, I just want you to be ready for the fact that two of your predecessors engaged in this space, and I believe with you that we could actually be a really good force for good, but them trying to specifically center their mission around that led them to emotional torment and near suicide.
Right. The only thing I would say is that I'm not interested in being nice and having formal debates so much. So I don't think I'm delusional. I actually think there's a way. I actually like being aggressive. I like fighting with people, believe it or not. So I actually think there's a way to maintain this idea and fight for this idea in kind of a more aggressive way. I think there's a way to make change by kind of aggressively fighting for things and fighting people, and also fight for more good faith, intelligent conversation at the same time.
Oh, if you bully the shit out of dumb people, I will watch your career with great interest. If you are capable of talking about political philosophy to this caliber, but you are also capable of getting down in the mud and throwing elbows at stupid people, I will watch. If you have a fantastic conversation with a brilliant person that you cover all the ground or whatever, I'll break that down. And if you have a stupid conversation where you elbow somebody in the temple and they get knocked out rhetorically, I will, of course, watch that as well. So if you're a versatile creator, then that's a strength.
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, I really think there's a way to kind of make change in that way. And obviously I can't do it on my own. I'm not going to revolutionize things. So I am trying to convince you and I guess your chat to just kind of keep this in mind and think about it. And yeah, that is my message.
We will.
As an ambassador.
My normal stream numbers, I'm not trying to focus on numbers too much, but even a month ago, my normal stream numbers were 50 to 70. Then they started bumping up to 100. And now I would say if I'm talking about routine drama, I'm going to get around 100. And then if there's a spicy drama, we've of course hit larger numbers or whatever. However, what I would say is that I have a core of motivated, we call them grill hottists, people who love grilling, people who love being normal. And none of us are normal. We're all autistic as shit. But we all want America to do well. We all want to work our jobs. We want to pay our bills. We want to pay our taxes. We want to take care of our communities and all that kind of stuff. And that seems to be the people that I'm recruiting. So if you ask the broader drama community to say, hey, Untrodden Podcast wants us to elevate our conversations, they're going to tell you to go fuck yourselves. But the grill hottists will support this mission.
Well, yeah, I'll count you as my first constituency. My first alliance.
Then basically a year from now, I want you to grow your content to the point that we're going to Western North Carolina because of more mudslides. And then we go help people move debris, and we deliver water and food for 8 hours. And then we have like a 3-hour beer and pizza fueled debate about Kantian philosophy and whether or not Marxists should kill themselves. That would be an ideal for me. Yeah,
that sounds great. Yeah, we can argue about Burke and
All right, cool.
Well, Burke, yeah.
my wife brought me a Sprite and told me that I'm late, so I think I have to go.
Right.
However, we can absolutely do this again. Can you please tell people who you are and where they can find you?
Yeah, so my name's Dylan. I run the Untrodden Podcast. So far I've only been talking to Marxists, so if you want to learn more about Marxism and see me kind of question them and ask them some questions from a liberal perspective, check that out. I do actually really want to talk to other kinds of people. I don't want to just be the liberal ambassador to Marxism, although that's nice. It's a good start. So if anyone has any suggestions or any idea to get in contact with people who might want to talk to me and that sort of thing, I'm super interested in that. And yeah, I really appreciate you having me on.
Absolutely. I'm sorry for fucking up the timetable twice, but I'm happy we got to have this conversation. So parasocial love, bud. I hope you have a beautiful day. DM me if there's a topic that you want to talk about in the future, and I will also try to help facilitate you infiltrating the political community.
All right, I really appreciate that. Yeah, thank you.
All right, have a good one, bud. All right. Productive conversations with smart people who understand politics and history. They said it couldn't be done, and yet blazing the path. So, if you thought that I was annoying as piss and I kept interrupting him and I bouncing off of random historical facts was incomprehensible to you, go watch him. Type in Untrodden, UNTRODDEN podcast, and go watch his uncut content. This is my content. I'm going to talk. I'm not just going to be preached to. You know? I like to have conversations. I don't like to... If I wanted to learn something, I would go back to college. Andy B says, yes, Gen Z is going to be all right. I think babies are good. They seem way more adjusted than my fellow millennials who make Reddit their personality. Damn. LB says, Destiny doesn't know any history. Yeah, but he's working on it. Stunseed is, read this backwards. D's nuts. Conservative liberalism says, Corey, you rabble-rouser you. I'm in shambles, says AF Racing, based. Christian Blair says, a.k.a. Badasui. Oh, okay. You could just say you're a hyper-partisan hack. That would have saved so much effing time. Everyone who isn't a political right-wing snob is therefore engaging in violence. You guys are cute. You're fighting in my chat. I love you, though. Seriously. We're still around 100. And obviously 1v1s are not as crazy as metrically as drama, but it's good stuff. Yeah, and then there's Untrodden right there in chat. So go, you can see the spelling on your screen right now, UNTRODDEN podcast. Go watch him, sub to him. He's obviously a smart cookie. I'm going to go ahead and thank my donors, and then I'm probably going to check in with chat one more time and then get the fudge out of here so you can go listen to your other favorite streamers. AF Racing, Dracaris, Starhawks, Larry Hutch Hutchinson, Test Dummy Human, Ninu, Shadow 2 Bravo, Fast and Bulbous, David, Lawson Harrison, Gen X, and JL. Thank you for your donations today. It is very, very, very much appreciated. I appreciate you. And I don't see any new chats, so I'm assuming everybody is tired. I'm assuming everybody is ready to either go enjoy the weekend and or watch their other favorite podcaster. So Melody says, would be interested to watch someone who knows the history ideology destroy people pretend they do. Oh, that would be sick. Yeah, watching Untrodden go up against like a Twitter leftist would be fucking... A TikTok leftist would be sick content. So, yeah. Have a good day, Connor in chat, except for Ogre Boy. True. All right. I parasocially love you guys. Mwah. Go enjoy your other favorite streamers. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you being here. Bye for now.